Well, some journeys last longer than others. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another day of 200K Invitational coverage here in Montenegro. Triton Poker Super High Roller Series action. Kevin Rabichow, yours truly, Ali Najad. Day 3, when we will at long last crown a champ in this one. Kevin, always one of the most exciting days at any given festival. And it's a day yesterday that gave us plenty of excitement, but unfortunately for many, Kevin, the excitement would come to an end. We're going to come back with 11 players, but let's look back at just some of the dearly beloved, those who fell en route to this point. Producer James has it all teed up. The names, there's no shortage of them. He's just going to scroll up. El Conquistador, 73rd, Kevin, player of the festival here last year. 72nd, right behind a Monaco Invitational champ. Patrick Antonius, 70th, Vasco Boynicao. He won the main here last year. Really an illustrious crew.
Yeah, absolutely. Jason Kuhn there in 68th. 10 Triton titles to his name. 64th. The main event winner in Jeju, Huang Wenji. 52nd, as we get up there, is maybe the most exciting name that we lost on day 2 there. The end of Gambledore in this prestigious event.
And the end of many people who were otherwise streaming us, as he is such a draw. Bryn Kenny, of course, we always expect him to be a part of these third days in an Invitational, winningest poker player of all time. Dan Smith, also an Invitational champ, Monaco 2023. He fell in 50th. And then you get into the 20-somethings.
Yeah, we're talking about reigning player of the year champion Danny Tang. He finished in 29th. And on the bubble, maybe the biggest name in any room, finishing in the biggest moment in this tournament, 24th place to Phil Ivey.
Yeah, it was a painful way to go for Phil Ivey. Let's talk a little bit about those that fell inside of the money bubble. After securing a $311K min cash, Webster Lim, 3-time title winner, out in 22nd, and his Malaysian counterpart, Boss Paul Pua, Triton co-founder, down in 18th. 14th, also player of the year leader Artur, not dismayed in terms of points lost because no points were available to acquire, but he was very disappointed with the way it turned out. I think he looked at that field with 14 left and thought to himself, maybe a title awaits me. But let's turn our attention then, after 2 days, to the remaining 11, and we can dive right back into the Triton Poker Plus app to begin to set the stage. The first thing, Kevin, is a very notable invitee versus pro discrepancy.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about having 29 million of the 40 million chips in play being held by invitees right now. There's a massive advantage in this moment in the direction of the invitees, although just 6 of the 11 remaining players hold those chips.
Yeah, so it isn't as though it's the product of having some disproportionate number of runners remaining in the field that puts them in that spot. So well done. Tip of the hat to the invitees, who are in great shape here to potentially dispatch the pros. Javid Ismailov, he was the dispatcher yesterday. I mean, pelt after pelt. Once the bubble burst is when he shined. The Azerbaijani here at his first ever tournament, according to Ramin Hajiev.
Yeah, that's just, I mean, can you
Take
believe
a look at it.
This is, yeah, I mean, this is quite the page. It's obviously going to fill out once this event gets wrapped up with something impressive, no matter where he finishes, but just was involved in all of the most exciting pots, most of them at the outer table. I didn't get to watch him so much at the feature, but a bunch of big confrontations. I remember Jules Dickerson being dispatched, Leon Sturm getting tangled in a big pot on the bubble there right before his eventual bust. He was so impressive for a first-timer.
You know, in terms of giving pointers to people who are early on, maybe to the tournament streets, these super high rollers, things like that, oftentimes you say, reduce the number of decisions.
Sure.
Make it single decision point poker. And you found them successfully leveraging that sort of coaching and advice, unclear whether or not they received it, as they played big pot after big pot.
Yeah, I do think that being fearless in a lineup like this is so crucial to success, right? Imagine getting a chance to, I don't know, play in the NBA for one day, and you're just facing off against some of the best players in the world, right? If you're head-to-head with LeBron James, what's your best chance at winning that matchup, right? Take your shots, be aggressive, try hard on defense, whatever it is, right? You can't just go, well, look at these names. Like, I can't compete with them. Then you've already lost, right? But take your shots and success can come.
Well, listen, plenty of shots were taken by Pavi, Alexa Pavicevic, the native Montenegrin, of whom 2 remain of the final 11. Of course, Azerbaijan, Ismailov's banner, also he and Hajiev runners. And these are banners that really don't field big sides. In fact, I believe Pavicevic, along with Kalađerđević and obviously Ismailov, actually Ismailov, forgive me, is playing from the Azerbaijani delegation, but one of very few people to play under the banner, and yet here he is making his deep run. Impressive, too, in the process.
Yeah, when I saw Alexa on the feature table yesterday, he just made great play after great play. Difficult bluffs, big pressure situations didn't seem to faze him. He was calm and collected while making a big bluff. I remember near the end of the day.
The 6-9?
Against TVK, yeah, the mystery hand. I mean, like, I wasn't even in the booth. I was just excited to watch that hand. He was really running the show.
I mean, everything did center around him toward the latter portion of the day. And by the way, the boys had the liquor flowing, too, when it was going down. So maybe a little bit of reduced inhibition allowing him to behave in that manner, although we're going to see at the top of the day how he approaches things. Let's not overlook Eric Wasserson coming in from the invitee side. Was, just 2 previous cashes, those coming in London 2023, third invitee in the top 3. So as we touched on, these guys have fielded a side and they are occupying the podium. There is Wass's record. He's going to be improving upon that 262K in career Triton earnings handsomely. TVK is the best placed pro. He looked professional, but he was thrown in the blender on multiple occasions.
Yeah, and as you expect, right, you're not going to come into an event like this and have an easy walk to the final table, no matter who your opponents are, what their label is. And TVK, prepared for these moments. Again, doesn't have a lot of Triton experience. This is his first cash at a Triton event of any kind, but I've seen him battling in Las Vegas. I know he's into the cash game streets. I know that he's comfortable with big stakes, and obviously, inhibition's not present regardless of the reason for that.
No, definitely not. You know something else I know? Somewhere out in Tunisia, there's a room crowded with a bunch of people who are friends with Maher Noida, eager to get this stream underway. Why, you might ask? Well, because he is about to pick up a big cash at a minimum, obviously, regardless of whether or not he makes his final table, to add to his 1.6 million in career earnings. You see the filter there on cash. Has Montenegro already been kind to him on 2 prior occasions?
Yeah, Maher Noira, I mean, extremely talented player, made a number of big plays. By the way, his partner in this event, Thomas Santurn, still surviving.
Yeah, surviving is probably as generous a way as we can describe it because it was a spin down to close the day for the Frenchman. Noida, by the way, in search of FT number 4. How about Oren? He's a guy that came out here, I confess, I imagine, to get himself involved in the cash game streets, such a prolific cash game player. But here he is deep running the tourneys, and I think there's a number of cash game guys that overperformed here.
Yeah, certainly, and you get the sense that, you know, the gravity of this event, or, you know, perhaps part of the reason that some of these players are out here is specifically for the Invitational. Of course, happy to play in the cash games is Oren, but he was getting after it in the tournament. He's getting involved in a lot of pots.
Yeah, and I think, you know, there's a couple of different approaches that we observe. Those who were eager to get involved in pots that involved invitees that they perceive maybe to be of lesser caliber, and then those who were kind of shying away, understandably, allowing maybe those who might see themselves fall unexpectedly to provide some ladders and maybe clear a path for those who would approach things a little bit more conservatively. Kala Đurđević, I mentioned him earlier, the other Montenegro native to make it this far, second in the main event here last year. First time we cast eyes on him. Home field advantage, obviously, on display for him. The Finn, Joni Jukamainen, you know, we're used to talking Patrick Antonius when the name Finland comes up, but he's making a name.
Yeah, Joni, such a talented young player. I mentioned yesterday, I played my first big final table live with Joni present. He's just been around the game for so long. No Limit or PLO doesn't seem to matter. He's got the chops.
Yeah, but his 3 previous cashes at Triton, all coming in the 4-card streets. Hadzhiev, the other Azerbaijani, another former Invitational winner, Cyprus 2023, when he got it done, a couple of years removed, might he be hoisting the crown here in his second Invitational, working toward the final table. Santurn, partner of Noira, we talked about him, you know, slow to start his Triton career, but a guy that everybody had their eyes on, came in day 2 chip leader, things not going his way, looking for a spin here. And rounding it out, who can overlook Seth Davies? Picked up a title already here in Montenegro and now in the hunt for number 2 here at this festival and number 2 of his career. Let's send it down then without further ado for the resumption of play. Day 3, 11 remaining here, 200K Invitational action. Live from the Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro. Coverage to start the day brought to you in part by BetACR. If you're wondering what that white box is, it isn't something from Sugarfina. It is where the cell phones need to be deposited. Ramin's sending some final messages out. All electronic devices are turned in. Once we get down to the final 2 tables at any Triton event, I think it keeps players a little bit more focused, not just on the action, but on the social aspects. You saw a lot of conversation as it got down to 2 tables. No digital pacifiers available, and perhaps no hiding available, especially if you're one of just the 4 other players that are having to contend with overall chip leader Javid Ismailov. 68 big blinds in front of him, 8.5 million. Having to play shorthanded against that man is unlikely to be fun. Just look at the gap between he and Noida, Kevin.
That is such a rough table draw for 2 through 5 there. To have Ismailov with more than double the chips of Maher Noira second at that table. He just gets to do whatever he wants.
50, 125, 125 means 300K every 5 hands. Shaved off the stacks over there. That's 60K on average per pot. Helps put in perspective the urgency for the likes of Seth Davies coming in on the short stack, and for that matter, Santurn on the other side. Just 10 bigs. Hadzhiev not too far north of that. Pavi gonna have his way with the field.
A little bit tougher layout for him in comparison to Ismailov, for Wasserson and von Kriegenberg. Plenty of chips to fight.
Chip counts there brought to you by GTO Wizard. As we get set to get the cards in the air. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to those of you streaming us live out there. Triton Poker Plus, YouTube channel, Twitch, wherever it is. We see you. We appreciate you, especially if it happens to be in the wee hours and you set your clock to be awake for this when maybe you wouldn't otherwise be, let us know who you're rooting for. Let us know where you're streaming from.
Last time. Yeah, the last time. I'm sorry.
There you see the plight of Seth Davies. He's had a remarkable turnaround since, I believe it was a 20-event dry spell to start his Triton career before he finally found a cash.
That's a tough one.
It's an expensive one. That's what that is. Looks like something cooking early here. The other table.
I can't really get you, but I'm pretty sure it happened. Oh, I'm sorry.
Is this pocket
Wow.
kings for Hajiev?
No. We were all in. No, you're good.
I clocked that. Is that king queen?
Thought I saw 2 jacks.
Oh, 2 jacks for Dejan Kalodzerjevic. Now he's the covering entity, but obviously Hajiev has him cooked, and all of a sudden things become a little bit overcooked on the king 8-7 board. King's full, it's a wrap. 0 sweat at any point there for Dejan, and that's not at all how he was hoping to start his day.
Yeah, Kalodzerjevic covering there, fortunately, but left with just 700,000, a touch less than Seth Davies at the other table.
But then I want to 3 and 4. No.
Conversely, by the way, to Dejan, that's exactly how Ramin wanted to get this early action started.
It's a nice way to start an event. You sit down, still getting your bearings. There's a 3-bet jam in front of you. You look down at 2 kings.
Boy, they're not holding back, though, at the feature either, as we saw a 300K open from the deuces. Noida flatted it. Now the squeeze play from Davies as he commits almost all of his chips.
Yeah, Davies here hoping that Oren will isolate all in. He knows he has no fold equity. There's also the chance that he could get Oren to fold. I mean, the ideal outcome here would be Oren flats, Noira moves all in, Oren folds, and we have the chance for the triple plus the antes.
Yeah, against one opponent, no less, but some movements removed from that. Are we right now? Oren does vacate the 6s. He'll be pleased that he did, given that he has the deuces. Mahu's going to be rolling his eyes a bit here.
Yeah, nice isolation there for Oren, not wanting to allow Noira to continue with any hand, not even knowing that he was in such bad shape.
One 7-7-5 in the middle. No ace, no 9, but 3 clubs out there. 2 overs and a flush draw for Davies.
Play the board now.
The ace
Play the board. And just,
wouldn't work, of course,
so ace is no good.
unless it were a club.
9 club deuce.
Oh, and the 9. That was the tough way to do it for Davies. Now he interferes with one of the aces Oren needs to bring his run to an end. A 6 would do the trick as well for a straight. And instead the board pairing 5 leaves Davies doubling. So the shorties bouncing early here.
Back in this thing.
My brain freezed this hand. I'm so stupid. I don't know what happened.
That was something. 1.7.
I would have lost to
You were lost?
at 6s. So
Yeah.
I should jam. I'm not sure.
I thought it was fine.
Noida is, of course, feeling a little bit better about the fact that a lesser hand got him out of there, given that he would have paid out.
Yeah, heard him kind of regretting not jamming himself with the sixes, but Seth assures him, fine play.
What's cooking here? Kalodzerjevic has taken his remaining 350,000, and he has defended his big blind with it, and then jammed after flopping top pair against ace-jack. You see the wheel draw. Ace or a jack as well. Would do it for Ramin, and he finds the ace. It unravels in the first two hands for Kalodzerjevic.
And two unavoidable ones there, really. Got it in with strong hands both times. Only starting with 20 big blinds. That stack, as we see now, can move so quickly.
Davies moving most of his chips toward the middle. The king three suited. Another takedown for him here.
Nope, no reds for me.
I have two. I have two then. We don't need them anymore.
Fast action clock being removed. No longer needed during hand-for-hand play.
Yoni, jack eight suited.
Do think it would be a bit light into the big blind of our chip leader, Ismailov.
He agrees. Ace six for Maher. Similar dissuasive attributes.
Yeah.
But he wants to tussle. 25 bigs deep coming in, 250, just a click. Oren, ace queen.
Certainly going to be moving in off of our 15 blinds here.
Yep, Rip City, and that is deflating for Maher. Let's see how Javid responds to the inflation.
Wow.
Rips.
King Queen suited, a big hand, but perhaps a misstep here. Against the range of Oren, he's incentivized to be so tight right now.
It's on the table bubble.
15 blinds. Does feel close under normal circumstances.
Much better.
You have a more beautiful hand.
75, 25.
No.
Red.
It is a beautiful hand, I agree.
Well, the beauty of King Queen suited is tarnished mightily by the presence of Ace Queen off. Wouldn't be anything near a mortal wound to Javid, but it would spin Oren all the way up to 4 million plus, given that Noida made a contribution to this one as well. 10-10-6. Ace Queen sits pretty. Facts remain on the turn. Can Oren ward off a cowboy and lasso this 4.1? Yes. So with the exception of
Yeah. Couple of big double ups at this table for the shortest stacks. Davies at 2 million, Oren now 4 million. Things really leveled off quick, taking away some of that advantage Ismailov started the day with, although he does still sit in the lead.
Yuka 2 million, level with Davies at the bottom of the chip counts. Noida has slipped below the average, which is currently 4 million, 32 bigs. 6 players above it, including the freshly doubled Oren.
Not to forget, Thomas Santern sat at our outer table with just about 1 million chips, 8 big blinds.
Oh yeah, you're right. He is officially the shortest stack, Kevin. Apologies. Ace tray suited. Davies activates. Ace deuce on the button now for Oren. You know, short-handed, these ace X's go up in value.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a small 3-bet bluff, and that's what Oren comes with. Just
Yes.
having the single ace on its own against a late position open, it really does accomplish what it wants to, and this is because Davies just doesn't really want to play calls. In general, it's sort of an all-in or fold type stack when you're out of position under this much pressure. Ace-3 suited, though. No guarantee that he does fold. He passes this time. We know those suited aces like to jam.
Yeah, solver betas, I've christened them. The Silicon Overlords, as our occasional booth brethren Brian Rast refers to them, often influencing those sorts of hands to rise up. But laying down was Davies on that occasion. The deeper that we get into this one, the more the ICM pressure mounts. Current payout, $519,000. The immediate ladder, $98,000. 6.2 million almost up top for the eventual champ. Pocket eights now for Davies. Once again, clicks it, and once again, it will be Oren that is heard from, this time with a far more durable 1-1.
Dynamic as well. We just 3-bet the last hand. Perhaps you could argue a little less likely to run a 3-bet bluff now, and Oren doesn't 3-bet. He's just flatting in the cutoff.
Looking to induce a squeeze potentially from one of the people behind him. No such luck, but outperforming these eights mightily here. 4-1 favorite, headed to the flop, 800 in the middle. Danger lurks for Davies, but he finds bottom set on the queen high rainbow board.
I mean, this is just...
Say goodbye to 1.5 if you're Oren.
How do we not give Davies the full double, barring improvement on later streets? Ace is still a very, very strong hand, 12 big blinds behind. Davies starts with a check, which I like. The weaker hands in Oren's flatting range connecting pretty well on this flop. Hands like Queen 10 suited, King Queen offsuit, King Jack offsuit perhaps. You expect Oren to have a high betting frequency on this board.
And there it is, 250K. Who can fault the man?
And Davies has a tempting one to trap with, but oftentimes when we're under this much ICM pressure, we just fast play when we have it. The run out can be so damaging. Check calling, of course, reasonable. Just head to head, we have such a strong hand, we want Oren to bluff it off. But if Oren has king queen right now, it's just so valuable to check raise and get it in.
He is going to take his chances, though, as he flats 7 of spades on the turn. Not a card that's supposed to be of concern to the aces in a 3-bet pot here.
No, this is a clean enough turn that I think just the money goes in. Whether it's an all-in right now from Oren or whether it's a 40% pot and then check jam from Davies, I think it just goes in.
Yeah, 1 SPR.
$450.
450,000 is Oren. Not unlike Seth, not wanting to lose what he perceives to be his customer.
Yeah,
But
and
really,
I like
it's his
this.
daddy here.
It's a good size. I think it's the right choice rather than just jamming for pot, shrinking Davies' calling range significantly. This is now a tough spot for hands like Jack 10 suited. Maybe pocket jacks, pocket nines.
Just a quick verification that indeed it is bottom set on the flop that Davies possesses.
Little balancing efforts as well.
Sure.
Davies, if he were to check raise all in as a bluff, probably wanting spades. Something like ace jack of spades would potentially play this way.
He needn't get cute now, right?
I don't think so. There's so much out there. Yeah.
Jam, snap. Davies keeping it face down until authorization is issued, and you can see the disappointment on the face of Oren there, who had his man in a way. But the tables were turned as Frosty the Snowman made an appearance on the flop. And unless an ace makes one in turn, 3.85 is going to be headed to Davies as a second double already here early, day 3. And the jack seals it. I'll tell you what, all eyes were very much on Seth to start the day, but I don't think the visual that they expected that would ensue would be a man now sat with 31 big blinds, barely an orbit in.
Huge spin up for Davies.
Too much action you have in the morning.
What did I eat for breakfast?
Oren has been involved in almost every pot at this table thus far. And really just no path to escape there. I think even if Oren 3-bets pre-flop, it just goes in and Seth
Going good
gets
so
the full
far.
double regardless.
There it is officially. Have to imagine his camp is thrilled. Of course, that camp includes the likes of Petrangelo and Kuhn, both of whom are here. Kuhn actually woke up from being dead asleep to make sure that he made it down here when Davies finally got the big monkey off his back with a title earlier here at this festival. Wanted to ensure that winner's photo wasn't absent. His besties was Davies. Ace-king now as Ismailov.
Oren not taking one off, just opens the ace-7
Yeah.
in the hijack, ready to get back to work, but
750.
it's not going to go his way this time, you have to imagine. This clears the field.
3 scoops, and now you wouldn't fault Oren for feeling as though the doom switch has been flipped or somehow his table image is bruised to the point that he's being scrutinized. Obviously, he had aces. Not as though he's opened up, but sometimes, you know, cages can get rattled. I'm not alleging that that's the case, but things that we keep an eye on.
Yeah. Ismailov did comment on the fact that Oren's been active, even if he is showing down good hands. He showed down the deuces at the start, a bit light perhaps.
Bet 225.
What's brewing here at the outer? Ace, queen, out flopping pocket fours, road traveled. An open from Hajiev.
Call.
Was. And
Yeah, this a blind versus blind
defended, I believe.
confrontation. Hajiev raising out of the small blind. Wasserson defending the big blind. These two playing fairly deep, deep enough that the pocket fours didn't want to be all in pre-flop.
Pass.
Sizable turn barrel is going to quickly clear the two fours.
I didn't want to put it all in pre-flop, but I would have to. It will be on TV anyways, so probably. Oh, it's not ever hand.
Same thing.
Are being able to end things on the turn.
Maybe just call, but yeah, I probably would have just called this. But I wouldn't have folded.
Suited one gapper. Being considered by Jukamainen.
Would be a bit light off of 15 blinds, although remaining stacks not particularly strong. Deepest to Yoni's left is Seth Davies on 30 bigs. And now that he covers Oren, a quick gear shift for Davies. Open raising pure trash out of the small blind.
Bottom to the product of that trash as it turns to treasure here. 350 ahead, bringing us to this point. Some backdoor floats are available to Oren, who I would
Yeah.
imagine is hungry for a pot based on what we've seen, and in particular maybe a pound of flesh from Davies, who got lucky against him and slips it.
Starting with a check here. Maybe feeling like his hand is too strong even to open the action. We will have some checks on this board, and you really can't blame Oren for going after it with this hand. That backdoor potential, but also just 8 high on a board where he's going to have plenty of top pair hands. Lots of Jack X in the pre-flop range. Davies really representing ace high.
Pair of fives now for Oren after he sprinkled that $250,000 in, and Davies opting to slow play it here across 2 streets.
Maybe a chance for Oren to slow down. Second barrel with a 5. Feeling quite thin. We might even have flashbacks to just a few hands ago. Turn check raise all in would be quite a disaster if we open the action here. I like this check.
Well, what you don't like is a 4-liner on board in this blind versus blind pot. Granted, it was raised, but ranges are broader than average.
Do you think a small bet from Davies would be appropriate? It's not mandatory. We could, of course, try to induce bluffs by checking, but I think there are a good number of 5x
1.1 million.
or even 6x in Oren's range. This is not a small bet. Davies really thinks he has the winner.
1.1.
I think maybe a bit fortunate not to have run into a rivered straight. It's hard for Oren to have a deuce, but somewhat easy for him to have a 7.
Yeah, I mean, how can Davies be so confident and comfortable with this barrel? Because you know that deuce X rates to call, 7X most certainly is going to, if not play back. And yet the commitment off of 3 million being made here, Kevin, suggesting that he knows exactly where he's at.
And maybe the sense that this is a customer who might be capable of heroics. You know, this line looks a lot like ace high. I think from Oren's point of view, it's easy to put this together and be like, how do you have this part of the board, Seth? This doesn't look like your pre-flop opening range. It looks like nonsense, right?
Well, whether it does or it doesn't, Oren correctly finding the fold as his chips flow to the right yet again. And Davies continues the climb. North of 4 million now in front of Seth. That'll put him above
What?
the average.
Yeah, crazy, right? Pretty crazy.
Very good morning.
Yeah, this is going great.
More. 800.
I started with seven big blinds.
800?
Yeah,
800.
yeah, pretty sick. Yesterday started the same way for me. Just won like every pot for the first 2 hours.
That's good.
Just do this every day, and I'll be
Do
rich.
this every day and money-wise.
Do this every day and you'll be wealthy. Forget rich. By the way, I feel as though some would kind of assign rich already to Davies economics. Presumably. I don't think he's got a marker with Triton.
You do think when, players on this stage, having entered at the cost that they have,
Yeah, this ain't his case 200.
I think they've got just a different perception attached to the word.
Yeah. Well, especially when you're rubbing elbows with some of these invitees, you begin to be put in your place. If you ever started to get ahead of yourself economically, you're like, oh, wait a minute. Real money. Deuce, 5 of diamonds. Oren, again involved. Open to 350,000. Diamond coverage here from a dusty one for Ismailov. He's going to defend. See if Oren can turn things around, having slipped to 1.6 million, just north, or just south, rather, of 1 SPR. He finds a gutter on the ace-6-3 board. Bottom pair for Javid.
This feels like a board we have to go after. As Oren, we've raised pre-flop. Just been flatted. 15 big blinds effective. You think all the aces are in Oren's range and not Ismailov's. Still too strong of a hand to go anywhere for Javid. Have to think a call is in order. Oh.
Well, a call may have been in order, but what's on the actual menu? A 700K raise of 450.
This is dangerous for Oren if he starts playing the game of I don't believe that you have it here, because I think Ismailov might be committed with a pair and a backdoor flush draw. This is 6 big blinds out of 15.
Oren comes with call as he thins out to 850,000, 2.2. In the middle.
Don't blame Oren for having some doubts about this raise, and perhaps the plan is to bluff later, but oh my.
10 of diamonds on the turn. Both players have picked up the flush draw. Oren's is, of course, an exercise in futility. He's got the gutter, the diamond draw, and it's enough as he announces all in.
Not wanting to face the turn barrel, hoping to just clear out some airball bluff. He's thinking if Ismailov just has Jack 5 of spades or something, right? Like, okay, now surely I can clear this out. He's got to run it, though. Ismailov thinks he has the worst of it.
And yet, once he clicks call, he realizes that he is in fantastic shape.
It's like the worst
86%.
One of the worst possible hands in the state.
Oren desperately in need of a 4 or a 5
Opposite
to
four.
avoid following Kala-Djurdjevic out the door.
Sick hand.
Could it be another unexpected early departure from a stack that didn't rate to be? Finding the exits this soon. Or will 3.9 go to Oren? The 3 pairs the board, giving Ismailov trips and a pelt. Joseph Oren out of here in 10th, and with that, we've got ourselves the final table. I wasn't prepared for this quick.
No, neither was I. Ali, the action that Oren was willing to put on display at this table, obviously driving things a little faster than you would normally expect.
Well, that is a somewhat painful experience. Obviously, a good deal of anesthetic comes in the form of a 519K payout. But there's your final 9. We're going to shuffle them up and stick them at the feature with the blind steady at 50 and 125. Chip leader coming in. Continues to hold that lead. Ismailov securing the 98K pay ladder for the field. Everybody guaranteed $617,000 from this point forward. As we bring you back to the desk, a little bit of a stunned duo, Ali and Kevin with you, Crab. Just like that.
It happened far too quick, Ali.
Yeah.
I mean, the poor luck of Kala-Djurdjevic, who ran into 2 unfortunate spots just back-to-back to start things off. But really, Oren just in the driver's seat, creating action, playing almost every hand that we saw during that frame, and eventually out the door, getting a little bit too feisty, perhaps.
Yeah, sometimes we get dealt the needles, as Oren did, falling to the set of 8s, and they turn into a bit of lethal injection as he is ejected from the field. 10th place finish for him, obviously disappointing, but as we mentioned, a little north of $500,000, something to help him deal with the pain of an exit that nobody anticipated. So, final table is set. We're going to step aside for just about 5 minutes. I'm also going to step aside, hand over the reins to Henry Kilbane, who's going to shepherd you through this final table. Don't go anywhere, as we're going to crown a champ here today in the 200K.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Not jamming himself with the 6s, but Seth assures him, fine play.
What's cooking here? Kala-Djurdjevic has taken his remaining $350,000, and he has defended his big blind with it, and then jammed after flopping top pair against ace-jack. You see the wheel draw. Ace or a jack as well. Would do it for Ramin, and he finds the ace. It unravels in the first 2 hands.
Yeah.
for Kala-Djurdjevic.
And 2 unavoidable ones. There, really. Got it in with strong hands both times. Only starting with 20 big blinds. That stack, as we see now, can move so quickly.
Yoni, Jack 8 suited.
Do think it would be a bit light into the big blind of our chip leader, Ismailov.
He agrees. A6 from Maher. Similar dissuasive attributes,
Yeah.
but he wants to tussle. 25 bigs deep coming in, 250, just a click. Oren, ace queen.
Certainly going to be moving in off of our 15 blinds here.
All in.
Yep, Rip City, and that is deflating for Maher. Let's see how Javid responds to the inflation.
Wow.
Rips.
King Queen suited, a big hand, but perhaps a misstep here. Against the range of Oren, he's incentivized to be so tight right now. 15 blinds. Does feel close under normal circumstances.
Much better.
You have a more beautiful hand.
75, 25.
No.
Less.
It is a beautiful hand, I agree.
Well, the beauty of King-Queen suited is tarnished mightily by the presence of Ace-Queen off. Wouldn't be anything near a mortal wound to Javid, but it would spin Oren all the way up to 4 million plus, given that Noida made a contribution to this one as well. 10-10-6. Ace-Queen sits pretty. Facts remain on the turn. Can Oren ward off a cowboy and lasso this 4.1? Yes. So with the exception of Kala-Djurdjevic, 119,000, the immediate ladder, $98,000. 6.2 million almost up top for the eventual champ. Pocket eights now for Davies. Once again clicks it, and once again it will be Oren that is heard from, this time with a far more durable 1-1.
Dynamic as well. We just 3-bet the last hand. Perhaps you could argue a little less likely to run a 3-bet bluff now, and Oren doesn't 3-bet. He's just flatting in the cutoff.
Looking to induce a squeeze potentially from one of the people behind him. No such luck, but outperforming these eights mightily here. 4-1 favorite, headed to the flop, 800 in the middle. Danger lurks for Davies, but he finds bottom set on the queen high rainbow board.
I mean, this is just...
Say goodbye to 1.5 if you're Oren.
Well, the final table of the $200,000 Triton Invitational has been set. And it is none other than Azerbaijan's Javid Ismailov, chip leading the field, and, well, joined by his fellow countryman, Ramin Hajiv, who's currently sat in fourth. Ramin, Kevin, one of the potential storylines developing here, knows a thing or two about how to take down one of these invitationals. Won the 2023 Invitational in Cyprus for 4.2 million. And he's looking to become the first to ever win 2 invitationals here today.
I mean, that's unbelievable to think we've had, what, 7 invitational events?
Thereabouts.
Of all time. In the 8th one, we're going to have a repeat champion, potentially. That would be a bit much, Henry. That's wild.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many potential storylines developing here. I think the other one that I want to point out is Seth Davies came into this series without a title, had around 8.3 million in Triton earnings at the start of the series. He's now, firstly, crossed the 10 million in Triton earnings mark, picked up a title in the 50K. If he could close this out here and then scoop, what, $8 million, he's going to have doubled his earnings and picked up 2 titles. So, yeah, I mean, my eyes are going to be on Seth Davies for this one.
It'd be unbelievable, and I'm sure Seth, maybe on that break, starting to feel exactly how big this moment is for him. Obviously trying to shake off the fact that he just had a quick spin up there to get to the 40 big blinds that he's at right now. But, I mean, that would be such a great feeling. Feels like you make up for years of hard work in just a week.
Just all pays off as Luca Vivaldi has set the stage and Marinella is standing table side to introduce the final table of 9. 6.2 million for first in this one. We're going to be playing down to a champion. Let's throw it down to the floor for the final table intro.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro for a truly special event, the Triton Invitational Final Table. Just 9 players remain, each vying not only for the first prize of over $6 million, but for a place in Triton history. It's my honor to introduce them to you. Until this week, he was known as one of the best players on the Triton Tour without a title, but he finally put it right with a win in the 50K No Limit Hold'em just days ago. Now this 36-year-old poker pro from Las Vegas has the opportunity to add a second title. In seat 1, please welcome Seth Davies. This 26-year-old professional from France is one of the game's rising stars, making his 4th Triton final table. He is one of half of the only pairing to have made it thus far. In seat 2, please welcome Thomas Santerne. He learned poker from his grandmother at the kitchen table aged 9. It's fair to say he's come a long way since then, making his debut Triton final table today with over $6 million in career earnings globally. He comes in with a wealth of experience. Please welcome in seat 3, Taylor von Kriegenberg. In seat 5, he's an entrepreneur from Azerbaijan with interests in everything from oil pipelines to IT and construction. Playing in his very first Triton event, please welcome Javid Ismailov. He spends most of his time working in hospitality and real estate, but couldn't resist an opportunity to play the game he loves on home soil. In seat 6 is Montenegro's own Alexa Pavicevic. Born in Penn Valley, Pennsylvania, but now a resident of Las Vegas, Nevada. He's a regular in most of the big poker games in town, aiming to follow in his pro partner Patrick Antonius' footsteps and pick up a Triton Invitational title. In seat 7, please welcome Eric Wasserson. In seat 8, not only is this man the top-ranked player from Tunisia, but from the whole of Africa, this 26-year-old businessman is making his 4th Triton final table. He is one half of the only pair to have made it thus far. Please welcome Maher Noida. In seat 9, a man who is familiar with this very stage as a previous Triton Invitational champion, this former tennis pro turned restaurateur is in the hunt again. After success in Cyprus, can he make it a famous double? Ladies and gentlemen, Ramin Hajiev. He's one of the crew of top Finnish pros who have a strange hold on the PLO streets, but he's here playing Hold'em like the very best. An online crusher who also has more than a decade of high-profile results in live tournaments across the world. In seat 10, welcome Joni Jukamainen.
Huge. Huge. Cannot be overstated how huge this final table is. Thanks for the introductions, Marinella. That's your final 9. 5 players from the invitee side of the bracket, 4 pros. Of course, eyes going to be on the likes of Hajiev going for back-to-back. Seth Davies looking for his 2nd title of the series. Bottom end of the leaderboard, we've got a French Thomas Santoni coming in with 8 bigs, perhaps. The likes of Yone and Maher are going to be keeping their eyes on him, wait for him to either double up or bust out. And as Marinella correctly pointed out, Yone Ukamayan, one of the greatest PLO players of all time, just showing how deep his understanding of poker theory is as he's stepped into the 2-card streets.
Hello guys, have fun.
Good luck, good luck, good luck.
Good luck, have fun announced. So our chip leader's going to look down at pocket jacks, hand 1. Kevin, are you ready for this, my man?
I mean, do I have a choice?
You do.
No, I think I'm going to stay. Especially when Ismailov kicks things off. 350K open with the 2 jacks up front. We saw him just getting after it on the final table bubble, busting Joseph Oren in 10th.
That was a wild hand. I wonder if the sizing there, this open from Javid, has anything to do with the short stack in the blinds, in the small blind rather. TVK defends with the 6s. 10-10-5, couple of clubs. Pretty bad texture for TVK. Could end up losing an additional bet here if he wants to get stubborn against the chip leader.
Have to think that TVK continues to return pocket 6s with a club, regardless of a physical read or anything. Oh, he's coming with a raise. Don't blame Taylor for wanting to clear some equity, perceived wide range in the chip leader's seat. But that quick call might bring Taylor's attention to the fact that 6s might not be the best hand.
Well, now inflated 2.5 million chip pot. Checks it on over to Javid. It's going to be the first player to cross the 10 million chip mark, should it brick, which it does. Doesn't reopen the action. Backdoor hearts do get there. Now, after facing flop check raise and then 2 checks on turn and river, how does Javid perceive this?
Hearts coming in can't be thrilling,
750.
but I think this is a nice find for value. Quick call.
Wow.
Nice.
4 million chip pot, hand 1 of the final table. I did not expect to see that, Kevin.
Got that out of the way early.
You think Taylor came ready to play?
I said you will sleep 1 hour. I should have slept.
Unafraid of an early confrontation.
Should have taken a nap. That hand.
Taking a thin spot quickly. But honestly, not playing the hand poorly, just at a pace you maybe don't expect in this moment.
Casino opening there soon.
Do you think that is the nature of this invitational? You reach a final table like this and it's not all super pros. You have players that step outside the lines of what is perceived to be, you know, theoretically correct. And that throws people off. It gets people to play outside of their comfort zone, playing bigger pots than perhaps they typically would. It really has shifted the dynamic here, though, because TVK has dropped down to 7th in chips and just 16 bigs now.
700.
Not going to stop Santurn from open ripping the button here, though. Pretty big hand for the spot. I think it would be a bit splashy to get in the ace-deuce, but Obviously, Taylor has incentive for Santurn to get knocked out, not wanting to let him accumulate these blinds and antes.
See what Javid wants. Let's see how Javid's going to approach this final table. Okay, he does let it go. Thought perhaps for a moment there, he was like, maybe we just get rid of this short stack.
Oh, never.
Merit is not in the US.
Really fun final table. This isn't going to be one of those standard ICM cage FTs.
No.
Yeah, and this is going to be blink and you'll miss it. Over in 2 hours kind of affair. Potentially, should the right person run away with the chip lead. What was it Seth Davies said in his interview the other day?
I'll let you take that one.
No, Kevin, please. I mean...
No, I don't. I just don't remember, Henry, which interview soundbite you're referring to. There were so many, you know.
Something about grabbing your socks. You know? This feels like one of those final tables. Grab your socks and buckle up. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
I mean, this looks like a collision to me right away. Santurn, 10 big blinds. Not thrilled to be facing a +1 open. This is a 9-handed final table. Under the gun, 8. Going to be a tight range.
800.
But we've just got ace-queen. It's too big of a hand.
Everyone else behind going to get out of the way. Maha kind of gives him the nod.
No, he said all.
Oh, he said on.
I said on it.
Friendly fire. Partner against partner.
Good luck.
And it is.
Partner.
It is partner on partner violence, Kevin. Would you believe? Maha Noya, the invitee that invited Thomas Santani.
He busted me from my 100K
Montenegro last year.
final table.
Dating guys long time.
No.
Oh, you're both. Yeah.
I was with Nikita.
Wow.
He was responsible.
That would be a brutal start to the FT. Queen high flop.
You can't win against him.
Santani off to a fantastic start.
4 away from the 100K.
2.7 million in the middle. To bounce back into this one.
Even invited.
Get back up. More than 20 bigs. As Nora goes from 2 to 6 outs. He's looking for a jack or a 10. He doesn't seem to be sweating this one either, Kevin. Just laughing with his table mates. Played this game long enough as he finds the 10 of spades for runner straight.
Yeah, it's well.
Good playing with you.
Good luck, Mr. Take it down.
Eliminating his pro of choice. Thomas Santani out in 9th will head to collect $617,000 for his run here. And with that, just in the space of, what, 3 or 4 hands, we've had our first elimination. He was the short stack coming in. Got that button jammed through. Just a hand to go and found a rejam spot here. It's looking likely to double, but the poker gods had other plans for him.
In 4 hours we'll join you.
No buttons.
We'll join you in 4 hours and we will drink as much, so don't worry.
I mean, I'll go shot for shot with anyone if they want, but it's unfair. I have a short stack, but if you want to play that game today, I'll play that game on God. So if it's a competition, I'll play.
Maybe bigger.
I will do that if everybody does.
Yeah. But I'll sip.
And we'll have finish guys.
This is a modern.
They're crazy.
If no
modern way of
competition,
saying
I'll
no.
sip and
I'll do it if
enjoy.
everybody does it.
Huh?
Modern way of saying no. I'll do it if everybody does it.
I know. I mean, you know, if somebody will do it, I will do it. Right?
It's unfair.
Yeah, but you know that everybody's
because I'm
gonna
shorter
do it.
stacked, so I have an advantage.
Yeah.
Short stack gets to take
If you
shots.
guys make Seth Davies drink, then I'm drinking double what he drinks.
Talks of
Later.
going shot for shot at this FT.
You want to title this trip, right?
Yeah.
So no pressure. We can drink.
No pressure. Yeah, this is
425.
But yesterday, you know, I was on drink 12. I wasn't like, you know what I mean? I was slow. I'm offended now. I can drink. I actually can, but
So, bro, we had the first beer with you.
I can't drink like I used to drink, but
Okay, you're 37 now.
5 seconds.
if I stay in tonight, I'm gonna go for my record.
Go for the record.
Yeah.
Keep an index like that.
I don't know, 6.2 million up top. Kevin, I felt like the stakes are high enough as it is, but going shot for shot.
I can't do that. I go crazy.
Wasserson, I think. Starting this hand with almost 40 blinds was giving real thought to a 3-bet. Call seems like the correct decision, but he gets outflopped.
That's the white. It's the best. Yeah, and every bottle is manually made. It's like a handmade.
Alexa, who ran one of the most savage bluffs of the tournament the other day, late last night, that mystery hand against TVK. Got to come with check call. Eric's bet here, just looking for a bit of a better understanding of what's going on, Kev.
Yeah,
What's
maybe
check to?
intending to set something up on future streets, maybe if diamonds come in or if the 4 to a straight completes, but 7s on this turn, not exactly looking weak enough to be a bluff candidate. This flop does connect so well with Wasserson overall, though. So I think a stab on that street was reasonable.
Well, now a 4-liner on board. 1.4 million out there.
What was the flop? 10, 10, 10.
Small amount of perceived showdown value for the 2 7s. Maybe an outside chance we're up against ace-king, pocket 5s. Would be very credible to represent the straight, but it's not an easy bluff to make.
The rich getting richer
Good flop.
at this final table so far.
No, no chance.
Average stack of 40 big blinds, only 2 players with more than average. Javid Ismailov playing 10.7 million, good for 86 bigs, and now Alexa Pavicevic.
Does you like this new system?
Yeah, I like it.
Playing 65 bigs,
What do you think?
8.2 million.
Everything is good.
Yeah. Takes out like some of the bullshit that happened.
The pullback.
Bit cagey in the middle there, Kev,
Yeah, good changes for sure.
but still plenty deep.
Yeah. No, every addition is good.
Page up's definitely growing after that first elimination. Next jump is almost 300,000, so Yanni, TVK, being navigated around as the shortest stacks.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Loss in another weird spot here. Too many chips to be all in. Up against a wide range. Maybe we can find flat. Don't even think folding is crazy, but yeah, he does fold. One of those plays that just feels wrong. You got chip leader opening like any 2. It's like, well, I've got 5s. I should be able to do something, right? But I think it's still the right fold. We're not way ahead of anything.
1.1.
Wow.
How about this, man?
Love the sizing as well. This is detail-oriented from Neura, leaving no room for a click, just pure polarization.
Instead I folded.
This guy is just gangster.
Huh?
It would have been well received.
You would have called?
Thank you.
Good reception.
Thank you. I don't care.
He's bluffing at this conversation now as well.
Yep.
Love it.
You gotta keep the act going.
Yeah, of course. Dude, I think the craziest thing about Maher is when he was all in against his chosen pro, Thomas Santani, on the queen high board, he was just like laughing with Hajiev and Watterson about something to do with doing shots at the table and whatnot. Wasn't even sweating the run out.
Yeah.
And then when it did come runner straight, it was just almost as if like, well, yeah, of course that's the result. Like, what else was the result going to be?
Credit to Santern for holding it together himself. I'm sure he was maybe a little more disappointed in that moment. Wishing his partner good luck the rest of the way.
Showing early on that he's willing to play big pots. Isn't necessarily going to just adhere to the rules that the chip leaders try and set.
450.
Well, Ismailov getting dealt another big hand and raising big as well. Pavi's already in there.
I mean,
2 sevens. This is number 1 versus number 2.
3.5x from the hijack. Grab your socks. Or drop your socks, whatever the saying is.
I do think it was drop your socks.
Drop your socks, because these guys are, like I said, this could be a blink and you'll miss it kind of final table. Javid's flopped the nut flush draw.
I think if he puts in even just a splash here, it's going to be difficult for Pavi to find continuation. 2 sevens, no spade, ace on board, covered. Everything points towards, let's get out of here.
He's up to 11.5 million.
You know, me and Ramin just figure out.
You get a chance that I do it. No rush, no rush. Thank you so much.
You know how to do?
Yes.
Taylor, you want my flavor? Or?
I'm gonna try this one and then yours next, please.
One by one.
And you go down, like this, right?
Yeah. And then you press.
You actually can smoke the vapor?
Yeah.
In the building?
Well, you can now.
Not from camera.
I'll walk around.
Can just go behind camera.
I mean, I don't do.
Yeah, behind camera.
TVK is going for a bit of a walk. He's got the ICOS going. Javid's got the ace-king going, and he's continuing with this 3.5x open. You know, the crazy thing about this kind of spot, Kevin, is it really does incentivize people to take, oh my word.
Wow.
To take like 3-bet jam spots, given how much extra money is out there.
Yep.
Versus your typical 2 big blind open. Yoni's in trouble. He's in big trouble.
He knows this can be weaker. Ace-queen has to go.
Doesn't even ask for a count. Javid just flips in the 1-chip call.
Just had the king-jack suited last hand. You know he can get it in good here, but Yoni just 23% to win.
Brutal stuff. The current on-tap payout, $774,000, a near $300,000 ladder between 8th and 7th.
Not boss. Boss
I
ace
mean,
king.
if
Not
Javid
boss.
just holds here, which he will 72% of the time. Oh,
hang on.
Spoke too soon.
Boss rotation. Boss rotation.
Boss rotation.
No more paints, please.
You're only now an 86% favorite. Oh my.
Boss again. Change.
Okay, one more paint, please.
That's painful, Kev. That's a real gut punch after the queen high flop. The Uno reverse card on the turn in the form of the king of spades. Now Yoni drawing to just 2 outs.
Close.
Does not find it. And we have our second pro being eliminated here at this final table. Handshakes all round. Round of applause for Yoni Ukamainen. He's going to head to collect $774,000 for his efforts.
I had it wrong.
This being his
It was both of our birthdays. It was our
4th
birthday
cash
Monday, me and him both. Yeah.
on the Triton Tour.
20 big blinds? 130 big blinds? What is it?
First in the form of a no-limit hold'em tournament. What a way to get that monkey off of his back for someone that doesn't play 2 cards. Held his own here. Final table of one of the biggest invitationals in Triton history. Had to collect the last of the 6-figure payouts, bringing his Triton earnings now to north of $2 million. Bittersweet for Yoni, of course, after that queen high flop teased potential double up spot. And Kevin, can we just talk about the fact that we've lost 2 players already? 2 of the 4 pros that made it to this final table. We're down to 7. It's the invitees that are doing all the talking here in Montenegro.
It's wild as well. I did a little bit of math. And the invitees have over 80% of the chips at this final table. Seth Davies, 4 million. Taylor von Kriegenberg, 2 million. There's 40 million chips in play.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I think that's the right reaction, yeah.
Fair. Wow.
Both pros, by the way, eliminated with ace-queen after flopping top.
Finally. Thank you, Mr.
Pretty gross.
That is gross, actually, when you phrase it like that as well. Just like one of the biggest buy-in tournaments of the year.
How it's queen?
Not like a glitch, actually.
Huh?
Not like a glitch.
It's not a glitch. Not like a glitch.
Quick fix. Quick fix,
yeah.
So 7-figure payout guaranteed, $1,053,000. Locked up. Let's see if the 2 men from Azerbaijan collide here. There's a lot on the line, Kevin, in terms of, you know, legacy in the country of Azerbaijan. Hajiev is currently ranked #1 on the country's all-time money list.
You saw that little smirk from Javid, like, you coming after me? I'm ready to go. 2 6s. Taken to a flop.
I don't think he's going to win this one, though. 1.9 million in the middle. I'm in with 3.7 back, although c-betting here doesn't feel comfortable.
No, it doesn't. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a check back. The king-jack would hate to get raised. Very committing on this board. With just pot and a half behind. Got 2 overs in the double gutter. We've seen Ismailov respond with aggression. Marginal in the past.
$2.8 million out there. Hajiev with 3.3 back.
I think this is his opportunity to win it. The ace very much in his range and not Ismailov's. Oh, he checks though.
Is the chip leader just going to extend his lead here?
Looks like he barely read the board on the river there. Ismailov attending to something else as he checks. Will Hajiev pounce on that perceived disinterest? No. That's going to be frustrating.
That's very painful for Hajiev.
You just feel like there should have been a way to win that one. Immediate regret.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always painful when you see one of the hands that you could have got to fold. Ramin Hajiev does sit top of Azerbaijan's all-time money list with 11.7 million in earnings.
Unbelievable.
I'm looking for Javid and not finding anything.
Cards, that's why.
Yeah, that's maybe it's just the cards sometimes.
250. It's not you.
If he had jacks, he would lose. I agree. Yeah, you have him points.
Yeah, can't find anything on Javid, our current chip leader. No previous results. At least according to Hendon Mob. What a way to burst onto the scene. I tell you what, if Javid goes on to win this, becomes the second player from that country to win an invitational, the next invitational might just be, we might just have like 20 Azerbaijani CEOs in the mix.
Look at this, by the way. Ismailov defending the big blind. Starts leading out on this flop. Small amount of backdoor equity, but nothing more. Pavi flats the top pair on the flop, improving to top 2. Wisely slowing down as the board develops in favor of the under the gun range. I think that 350 is all that Ismailov will lose in this one.
It was worth it.
Yeah, it's weird. On the one hand, you want to be taken away from second in chips and further creating that separation, but then on the other hand, it also feels like, look, Javid, you are in an incredible position right now. He has 118 bigs when average stack is 46 big blinds.
Yeah.
The last thing you'd want to do is make a massive misstep, double Alexa up, or, you know, he wins a big pot of you, and then all of a sudden you've got a very aggressive and competent chip leader on your left.
Yep.
And then you're forced into this weird kind of, you know, ICM cage, poker hospital, as we like to call it.
It's important to think about.
I try, Kevin. I do try to think.
Might actually be right.
Before I speak, you know. Sometimes you catch me regurgitating the same old
Thank you so much.
spew.
You're sharper than you look is what you're getting at. Is that the compliment that you were fishing for, Henry?
Well, I don't know. Sharper than I look. I mean, what does that suggest, Kevin? It suggests that I look like a blunt hammer. Thanks.
750.
Wow. Ismailov just relentless. Really trying to put pressure on the middle stacks. I don't know what Pavi's options are right now, but he's
1,750,000. Here comes the cold 4-bet.
That's gonna force Maher out of there with the best hand.
I mean, everyone else is watching this right now. TVK's there on 13 bigs, just thinking, okay, lads, go on. First against second, please do. But I think what we're going to start seeing from the likes of TVK, Ramin, and Seth is those guys aren't going to be willing to get involved too lightly now.
Good fault.
When they're seeing this kind of action in front of them.
It's true.
Flashbacks to that 50K the other night. You throw in someone like Jules Dickerson.
Seems to be on just like a path to implosion or a path to collision with somebody willing to take a stand. You can just kind of sit by and observe. Pick up the implied EV.
It really does.
Azerbaijani for bullshit?
No, Azerbaijani for getting bored.
Incentivize
well, which is what
passiveness.
Which is synonym to get the bullshit.
Good sign you're getting bored. We just started. A long way.
Wow, Alexa with the needle as well.
Note Hajiev folding the 5s. He's definitely got survival on his mind.
Well, when the payouts are as big as they currently are, everyone guaranteed just north of $1 million. We're playing for 6.2. Did he just say all in?
Blind versus blind. Wasserson confirming that he has 27 big blinds. And he's just all in.
I never really had a squeeze.
You know, it looks quite wild. I think it's more in line than you would expect. Like it's.
Is it, Kevin? Please
explain
it to me.
It's just a touch out there, but the calling range that Wasserson's willing to put in, you might be looking at 6% of hands, 5% of hands, something exceptionally rare.
So what I'm hearing is, you know, 1 in 20 times he wakes up with a calling hand.
I mean, 1 in 20 times he's going to snap you. Maybe there's some other hands that think about it and end up calling, but they're going to have 60% equity against your hand, you know, not 75, 80. But the hands that you're really, really worried about, quite rare. It's a high leverage spot. So many folds that you can get and just pick up those valuable antes. Because they have gone up to 75, 150.
And Javid's going to be involved again.
Oh, and this is troublesome for Davies. I mean, he's seen how light Ismailov's been getting after it. He's got a premium rejamming candidate. See what he thinks of this sizing. Does he think there's fold equity? He's put in 1.2, 4 million back. No.
Lets it go.
Steamrolling. Steamrolling.
Avoids flipping for his life. And maybe a slight slap on the wrist there. Obviously, we can see that Javid actually had it, but
Come on, it's small pot.
it wouldn't surprise me if we see Seth just making some massive adjustments from early position, like a hand like King Queen. Ace 10 might just be met with an open muck in future orbits.
Sure.
And fully justified, by the way. I mean,
You see Ismailov and Pavicevic 3-betting every pot. Why even enter it?
Yep.
Unless you can stack off, right?
oh man, this is going to be something else.
Ismailov taking one off there, by the way. Folding a suited 10.
Shock. Do you know what we haven't said today? I mean, it felt like it would have been a bit harsh, you know, had we said get wrecked, but
Oh, yeah.
look at these guys. Hedgiev's just like, get wrecked, Alexa.
It would be rough because the only opportunities,
I know.
Henry, have been when pros got sucked out on during a run out all in at risk.
I could make straights. So
No, I'd never do it in that spot. That's even for me. Kev is a bit savage.
But just, you know, warning, perhaps, the
But just
viewers that
a
have-
little warning here. You know, Hedgiev's like,
Make
you know,
straight. Oh, it's a wheel cards.
get wrecked. You know,
smart.
I'm all in.
I guess you can make straight with A7 also.
In a short jack.
In this game. You don't need one card in
No, I thought we were using both cards to make straight, bro. I thought we were in that category.
Man, can we just do an invitational at every stop?
You got to keep it exclusive, you
I
know?
know, but still.
Only way to get it this big, this much action, make it rare.
We had 48 pairings.
It's huge.
Before a hand had even been played.
Nice fold there from Noira. Tempting one. Oh. These two hands. Even knowing that TVK will be posting 20% of his stack next hand.
875.
These are just two big hands between the 4 million chip stacks.
Are we
They're already just in.
Are we just down to 6 here?
It's already all in and call.
It feels like we're just down to 6, Kevin. They are just dropping like flies. It's the ace-queen again, the hand that's all in at risk. For the third time at this final table. Was has Hedgiev covered ever so slightly. About 2/3 of a big blind difference between these stacks.
Such a fast all in, I should have considered. Such a fast one. Yeah.
Ace king.
Oof. Clubs on board. Hedgiev now with 43% equity. Also has the 3 remaining queens working in his favor. What a sweat for Was. Just looking to hold as he removes the queen out, but nothing shifts as Hajiev picks up 3 additional 10s. Club or a 10 for Broadway needed for the 2023 Invitational champion Ramin Hajiev, otherwise he is out the door in 7th. Wasserson holds.
Good game, good game.
That could quite literally be the biggest hold of the Americans' tournament career. What a start to this final table for him. He's up to 7.5 million. And we are somehow down to 6 players in, I want to say, the space of 2-3 orbits, Kevin. Ramin Hajiev taking the aggressive line with the ace-queen suited, extends his lead atop of Azerbaijan's all-time money list, picks up another 7-figure payday.
Yeah, but I knocked someone out. It's good for him.
He heads on over, speak with friends on the rail. Always love to see him at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Just loves the game, and you can tell just how much the competition means to him. The businessman from Azerbaijan will head home with an additional $1,053,000 in earnings. And Kevin, I can't believe I'm saying this, but again, we are down to 6 players. Everyone now guaranteed $1,423,000.
Going to be disappointing there for Hajiev, no doubt.
Boss, I think I had a timing tell on you there.
You knew I had a good hand. when I went all in, it was kind
Before his chips hit the middle when you went all in?
Heard Ramin mentioning that as well on his walk out.
Is that a towel?
Yes.
Maybe
Well,
feeling
it worked.
disappointed.
You did the reverse. I know you're.
That he snap called
You did
as
it
fast as
yesterday with
Wasserson
ace-nine
moved all in
suited,
there.
You know what's up. You're staying balanced.
No, I had to think about that one a little bit, honestly. Well, I think I know what I'm going to do.
Right. You're not here at Hollywood.
No. What's the point?
Thank you so much.
TVK seems like a really fun dude to hang out with, man. I feel like...
No problem throwing a few needles.
He's just going to call or he's going to fold?
Okay. To get what? To get ahead of him. He always
get ahead of
brags
Lucky.
he's ahead of me.
Wow. Stakes are high.
I think a night out with TVK in somewhere like Melbourne or like Barcelona, we probably just both end up in a really cold
I'm never going to pass you, buddy. I promise you that.
4x4 room with a very small window with a couple of bars across it. You know the ones I'm talking about, Kev?
You're going to get in some trouble is what you're saying.
We're going to get in some trouble, yeah. I do feel like... yeah, could get in some trouble with TVK. He's trying to get people doing shots at the table. And you say, oh boy.
Well, we've got a raise and a 3-bet already. Javi getting after it with the 7-5 suited under the gun. Ace-queen suited is just going to win this easily.
No, I have good hand.
Nice move. Nice move. Very nice.
Nice hand.
Very nice.
I have a good hand.
Now the opposite timing then.
I didn't want to convince myself to do something stupid, so I just got it out of there fast.
That was fun.
I had a good hand. I do beat.
I had 2 life cards.
Maybe.
Well, unless you have...
Jack 10.
No,
70. Yeah, you had 2 life cards. You're right.
Javi considering carefully how much he wants to reveal about that open.
Yeah. He was about to say, oh, I have 2 life cards unless you have... no, wait, I shouldn't say that.
Cognac gun, no cognac.
Good hand.
I will start with the wine if someone will join.
Yeah, I'll have wine after this one. I switched to wine. Maybe we get a nice bottle. Yeah. Some red wine. Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
Get a little 5K bottle of wine in, you know?
And from my friend here, out of all people.
I made a stupid fold there. I think that was too tight.
Stakes are high for TVK to spin up this 9 big blinds. So he can stick around and share that bottle.
See family and stuff, and high there.
He is by far the shortest stack.
You're from around here, or?
Yeah, I live like an
Average 6.7 million.
Max.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
In Montenegro, like an hour away is really
Taylor's
far.
got
It's like a
1.3.
different part of the country, you know?
Yeah.
In US, 1 hour away is like your daily commute. So.
Right, yeah, exactly. You can't just like pop up from Miami to Atlanta in an hour or anything
Yeah.
like that.
No.
12 hours maybe.
That is true. Here in Montenegro, you know, an hour in any direction, you're in a very different part of the country. In America, that's just that's your daily trip to the grocery store.
It's true in some parts. I used to commute 90 minutes to high school both ways.
If you ask my parents
When is when is
how
the
long
break?
it took them to commute to high school, it was one of the most treacherous journeys.
30 minutes, yeah.
Was it like a walking barefoot uphill both directions in the snow kind of situation?
Bears, lizards,
Okay, that's even worse than I.
crocodiles,
With the chips. Coming to you with the chips.
drunks at
Just one double
7:30
up so
a.m.
I
in
can
the
hang out
morning.
longer.
Anytime. Anytime.
Trying to
It
place
was-
the climate
It was a real, you know.
that allowed for that intersect of
Yeah, London in the 70s. you know,
species.
Yeah.
Yeah, tons of crocodiles.
Oh, they really are. I mean, listen.
The problem, though, I'm gonna have to.
Talking about different kinds of crocodiles in London. Rex are getting busy on the button.
Two friends going to war, you know.
Just love no war.
For you, it's just a small battle. For me, it's my whole army's on the line.
Yeah, but since let me know, I will call.
I do love the exaggerated stories of parents.
If I have aces,
In
I
my
leave
time,
one chip behind.
Kevin
Okay.
Rabichow, you know,
Then I will call.
Yes, thank you very much.
how tough we had it.
I'd ace jack.
I'm sure you'll exaggerate the same way one day.
Yeah.
I had it good, man. Had it good.
Nobody else knows that history. You can shape it how you please. Wasserson, the covering stack, into the blinds of Neura and Davies. King Jack offsuit, fringy. Decides to just flat. Feels like that moves Davies' hand away from 3-bet bluffing and maybe towards fold or flat. And does just complete a rare multi-way flop.
Eric being incredibly honest here. Just like speaking out loud. I didn't expect that. Did he just say ooh as he flopped the trip eights as well?
Gonna have to listen back to that one.
Talk about throwing people off of their game.
Seth's got a little something working on this board. Ace of hearts. 3 to a straight. Hard to get this far against the button and fold for 2 blinds. I would think check raise and check call both on the table.
Potentially see some American on American violence here. Seth just comes with call. 1.7 in the middle. Crucial pot for both. Fortunately for Seth, doesn't pick up a flush draw or a straight draw on the turn. Can now kind of find the exit.
Yeah,
Somewhat minimal damage inflicted.
Have to think Wasserson keeps firing. Can be small.
850.
Just half pot. This geometric or so, setting up stacks. Wasserson now firmly in third place.
No, you don't. No. No, you don't.
Well, no.
The guys are being pretty honest here. I
Neuer
don't know
would
how
have
I
picked
feel
up.
about it.
Yeah, Neuer would have picked up that top pair. He was maybe whispering over. I would have had the winner.
That's what he said. Eric said, no, you don't. Wasserson has done a fantastic job separating himself from the middle of the pack there after that big double, massive hold against Ramin Hadjiev. Bit of a safety net for him. Average stack of 44 big blinds. Everyone currently guaranteed 1,423,000 for their efforts.
I said if you jam pre-flop, I fold up. Ace 8. Awesome.
Eric guaranteed his largest ever Triton payday here.
Yeah.
Joining us for the first time in London 2023. Did a full series there.
Hang on, because Taylor, facing a raise from the effective chip leader, has a pair of fives. Good chunk of his stack already invested.
I like doing that. Yeah.
Just a flat
I like
is
doing that.
dicey. Pot behind. And we might end up folding the best hand on some boards. Not this one, though. Flops the flush draw.
All right, Lex is just going to put him in. Good luck, boys. Taylor happy to take the spot. And what a spot it is. 85% equity.
I am all in.
7-10 run out.
Fives with the 5 of clubs on 10-7-3 all clubs. He has king 8.
What a cooler flop.
Wow. That's pretty good.
What can I do?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
80's good. Am I dead yet? Okay, no turn yet. That's good.
Am I dead yet?
I love this guy.
I'm not dead on any turns, right?
No.
Okay.
No, you're not. You are very live, mate. You've got 85% of the equity.
Okay.
That's an excellent
Make it
turn.
91.
All right. I really want
I
to
only have 4 outs.
feel this if it comes.
King and 8. Flop.
Taste the poison.
I only have 4 outs.
Correct.
Oh!
There you go.
Nice hand.
All right. It's good to be back. Yeah, you know. I was really on the outskirts for a minute there.
How much?
I got him right where I want him now.
I told you in the
An
violin.
absolute masochist.
Yes.
Put the
Thank
drink
you,
down
thank
so
you.
he could just
Appreciate
absorb
it. You
the
have a lot of
blow
chips to
should the
lose,
4 outer have
You know,
rolled
plenty
off
to
on the
give
river.
away. Thank you so much. Okay. Still no danger, no threat, but one more double up,
Then
then I become, you know, muy peligroso.
Creeping up on you, though, Bob.
what?
Creeping up on you.
Right there. And this hand?
Okay.
And TVK has got 17
get to-
bigs now.
Hang out a little longer.
It's nice, actually. I don't mind losing because it would have been quiet without you. You know?
Thank you so much. Thank you.
More relaxing ambiance with you at the table.
Yes, yes. No, it
I
keeps the
agree.
dynamic more
Yeah,
fun,
yeah.
for sure.
Better, yeah.
Yeah. You may have just increased your EV by doubling me up. That's one of those spots.
What's that?
It's
Electric
knows what
vehicle?
that is.
Or?
yes. You may have won a new electric vehicle.
I see.
You increase your Tesla.
Yeah.
Don't mention Tesla to me, please.
So is it?
What's the problem?
That's it. You're the boss.
Tesla.
Sure.
Bro, really? You're shorting?
Oh, you got,
Well,
you
it
got
depends.
some on
I'm both ways. It's
You
like
lost both ways.
win, lose, but it's like my max need to
Yeah.
end of the road.
Yeah.
Wow, we found the Montenegrin Ali Najad. Alexa is
Really young
short
guy.
Tesla.
Completely forgot about it. Nothing crazy, but it was still a nice surprise. I mean, it went up like whatever.
Short, long,
Yeah.
a little bit of everything, it sounds like.
It's my only lucky story. Like,
Cool Ali over.
I'm sure there's some more stories.
no, I mean of that. Like, you know, some people like find Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I had no idea they had. That happens all the time, I feel like. I'm sure that's happened to you.
Me?
Something like that, yeah. No, never.
Never misplaced any crypto, really. How much?
Well, Noira getting action from
My room for a few months.
number 1 and number 2 at this table.
Bad read. I mean.
Still has the best hand. But Ismailov, once he gets involved, he really is trying to apply pressure, almost regardless of the board.
How do you play against someone that tries to win every pot?
Hopefully get dealt the winner. That's a big part of it. Got to keep putting money in and hope to have the best of it when the cards flip over.
Maher will have the winner 91% of the time. But Javid, not one to typically slow down. Loves putting on pressure. Maher now chopping with all other Queen X. Now losing to a 7.
This really is such an uncomfortable hand to call down with. Your kicker has been counterfeit. You're drawing so slim when behind, usually just 2 outs.
Wow.
Hard to fault him for that fold. I mean, it's just not the hand to take your stand with.
This guy has come into the Triton Super High Roller Series like an absolute wrecking ball.
It's a bad turn. Should have had a 7.
That wasn't a spot for get wrecked, was it? That was just wrecking ball was on your mind.
Probably was a spot for get wrecked, to be fair.
It was like...
It's like, just get wrecked, mate. I'm the chip leader.
Yeah.
Stay out of the way, and maybe you ladder a couple more spots. You know, the difference between 6th and 4th, for example, is 860,000.
Those jumps, by the way, so flat in this part of the payout structure. Each ladder between 6 and 3, relatively equal. About 400,000 per jump, 4 to 500,000. So each elimination is worth quite a lot. Now that we're down to 6.
A lot in terms of dollar value.
Yes.
Not much in terms of buy-ins.
Just like as a percentage of what's to come.
That's why I asked again. I didn't believe you.
If you think about like playing for the win, you know, you have to be prepared to finish 5th or 4th a lot of the time, but laddering from 6 to 3 makes you a good bulk of the remaining prize pool. So it does kind of incentivize survival. Is this an open limp from Taylor with a premium, no less? Ace Jack suited in the hijack.
I think he was coming with plans of limp jam against the chip leaders on his left.
Yeah, it could be the positional thing at this table. Taylor does currently have the worst seat, having to get through both Ismailov and Pavicevic.
Nine, 7-3, 2 clubs, 1 heart. Taylor with the 2 overs, backdoor not flush draw. Eric's got that inside straight draw and may come out firing here, which he does.
Looks like mandatory continue for TVK. Yes, we could be behind, but 4-1 on our money. Overcards with hearts. Now the opportunity for Wasserson to win it. Does generally connect well with a low board. Probably completes any 2 suited cards in the small blind. So a lot of flushes available for Was. Shuts it down though. Let's see if Taylor seeks protection for the ace-jack high. No guarantee it's the best hand. Could be up a 7, or could be up against a 7 or a 3. That's a nice outcome. Little 200K stab to clear out a gut shot and 2 live cards.
Yeah, well played, TVK, just making some adjustments there. Byproduct of having big stacks to his direct left. Not the seat he would have chosen.
Very
Same
advanced.
could be said for Seth Davies.
Not sure what to make of it.
It just seemed fun.
Definitely fun.
Trying to have some fun.
Alexa, I think, giving some thought to an open jam there. A bit of hesitation.
Oh, it's like.
But 40 big blinds against Wasserson.
Standard action.
Just based on what he's been opening, I think he was more than happy to play the Queen-8 suited. Did look like serious consideration about something, though. Maybe this is why. Not wanting to get 3-bet by the healthy stack on the button.
Was has shown up to play today, man. Was is feeling it right now.
100%.
He's in his groove. He's got 50 bigs. 6.2 million up top.
I was too short. I don't even remember. Yeah. Yeah, I was too short.
Good. I make it 300 and flop you at 800.
Ah, yeah. Maybe a little. Yeah, you're right.
Reliving that pocket 5's hand that got Taylor the double.
Eric currently guaranteed his
Would have felt a bit better because I would have gotten
best live cash.
Yeah.
You know.
I understand.
Yeah, you get it.
Yeah, he kind of fucked you up mentally.
Previous career high of 545,000. Recently took down 25K mixed games Dealer's Choice Championship in the Bahamas, where we were during WSOP Paradise. Picked up 353K over there. He's absolutely smashed his record here. Guaranteed at least 6th place money.
Seth here.
I have
Bluff
a bad
raise.
feeling, so just
Blind
take
versus
it.
blind. Convincing a pretty playable one to fold there. Had a bad feeling.
Man. Just take it.
Just take it, he says. Sometimes, you know, you pick the player at the table that you're trying to avoid. Maybe a sign of respect there from TVK, just saying, you know, if there's anyone I don't want to mess this up against, it's Seth Davies.
Very in form, of course. Fresh off that win in the 50K just the other night, just shy of $1.5 million. Kudos to Davies for finding the spot there.
Yeah.
Hasn't had many opportunities presented to him to pick up chips, and, well, as soon as that door did open, he stepped right into it. Back up to 17 bigs.
Oh, no. Ismailov continues to go after Pavi, who is still second in chips.
Ace Queen has been the theme of this final table. Pavi going to come with call.
Yeah, very different spot from his last confrontation with Ace Queen, having position and a good price. Just calling.
I mean, this could be huge for Alexa. Ace Jack 9. Javid's got bottom pair, backdoor clubs. And we know he loves to barrel multiple streets, especially when he's involved pre-flop as the aggressor.
It's a deceptive little snap call from Pavi, I think. Traditionally looks weak. His Ace Queen quite strong.
2.6 in the middle. Doesn't bet big.
Cheap enough to convince Javid that the 9 might be good. There are straight draws and flush draws visible.
Self-inflicted damage being done here by Javid.
Yeah, playing this one too speedy pre-flop. Inflating this pot to the point where over 2 million has already been lost, and Pavi's going to ask for another 2.7.
Javid's getting a bit ahead of himself, isn't he, Kev? Just needs to recognize this is a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, I think many players with the big chip lead fall into this trap of all aggression as the path to winning hands against their opponents. Javid has calling chips. And I don't mean for this river spot, but just in general, having the option to play hands without building them to this size, being underutilized thus far at this final table.
Yeah, it feels like every opportunity there has been to be aggressive, he's kind of taken it, which at the end of the day, let's be honest, is why he's the overwhelming chip leader with 6 left and 6.2 up top. So, you know,
when it's
it has
going
its
well,
benefits.
Yeah, when it's going well and you've got the winner enough of the time. Oh, look at this from Alexa. Maybe sensing that he needs to change the energy a little bit to get paid off. This like overt look of comfort that we've even seen him use before, I feel, when bluffing.
Yeah, but like, tell me what the bluff is, mate.
Oh,
Find me a bluff.
It's so hard, of course. But we've seen Pavi open light under the gun. 7-5 of clubs.
Wow.
Did he call? Oh. Alexa's taken over the chip lead.
Nice hand.
What on earth did we just witness there? And perhaps, as you mentioned, Kevin, that body language shift from Alexa, just
I think it
getting
did something.
paid off.
Yeah.
Javid with the ill-timed aggression and then the misstep on the river. Wanted to be a big hero on the big stage. Pavi has taken the chip lead, and as we were discussing, the last thing Javid wanted was to have the chip leader on his direct left, but that's what he's done with that misstep.
Fold.
I mean, I think now, you know, people like Wasserson, people like Seth, Mahad are going to see what's going on. And we could end up having a bit of a repeat from that 50K when we come back from break. Really wouldn't surprise me if we just enter a bit of a gridlock, bit of a stalemate. if players are anticipating a potential implosion from Javid with his 11 million chip stack, then why not wait for the chips to come your way?
Yeah. Yeah, it becomes a game of waiting. You want to just be the beneficiary of a generous double up, or sit by while a big collision happens between former chip leader and one of your table mates.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like that hand we just witnessed there.
We're running bad.
What's that?
We're running really bad.
Yeah, I know. It's like, I hope we lose there. Just keep losing.
Yeah.
Don't change anything.
Yeah.
It's like a 10K donation to the higher
Still
cost.
quite a lot of chips in play, 44 big blind average.
Yeah, actually. I get it.
No shame in folding.
Yeah, no shame in folding.
Oh, I had you. Fuck.
What's with the table talk? It's been
There's just no shame, you know? I have
highly
enough chips
entertaining.
now, but there's no shame. We're gonna get heads up.
I love this guy. He's been so entertaining. Some of the table talk, just enjoying the moment, Kevin, for what it is. I mean, he's locked up the largest career cash of his life, almost 3x'd it with this guaranteed $1.4 million payday. Everyone going to be eyeing up that $6.2 million top prize as we welcome you back to the break desk. Kevin, that reminded me of when King Kong escaped Kong Island and ventured out to New York, climbed up the Empire State Building. It was just carnage. Carnage from the start of that final table.
Yeah, it was, and all eyes on the chip leader, or I should say the former chip leader, if only by a small margin, Javid Ismailov, getting involved in perhaps one too many big pots through the later part of that frame, and finds himself with the new chip leader on his left.
Yeah, and now that, you know, we've had the 3 eliminations, the average stack is 44 big blinds, and we've seen everything that has developed thus far, it feels like we're heading into a similar frame, similar to the 50K the other night, where everyone's just like, okay, I need to just chill out, relax, and see what this guy does. Because Javid sat there with 12 million, but we've already seen he's willing to play 5, 6, 7, 8 million chip pots, and he could, you know, be out the door in 6th.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're Bahar Noira, you've already seen some caution exercise. Seth Davies as well. TVK, the pocket fives that got him the double, played cautiously already. So now, in light of what we've just seen, I think even more to come.
You're going to be stepping out. Randy Lou's going to be stepping in and joining me as we work our way down through this final table. So don't go too far. A quick 10-minute break, and when we return, 6 left in this 200K. We'll see you shortly.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
you take that one.
No, Kevin, please. I mean,
no, I don't. I just don't remember, Henry, which interview soundbite you're referring to. There were so many.
Something about grabbing your socks. You know, this feels like one of those final tables. Grab your socks and buckle up. It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
I mean, this looks like a collision to me right away. Santurn 10 big blinds. Not thrilled to be facing a +1 open. This is a 9-handed final table. Under the gun 8. Gonna be a tight range.
800.
But we've just got ace queen. It's too big of a hand.
Everyone else behind gonna get out of the way. Maher kind of gives him the nod.
No, he said all.
Oh, he said all.
I said all.
Friendly fire. Partner against partner.
Good luck.
And it is.
Invite each other.
It is partner on partner violence, Kevin. Would you believe? Maher Neuer, the invitee that invited Thomas Santoni.
He busted me from my 100K
Montenegro last year.
Final table.
No.
Oh, you're both. Yeah.
I was with Nikita.
Wow. That would be a brutal start to the FT. Queen high flop.
You can't win against him.
Santoni off to a fantastic start.
4 away from the 100K.
2.7 million in the middle. To bounce back into this one. Get back up. More than 20 bigs. Neuer goes from 2 to 6 outs. He's looking for a jack or a 10. Doesn't seem to be sweating this one either, Kevin. Just laughing with his table mates. Played this game long enough as he finds the 10 of spades for runner straight.
Good playing with you.
Eliminating his pro of choice, Thomas Santoni, out in 9th, will head to collect $617,000 for his run here. And with that, just in the space of, what, 3 or 4 hands, we've had our first elimination. He was the short stack coming in. Got that button jam through. Just a rejam spot here. It's looking like
Well, you can now.
I mean, I don't do.
Behind camera.
TVK is going for a bit of a walk. Java's got the ace king going and he's continuing with this 3.5. Thing about this kind of spot, Kevin. Real gut punch after the queen high flop. The Uno reverse card on the turn in the form of the king of spades. Now Yoni drawing to just 2 outs. Does not find it. And we have our second pro being eliminated here at this final table. Handshakes all round. Round of applause for Joni Ukkomainen. He's going to head to collect $774,000 for his efforts.
I had it wrong.
This being his
It was both of our birthdays. It was our
fourth
birthdays on
cash.
Monday, me and him both. Yeah.
On the Triton Tour.
20 big blinds? 130 big blinds? What is it?
First in the form of a no-limit hold'em tournament. What a way to get that monkey off of his back
You
for
did
someone that
everything I fucked it up.
doesn't play two cards. Held his own here. Final table of one of the biggest invitationals in Triton history. Had to collect the last of the six-figure payouts, bringing his Triton earnings now to north of $2 million. Bittersweet for Joni, of course, after... Man, can we just do an invitational at every stop?
You got to keep it exclusive, you know?
I know, but still.
Only way to get it this big, this much action, make it rare.
We had 48 pairings.
It's huge.
Before a hand had even been played.
Nice fold there from Noira. Tempting one. Oh. These two hands. Even knowing that TVK will be posting 20% of his stack next hand.
875.
These are just two big hands between the 4 million chip stacks.
Are we
They're
just,
already just in.
Are we just down to 6 here?
It's already all in and call.
It feels like we're just down to 6, Kevin. They are just dropping like flies. It's the ace-queen again, the hand that's all in at risk. For the third time at this final table. Was has Hajiev covered ever so slightly. About 2/3 of a big blind difference between these stacks.
Such a fast all in, I should have considered.
Huh?
Such a fast one. Yeah.
Ace king.
Oof. Clubs on board. Hajiev now with 43% equity. Also has the 3 remaining queens working in his favor. What a sweat for Was. Just looking to hold as he removes the queen out, but nothing shifts as Hajiev picks up 3 additional 10s. Club or a 10 for Broadway needed for the 2023 Invitational champion Ramin Hajiev, otherwise he is out the door in 7th. Wasserson holds.
Good game, good game.
That could quite literally be the biggest hold of the Americans' tournament career. What a start to this final table for him. He's up to 7.5 million. And we are somehow down to 6 players in, I want to say, the space of 2 pros and a previous invitational champion have been eliminated so far at this final table, Randy. From 9 players at the start of this FT, down to 6 already. It was just car crash after car crash in the form of pre-flop confrontations, and then since then it's been kind of like a battle at the top of the chip counts. Javid Ismailov and Alexa Pavi have just been squaring off against each other. Javid was up to 15 million chips at one point, Randy, just to give you some context, as Pavi was down to around 7.5. And they've just been going after each other in the form of the most outrageous pre-flop 3-bets and 4-bets. I mean, the amount of cold 4-bets we've seen at this final table, I think have been more than we've seen throughout this entire series. Javid just 3-bet and under the gun open with 9-6 suited, came ace-jack-9, continued, Alexa had ace-queen, turn went check, bet, call, And then River went check, bet, call with just bottom pair, and it was just a huge shift as Alexis taken the chip lead with 6 left.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you see two players, number 1 and number 2, at a final table like this, you're usually expecting them to stay out of the way of one another, right? Try to get those podium finishes, but no, these two are just throwing that out the window. And I didn't really expect us to be down to 6 so fast, but here we are.
Yeah, the fact that we're at 6 is insane. What it has done, though, is obviously increased the average stat. We're playing 33 big blinds deep, so I'm curious now, given the context that we've, filled everyone in on from this final table so far, and the fact that Seth, Davies, Maher, and TVK have had a front row seat to it, they've taken the break. They're like, okay, look, these guys are playing 10 million chip pots against one another. They're 3-betting and 4-betting each other left, right, and center. I mean, the guy's 3-betting pre-flop with 9-6 suited against an under-the-gun open. I can just chill out here. I'm not in any particular rush. I can just bide my time, wait for one of these two to implode, and then from there navigate onwards and look to get to at least heads up and kind of reevaluate.
That makes a lot of sense, especially because not only are they clashing with one another, but they're very likely to raise, call it off against many of the other short stacks still out there, so you do want to hang in there and try to get those ICM payouts.
Yeah, and talking of ICM payouts, Wasserson has put himself in a fantastic position. He's currently got 38 big blinds, very comfortably in third. And then there's a huge drop-off to TVK, Seth, Davies, and Maher, who are all sub-15. And when you look at the payouts, the difference between 6th and 3rd, Randy, just a casual 1.3 million.
That's it?
That's it. So if you could just wait these guys out for a couple more ladders, as I'm sure Eric Wasserson will be trying to do, he could guarantee himself another few ladders and then, kind of go on and try and win this one. Champion's going to be walking away with 6.2 million, of course, that coveted Triton trophy. 7-figure payouts guaranteed. 2 chip leaders coming into this frame. Pavi and Ismailov both playing around 60 big blinds apiece. Maher has a pretty nice seat in the sense that he is on the left of the 2 chip leaders. Seth Davies and TVK are as handcuffed as it gets. Having Javid on their left doesn't make things easy.
Race.
So 6 remain here. Blinds up to big blind 200K. Maher to the shortest stack.
Gonna try to wait out the other short stacks. Didn't want to defend against the 2.5x open.
I'll join you, Taylor.
Yeah. What are you having? Let's do some wine. Yeah, let's do some red wine.
I'm with you.
Should we drink local or? Yeah. A bottle of red wine we're gonna share. A nice bottle, local. Yeah. Thank you so much.
There we go. Come on, the boys.
Oh wow, that was fast. I did not even see the first card.
Some local red wine being ordered.
They were having the cognac last night.
Late last night as well. Been drinking. I mean, at the start of this final table, Randy, they started discussing shots for everyone. Just going shot for shot, all the way down to a champion.
How much is it?
1.9.
Taking
1.975.
1975.
the jam spot. Out the small. Sub 10 bigs. Seth with queen 7. Gonna ask for a count.
I should never be calling this. But basically, the game plan at the bottom is try to out-chip your opponent. So hopefully they have the pressure.
400 at a time, baby. worked for the last 4 hours.
I had a very happy one.
You're very consistent with your stack.
I mean,
That's some
Cruising.
I wish I could spin.
Oh, of course.
But yeah, if I can't spin, I try to be
You
consistent.
need to get cold to do that. You do a spinner bust, right?
Yes, true.
You get cold, just keep cruising.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure I will get called today.
Eventually.
450?
I'll take the over.
I had getting some compliments from the table and his consistency of nursing a short stack. It's gonna have to get called eventually, Randy.
Hopefully not soon. Raise and take.
Jam spot for Seth. Potentially on the button with an ace. Just as they were referencing how important it is to pick up the blinds at least once every orbit.
If you can get this one through.
1.4 million.
Close that gap between him and Taylor and Maher.
Jack, 7 of clubs for Javid. Just gonna let it go.
5 out
Seth
of 10.
Very happily take that one down.
5 at a time.
Those guys.
Stack,
This is his
stack of
stack
whites
by
every time.
25%.
Oh yeah.
So what's gonna give?
Я вижу. Ну, я тоже сейчас, я вот сейчас первый начинаю.
What's gonna give first?
Ramin's back.
Inşallah şeyine düşmüşüm. Еще.
Да, тебе заказать? Но они вино пьют, а ты что будешь? Ты коньяк, как вчера. Coming.
Ace-8 offsuit. Gonna limp into the other big stack. 5-4 off for Pavi.
Snap check through.
Wow, already onto the river.
That's crazy. I mean, Pavi's got 5 high. Surely recognizing that he needs to bet at this one, which he does. 250, tries to get a cheap bluff through. And he's going to get paid off.
That might have been the quickest hand of poker I've seen.
I think that was the fastest hand
Crazy
ever
bluff.
at a Triton final table.
One big blind.
TVK's got 13 bigs, Davies has 13, Noira's got 12. And the difference between busting out now and busting out in fourth is $860,000.
Yeah, so there should be a huge risk premium for them. They need to tighten up their ranges, try to outlast the others while they can. 2 8s, that's good enough to commit chips.
Good luck laddering, boys.
Davies has the full Jack 10 suited for that price.
Guys are good at stealing blinds. Never get action.
That's all we got.
Yeah.
It's the only, it's the only move we got right now.
It's a good move.
Good move.
Until you get caught.
Well, it depends. Depends if they're stealing or not, Randy.
Really?
Yeah, thought you got 8s. I was gonna call with 9-10 suited, see the flop.
Really?
No.
All right. Taylor's turn to push in chips with his pocket pair.
1.2.
Don't copy me, please.
All
You're
the
the
short
best.
stacks.
Oh, another 2 sevens right behind.
All the short stacks taking it in turns to try and pick up the blinds in the big blind ante.
He's in. The short stacks are loving this situation until the cards are shown.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
7.
I mean,
Oh god.
zakazujete ja to
Not like this. Not like this. Not like this.
Taylor.
Yo.
You sure it's your suit?
Yeah, which one?
Yeah, I'm hearts and clubs. Or do you want to switch? Do you want to switch? Which one?
TVK sweating this one. Be a dirty way to go out.
Oh, okay.
Chop it up, boys.
Wow. 8 on.
I would have won. 6
Queen
deuce.
10 suited.
Jack 8. Club.
You all would have won
6 deuce.
our money.
We all win. 6 deuce. Jack 8 suited and Queen 10.
Wow. Holy, everybody would have won but them. That's crazy. Wow.
Perfect. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Sign of great poker.
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There's the wine.
You think that's gonna make this final table any looser than it already has been?
I'm a bit afraid. This game gets even looser.
Or Jack. Yeah. 0s.
Been the greatest spot of all time.
Finish, yeah. Wishful thinking.
It happens. I mean, it is possible.
Everything is possible.
Anything's possible.
Everything. Perfect. Please.
Javid's turn to come in. 2.5x, ace-9 off. I think there's a chance we even see Seth Davies step aside. Because he's so close in chips to the other short stacks. Looks like he's going to come along. But it does hurt to just bleed and make yourself the clear short stack.
10-6-5, complete brick for Seth. 1.3 in the middle. Javid just needs to see better this one. He's going to take it down.
So sub 10 big blinds now for Seth. Little gap now between him and Maher and Taylor von Kriegenberg.
So since coming back from break, Javid's done a good job at creating a little bit of a buffer between himself and Alexa. Not what it once was. At one point it was up to 15.5 million. Pavi was playing around 7. Seth with an ace. Easiest jam of his life, blind v blind.
See if Taylor can wake up the hand. I can keep Seth honest. What's he working with? Jack 10 suited? Oh, man. For chips, it would be a call.
I don't know about in this situation.
What kind of cash games are you facing 9 big blind shoves with?
Or $1.8 million.
When there's lots of straddles, you know, blind range. Oh God, I don't know how to do this stuff. God damn.
Seth knows. Ask him.
Yeah, show me what your cards are. I'll tell you what to do.
God.
This is a $200,000 buy-in tournament.
I'm just gonna give it to you, bro.
Yeah, that seems right.
Yeah, could have showed me. I would have told you.
It's all right.
6.2 million up top. Everyone feeling the pinch right now. These heavy ICM implications.
This table's too crazy. This table's too crazy. I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm supposed to.
Wow. Three of you have exactly the same stack.
Yeah. An interesting one. I mean, I just mean in the early levels, I would snap call, obviously. I don't know. This table's insane.
That's an interesting hand to have.
I don't know what the fuck is going on.
I bet it's tight fold.
Jeff's come over.
Chipley
Join in for a glass of wine.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, nice one.
Small blind 100.
I had an ace. I had an ace.
100 small blind.
I made a very tight fold that hand.
Yeah?
Very
Worked
tight.
out for me. I would have folded your open, I think.
Damn.
I would have played either jam or call against you.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Oh, it's on me?
Probably had me dominated, to be honest.
So many would have in this last couple of exchanges.
What?
So many
A lot of,
would-haves.
yeah.
A lot of would have.
Would.
That's what makes it fun.
A lot of Monday morning quarterbacks.
Love that. So fun.
So if you would have had jacks, but instead of Jack 10, I had aces, and he would have had king.
No, that's too much, Seth. That's too much. Let's keep it realistic, at least.
Yeah. My aunt had a dick, she'd be my uncle.
Yeah. What?
Nowadays, there are a lot of those.
Yeah, that actually
Wow.
is more realistic.
It's one of my favorite sayings. Drop your socks, ladies and gentlemen. Seth Davies in the mix. 6 left. Looking for his second title of the series.
On in. On in.
Maha just jamming it in. No nonsense with this half stack kind of stuff. Just wants to announce himself right here, right now.
Yeah, so basically all the short stacks, they are looking to just open jam rather than bring in min raise to
Another
induce, just
fact.
because it's a tight cluster at the bottom. Maximize fold equity.
Yep, stole it.
First card I looked at was an ace. I was like, probably not folding to this guy. Then
How'd you fold? Your other card didn't exist?
6 offsuit.
Shows the ace queen. Randy, we do have a couple of other tournaments running here today. Event number 9, that 50K is down to the final 14 players. David Peters is chip leading that one. The likes of Steve O'Dwyer, Ike Haxton, Nacho Barbero, Jesse Lones, Ben Tollery, Makita, Jamil Wakil, Poseidon Ho. All in the mix over there. Very healthy 1.25 million up top. And of course, we
he's
do
out
have
again.
event number 10.
The Masked Crusader.
100K main event.
1.2.
No. Keep it friendly this time.
I was sure 1.2 is coming.
So this time not an open jam because he's a bit too deep and it's early position. Gonna try to steal those blinds, which seems like he will. Maher's kind of left Seth Davies and Taylor von Kringenberg behind at the bottom.
You're running the table over.
Chip leader.
Yeah, it's given him enough of a gap, right, where if he was to collide with either of those stacks and lose, he'd still have, you know, 5-6 blinds back. Ace Jack here for Shark Davies. 11 bigs under the gun. Announces himself. And I guess, Randy, at the moment, this is what we can expect, right? Until these short stacks either bust or double up.
That's right. This would be a bit too loose for ace-7 of clubs to be willing to call off Seth's
500 at a time.
practical shove.
500 at a time.
I don't know. Just don't know.
What's that?
Huh?
What's that?
Huh?
What do you have?
A7. Dude. No?
Hold on.
He's got the big blind next.
Baffles me
That's a good
how open and honest these guys are being.
I think so.
Whoa, whoa. I don't even know if I want this card.
It's very heavy.
That was a crazy.
If you want it.
Thank you.
500.
Oh.
Pavi, king 5 off, soon to cut off. He's going to pick on these short stacks. See if Seth has the appetite to play king 8 off. Yeah, this one he's going to lay down, which is great for Pavi. There's just nothing the short stack can do but try to outlast one another at the moment.
Glad Javid's taken a chill pill on break since returning. He's just chilling.
It's all right, chilling and doing what he needs to do to maintain that stack and hopefully increase it a little bit more.
Just enjoying his time out there. Not forcing things. Maybe someone on break, a friend, the coach, a peer, was just like, Javid.
But even then, sometimes like on the break, you just recollect your thoughts and, you know, go into the next level with a gear shift. We'll see though. King 9 offsuit for Wasserson. He's been quiet, but now he's going to attack here. His turn to pick up some blinds, and it's really nice to open raise into the bottom 3 stacks. They just can't really defend at the moment.
Yeah, we'd be playing.
That was a fast level. Byproduct of the pre-flop open jamming.
Oh, wow. What was it before? 11? Huh?
20.
It was 20.
You want us out of here, we get it.
We play fast.
Keep this thing.
Yeah. We need a stable for something else, you know. Guys want to order your desserts and your way.
Desserts with the alcohol.
All in. It's like 1.
Good luck, TVK.
1.9.
Jamming blind v blind. See what Javid wants to do here. Feels like too much.
It should be too much, but he's also giving me these vibes like, I don't really like these short stacks. I'm gonna play some post-flop poker. Sigh of relief though for Taylor von Kriegenberg. The one time we've seen the short stacks called recently was 7s versus 7s.
That is true. They did chop that one up.
There's those new blind levels. 125, 250. Big blind ante 250. Price is so expensive for these short stacks.
Yes, now dropped down to 27 big blind average. Seth Davies down to 9 bigs. TVK down to 9 bigs. Mahar on 12. Here is Mahar. King Queen of Hearts is just going to open jam.
Yeah, Wasserson had ace-8 offsuit under the gun, but he saw the big blind was Pavi and was like, no, I'm not interested in raising to that player.
Only very good answer.
9s. Oh, shit. That's okay. He doesn't care. What do you do if I raise? What do you do if I raise?
I go this.
How do you beat?
Huh?
How do you beat?
With ace.
Randy, this has been one of the funnest final tables in a long time. They're just being so honest and so chatty.
They're relaxed.
Yeah, they're just enjoying the moment and drinking wine. They're like, hey, look, you know, we've locked up 1.4 million, playing for 6.2. Absolute scenes here.
Just the biggest spot of all of their tournament careers, and yeah, another day in office for them. Really is a dream scenario. Here we got Seth Davies, ace-king. Let's see how he wants to play it. I imagine he's just going to open jam, not try to induce off of the sub 10 bigs. Half stack jam.
Ooh, round to Was.
I think he's in.
All right.
In the big blind. Good luck, boys.
Run it.
Seth Davies in a fantastic spot to double up to 4.8 million. If he can just hold here,
No. I would have folded queens.
he's going to move up to third in chips.
Feels loose when he has ace king.
Most of the hands feel loose, yes.
He's also going to be able to do some serious damage. I mean, 995, some chop outs for Was.
What's the 9? 5 side? No, 4 side.
Calling for a 4 side. There it is, but not the right one.
It's actually not the 4 side I was looking for. Why is that good?
I mean, one more 9 or an
No,
ace
it's
would chop
bad.
it now.
I would have more outs on any other card. A double pair.
Oh,
Ace king's good.
It's bad, really bad.
I just found it out.
Huh?
Have
Ace, yeah.
That's the way my brain thinks.
Seth with a monster double up.
Davies gonna possibly do the 2-time?
No, stop it. He came into this trip with, I think, like 8.2 million in Triton earnings, 8.3. Obviously ships the 50K, crosses the 10 million chip mark. Can you imagine if he leaves this series doubling his entire Triton earnings to date over, you know, the last 3 years in just 2 tournaments?
Lines are flying. Just keep doing
He
that.
actually could do that.
You keep doing that.
Enjoy yourself. Have some
Exactly. I'll
Actually
fucking go
could
down to
do
1
that.
blind. You just keep doing that shit. Forever.
In that event, he did win earlier this week. He was a short stack at some stage 2. He was able to spin it up.
Dude, do you remember when we came back? I think 6 left. Makita had 7 bigs, Seth had 5 bigs, and they were like the clear short stacks. And he just somehow, and he spiked that 2 outer on the river. It was just crazy, man. Crazy spin.
8s for Javid. 3x to 750K, and look at the flat from Pavi. This is number 1 versus number 2 in chip counts.
Don't do it, Was.
I know, I think you got to show some resistance here.
Was is like, I could increase my stack by almost 50% if I get a jam through here.
I like a fold in this spot. Yes, there's 10 big blind stacks out there. You're up against a 3x and a flat. Don't get involved.
Did he just say he's on tilt?
He did say that. These two are not on tilt as we go to a flop. 8s versus Jack 10 suited. Check call of the 2 8s.
Pavi turning the best hand. Checks through. 100% check mark for the man from Montenegro on home soil. He's going to be chip leader with 6 left.
Feels like Pavi knows the Jack 10 is good, but is it too thin? It's gotten called thinly by Javid before.
He has. Yeah, he's going to try and get 1.7 million in value on the river. Alexa just correctly recognizing that he's got the best hand once again against his man, especially when he starts seeing that body language. Now he's desperate for a call.
He's going to pay it off.
That is a massive swing in momentum. Pavi has the chip lead by quite some margin. He's up to 15 million now.
He's playing great. Thin value bets. Getting involved. He just has the perfect setup for him to take down this tournament.
TVK is having a bit of a tough time there. Moss on the button, can't get involved. Nora with 12 bigs out the small and an ace.
This is a close your eyes and jam in an ace spot. You got Davies, 2 7s. That's going to be able to call it off. Here we go. Run it.
Pre-flop collision. Not the hand Mahara wanted to see there.
Come on.
Yeah. It's probably not going to work out the same way for you, though.
Yeah, I don't
Wow.
think
It's going to be a different outcome.
Wow.
potentially chop. Not very likely.
Chop is pretty hard, yeah. You need to hit a set.
Mahara was doing such a fantastic job. Working his way back into this one, taking the jam spots when they were presented to him. He's picked up some outs here. Gone from 3 to 6.
Not bad. Here we go.
Just add 7 more outs to the equation, Randy.
Picture or ace?
Ace, king, queen, jack. He's got a wrap. Does not find it.
Good game.
That is a sick hold.
Great game, man.
Seth Davies has gone from shortest stack to now 3rd in chips. And to a point where he can now eliminate players. As he eliminates Mahar Noira. In 6th place, he's going to head to collect $1.4 million for his efforts. Incredible performance here. The man from Tunisia picking up his 8th cash of the Triton Tour. He's got to be thrilled with that one, although perhaps, you know, had high hopes for a few more ladders. Given that when we returned, Randy, there were the 3 short stacks all kind of equally tied. The deck, unfortunately, dealing him out of the tournament. Picked up an ace out of the small. Had to do what he did with the jam pre-flop, just running into the 7s of Seth, who's now up to 31 big blinds. We're down to 5. Everyone guaranteed $1.8 million for their efforts.
I'm telling you, Seth Davies, he really could do the double.
Okay, my favorite hand.
Javid, sixes, raise and take.
This is so fun.
This is fun.
This is so, yeah. I mean, you're having quite the week, huh?
I'm having a great time.
That's awesome.
I'm having a hell of a
Good
time.
for you, man.
Thanks, buddy.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah, I mean, you
TVK's having the time of his
Showing up
life.
for this tournament, leaving.
Are you?
Yeah, damn. We got a flight to catch tomorrow, so.
Sick hourly.
Yes. It's not so bad.
Are you flying straight back to New York?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, very fortunate situation.
Yeah, that's nice. It's hard to get back home from here.
It's hard to pass on that flight and play the rest of the tournament. You know what I mean? It's like
I mean, it's incredible. Some guy's got a plane going straight to Vegas. I'm jealous.
Wow.
What?
Yeah, that's
at the end of the.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to get on that flight.
Oh, I had to leave before that.
Yeah, I think it's like quite a bit after the no limits if you're.
Wasserson, pocket eights. This is a spot he could reshove.
Especially against the chip leader open 5-handed.
Yeah, if there's someone to reshove on, it's going to be against Pavi, who opens very wide.
Good luck, Was.
Nice
There you go,
little pick up
Was.
there.
Not scared.
No.
Felt like it.
No.
Huh?
I felt like it's coming before I even raised.
Really? I haven't looked at my cards yet.
It's just sometimes
You
you
just
have a feeling.
the energy, yeah.
Card
Feeling
sense.
like I shouldn't raise this hand. Take a tight fold.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to let the 9-7 offsuit go.
I jack 7 suited.
Oh, sorry.
It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. No, it's fine. I had you beat.
Yeah, obviously.
I want Was and TVK on every TV table. The deadpan humor and the rogue chat and witty banter. It's fantastic.
Raise.
Well, Was is going to raise it up with King Jack off. Taylor's been very card dead.
Cool.
No, I did say.
Whoa.
Hang on.
He's getting in there, 3-2 suited.
Go get him, boys.
That opens the door for Pavi to defend the big blind with a very loose 10-6
I don't know who I'm rooting
offsuit.
for here. Just a fun
Somebody
game.
gets somebody.
Yeah, somebody. That's it. Kinda rooting for you,
1.7
Pop.
in the middle.
You ready?
995.
Hold on, is he just leading out with the nut low?
Nice bet.
Javid.
Maybe.
Tricky? Tricky?
That wasn't tricky.
You didn't randomize that one, Was? You were straight out.
What do you mean? Oh, what?
I thought you might come with the raise, or, you know?
I don't know. I had really bad cards.
Yeah. You did really bad.
Yeah.
You did really bad on that hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I played that hand really
You
bad.
made a good bet.
Yeah. Pop just let him have it.
Yeah. It's okay.
Why you do that?
ABC poker.
Why you just let him have it? What did he have? What did he have?
5-6 of spade.
How'd that be?
3 deuce of diamonds.
It was 995.
Oh, I didn't have that beat. No, I didn't have that beat. No. I did not have that beat.
They're so off.
This is giving me real home game
maybe King
kind of vibes, man.
That's what I had.
For millions.
We have $6.2 million up top.
Pavi messing with Seth Davies.
500 hand.
Nothing Davies can do.
I don't know what the value of this hand is.
Show it. He'll tell you. He's a good
Like
teacher.
zero,
I'll ask you
probably.
later. No, it's definitely not zero, but
13%.
it's.
He does like 9-6.
Oh, that was
I
yesterday.
don't know how you knew that.
You play a big hand with 9-6? I just
TVK's getting needled.
And it's standard hand, they're like deep, you know, it's just raise,
Yeah, it was
six,
totally
raise,
standard.
call, whatever, yeah.
Got 2 times the pot on the river with 9 high. Oh, totally. The hand played itself,
yeah,
right?
it sounds like ABC to me.
Yeah.
Well, what I meant is I can't do it today because You don't have enough blinds. Probably gets in before that.
Yeah, it's harder to do that when I got.
Yeah, you're not going to see that many rivers, I think.
Taylor, he's got 2 4s. He's only got 7 bigs. Second shortest stack has 20 big blinds. He needs to run this one.
Good luck, TVK. Sub 7 big blinds. He knows what needs to be done.
Suited ace is interested for Javid. Wow, he's going to reshove.
That is a massive jam.
Chop again?
Should double up.
Had the chip leader behind. I mean,
oh, wow.
Great
5% of the time you just get snapped.
You almost double up, yeah. Should double up, yeah. Yeah, I've heard that before.
You almost folded it?
I almost did. Now I'm going to regret it.
Yeah. That was a bad situation.
Come on, evil.
Luca, you shouldn't be.
Bad situation. You're 65% of the equity.
Absolutely.
He's locked up $1.8 million.
Oh,
no. That's an ace for Javid.
Okay, we have a chance
some
of
things.
some fun.
You got some things happening, maybe.
Some fun could happen on the turn.
Some fun could happen on the turn. Diamond or a gut shot.
You flip it for her.
I don't want to get disqualified.
Please don't, she said.
Okay.
Oh, fun.
Okay.
Got some chances. What, a diamond or a 4?
Wow, I'm going to be really sad if I have to leave you guys. This was so much
You don't have to
fun.
leave. Sit right there.
Nah.
Just stay in
I
that
gotta
seat.
get there.
I think even if he wants you to hit, somewhere deep down, you know.
No. If anyone's going to win.
One more.
Oh, great game. Good job, guys.
bro.
Good luck. Okay.
Good game, Taylor.
Good luck. Good luck. Great. Good
What a
luck.
fun guy to have around.
Player D.
World class.
Good game, Mr. White.
Any feature table. TVK offering handshakes to all of his
No flip.
competitors in this one.
I love the flip. It gets me fired up. It's like
He's going to
something
head
special
home
just
with
happened.
$1.83 million. He's got a flight home tomorrow direct to New York. And I think,
I was the big
wow, with 1.8 mil in the back pocket, he's going to enjoy that trip. Probably celebrate in style once he gets back home stateside. And just like that, we are down to 4 players. TVK going to head to the pay desk, collect that 5th place prize. Came in as one of the short stacks, has to be thrilled with this result here, Andy. I mean, to have laddered 4 spots in the way that he did, collecting career best score of 1.8 million, almost increasing his total live earnings by 30% with this score alone. So shout out to TVK. What we got going on here?
Wass is reshoving the 2 10s against Pavi once again.
How are we down to 4, by the way? This is just ludicrous.
Speed run.
We're 3 hours into this final table. I said it when I came in for my first frame, that this was one of those FTs with the right lineup of players where, you know, blink and you'll miss it, Randy. This really could be over in a heartbeat.
The current layout of the LAN is that we have 2 players with similar stack at the top, 54 and 57 big blinds. That's Javid and Pavi. The bottom, Seth and Wasserson, they're sitting on about 23 to 26 big blinds. So the short stacks, they got room to kind of navigate now.
See what kind of procedures they come with. Updates from the 50K, by the way. Still 14 left, some big names in the mix in that one. Nacho Barbero looking for his 2nd title of the series, as is Jesse Lonis.
Pair on pair. Snapped off. Nicely done, Javid. He's the chip leader.
Yeah. Redeeming himself a bit. after having lost the chip lead. Well, with the departure of TVK, it's
Oh, so it's not. Oh, okay. I thought that was a.
You gotta
quieten down a little bit out there.
You can ask them. You can smoke like somewhere here.
It's this Javid's type of hand. And I like that he's 3-betting. He should know that Seth can't really call 3-bets. Who's currently sitting in third of 4 players. Oh, and Seth is calling ace-9 offsuit.
He's taking it to the streets, man. Even out of position against this guy, he's seen enough. Seth's here to try and play for the win. He's not interested in trying to just ladder a couple of spots. He wants that second title. He wants the 6.2 million up top. Not going to happen here, though. One would have to assume Queen 7-5.
It's only 750. It's a quarter pot, and Seth, he does have back doors working. He is out of position, but if he thinks his opponent is just c-betting light, for him to call pre must mean that he thinks the ace-9 is good sometimes. So he does check call. This could get Seth in some trouble, especially if a club drops.
Huge pot brewing. 4.5 million in the middle. See how Javid wants to play this.
Man, love their aggression. There's nothing Seth can do with ace-9 high now, right?
I don't even know at this point, Randy. Yeah, he does let it go.
What a play from Javid. 17 mil.
Took the initiative pre-flop, double barrel, gets it done. He's got the chip lead. Would love to become the second man from Azerbaijan to win a Triton Invitational, as we saw Ramin Hajeev do in Cyprus 2023.
Yeah, that would be crazy. 2 winners in Invitational from Azerbaijan. Ace-6 suited. Let's try and take some blinds. We've seen Wasserson be very aggressive pre-flop off of 20 big blinds and reshoving. Let's see if this one qualifies. Would be a tad aggressive, but should work. He's out.
Yeah, I guess when you've got Seth Davies there on 18 big blinds, potential 500k ladder between fourth
Almost
and
all
third.
in.
There's ever a time to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of pips on the tighter side.
Snap call. Then I'm
That would
dead.
be
I'm
it.
dead.
Yeah, I think when he's sitting on 20 big blinds, he doesn't
Yeah.
want to take that spot, but if he was
No.
getting closer to like
Yeah.
13,
More like
14, he probably would
Yeah,
reshove.
that's same, yeah, I guess
Same thing, right?
Of course.
I know, same thing, man.
maybe sevens.
Same
Pocket
thing.
jacks.
Sevens, maybe.
Same thing for him, yeah.
Pocket pair is good.
Pass.
Steps down to 16 bigs. Going to try and limp in. Javid's going to allow him to see a flop. 10-7-3. Javid really getting the better of Seth right now.
And Seth is going to start to feel like he's getting run over by the tournament chip leader. The betting machine.
Playing a very high variance style, has been from the start. Has managed to bounce back and take control of this final table. It's so fun having both him and Pavi sat side by side.
Sixes now for Was.
Comes with men.
It's a good spot. For Was. As Bobby calls with King 6 offsuit.
Between the when the lines change. Yeah. Just the 5 minute, 2 minutes. Okay. Portuguese, yeah. Yeah, I know. You have to break like 45 minutes.
Pavi. He's check calling King 6 offsuit with no diamond on hand on ace 10-8.
Riley, today we've single-handedly witnessed some of the most out-of-line floats that I can recall at a final table. The fact that it's in the 200K Triton Invitational with this cast of characters, I mean, I was saying to Kevin earlier on, I kind of wish every tournament could be an invitational now.
And the thing is, it's coming from many different players, not just one.
Pavi's always trying to find ways to outmaneuver his opponents. And perhaps he's found a way here. Ace, queen, 10-8.
Yeah, if you float King 6 on this board, you should want to stab. Try to rep the queen or a flush. Maybe even an ace. And this guy is a tough customer.
This was actually a brain fart. I meant to bet 2.3. I'm used to pumpkins being 1K chips.
I might have called 2.3.
I mean, it worked, but I was going to bet 2.3, yeah.
You bluff?
You'll see soon, but I definitely was not going to bet this much.
2.3, I think you might bluff. 1.3.
You win either way, my friend.
He doesn't want to answer this. He's like, oh, you'll see, but I definitely wanted to bet another size. I really like this guy, Pavi. I want to be seeing more of him at the Triton series. Someone that doesn't play poker all too often. It's been super fun to have around.
I mean, how awesome is that? We bring Triton to Montenegro. He just steps out his door and is on pace to potentially win the biggest prize here.
Of the trip. Didn't we have something similar last time around in Montenegro?
Yeah, of course, we did have something similar, but this one being the largest.
No,
Kalijerjevic,
yeah.
he got second in the main.
Ah, okay.
And he actually was final 11 here today.
I have no clue what I'm supposed to do in this situation.
Pavi, queen 5 off. Man, if Eric can find a call.
Yeah.
Phone a friend.
If he doesn't mind, I don't mind.
Let's all talk about it.
Yeah. Team project.
I have an ace, but I mean, what am I supposed to do? It's like
Pavi's gone quiet now. He's just gonna
like 35 bigs.
Ace jack.
No.
No. Ace queen.
Yeah, there you go.
Pavi taking a swig of the alcohol.
So I was gonna go play for the win.
I
think
don't
so.
know. What the fuck? What the fuck?
I think so. He's here to win, Randy. He's going to see But he is in incredible shape.
Disrespect ICM. He calls. Oh my God.
That is a huge call. 17 big blinds apiece. Going in the middle. 8 million chip pot. Was making an incredible call pre-flop. Was playing for the win. He's not here for ladders, Randy.
I didn't like him having a 5, obviously.
That part was less fun.
He wants the trophy in the 6.2 million with the Queen of Spades in the window.
That's brutal for Was.
Pavi did say that the dealer's been incredibly kind to him as he spikes the 3 outer. And now needs to just fade 3 outs once himself as Was stands up and unmics.
Feels very close to me.
Apparently it's a great ball.
Needs to find Barry
It's very close. Maybe
to stay alive in this 200K Invitational. Can't find it. GG's all round. Played for the win. The deck had other plans.
It's fine. Maybe like ace.
That's cool, man.
And he just said whatever. GG, dude.
Seth Davies offering some consolation that it's a close spot. Sure, we'll be back to the drawing board reviewing some of the hands played at this final table. You can't hate on the man for taking a shot at the title. We'll head to the payout desk to collect a career best score of $2.287 million, and somehow we are down to 3 players 3 hours into this final table. Not even 3 hours, by the way. Came in at 1:50 local time. It's now 4:15. We're 2.5 hours into this FT and we're down to 3.
Huge respect, especially for someone who's willing to go for the win, throwing ICM out the window, and now on to the next hand. Javid's got aces.
Javid's coming with the 3x.
Kings for Pavi? What the? No way. All in call. Oh my God. It's a 36 million chip pot.
No way.
What?
We finished, bro.
Holy shit.
Seth can't believe it. My jaw's on the floor. I don't even know what to say. We could be heads up. Just like that. We're literally 2 hours and 30 minutes into this FT and we are 5 cards away from being heads up. Javid has aces. Pavi's got kings. Jack 4-4. Seth Davies on the sidelines with 15 big blinds. Can't believe he's 2 cards away from being guaranteed $4.2 million.
Oh my God. That is the sickest turn ever.
Well, good luck calculating how much that King of Hearts is worth. Javi's got 2 pulls at a black ace. Otherwise, we are heads up here in the 200K Invitational. Doesn't find it. Somehow, 70 big blinds apiece found its way into the middle. It was always going to be these 2 playing a monster pot. Seth Davies saying to Javid, not bad for playing your first poker tournament. As he immediately becomes number 2 on Azerbaijan's all-time money list with this score here. You know that's going to mean a lot to him. So he was at this final table with his fellow countryman, Ramin Hajiev. Aces against kings. For what, 90% of the chips in play was 2 cards away from practically having 8 fingers on the trophy. That King of Hearts on the turn, one of the biggest gut punches we've seen at a Triton final table in a very long time. Javid out in 3rd. Pick up $2,793,000 for his efforts. Came into this final table like an absolute wrecking ball. Was pushing everyone around. Part of the reason why we are down to heads up is because of his play style, just putting all the pros in uncomfortable spots. Randy, I'm honestly at a bit of a loss for words. I mean, I've said it 4 or 5 times in the last couple of minutes. We're 2.5 hours into one of the biggest final tables of the year, and we're down to heads up. Pavi has a more than 10-to-1 chip lead over Seth Davies. 4.2 million locked up, 6.2 million for first. I mean, give me something, man. Help me out a little bit here. I'm breathless. I can't breathe.
That was the sickest pot ever.
It's how quick it went in. Like, we didn't even have time to digest the fact that Wasson had just bust in 4th, made an insane call, ace-5 against queen-5, gets it in as good as he could ask in that spot to go on and actually win this one. He wasn't just looking for ladders. And as we were digesting that hand, there's like a 3x open, a 3-bet, and then like a snap all in and a call, and all of the money's in the middle.
And a king on the turn.
And the king on the turn as well. I mean, that King of Hearts was just felt by everyone around the world. We've got tens of thousands of viewers watching right now. Some people have probably broken their laptops, maybe thrown a remote at the screen. We've all been there in that spot, but not when it's for 90% of the chips in play in a $200,000 buy-in with 6.2 million up top.
And when that king dropped on the turn, my heart sank. You feel for Javid.
Of course you do. It's his first ever tournament as well.
Yeah, first ever tournament.
First ever
I mean,
poker
he
tournament.
wins that hand like he's supposed to 80% of the time. He's almost a lock to ship this invitational, but now it's Pavi with 36 million against Seth Davies.
It's weird. I'm conflicted. On the one hand, Javid's picked up, 2.8 million within, his first attempt. But then on the other hand, he's just lost aces against kings. He's just like, is he going to be coming back to play tournaments, or is this just enough of, enough medicine for him to just say, you know what, I'm cool with my 2.8. Anyways, look, we're getting on. A heads up between Seth Davies and Alexa Pavicevic. We'll be returning in about 10 minutes' time. Arlene Najar's going to be jumping in alongside Randy Liu to close this one out. Seth is on the hunt for his second title of the series. They're both guaranteed 4.2 million. We'll see you in about 10 minutes' time.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
hadn't even been played.
Nice fold there from Neura. Tempting one. Oh. These two hands. Even knowing that TVK will be posting 20% of his stack next hand.
875.
These are just two big hands between the 4 million chip stacks.
Are we
They're already just in.
Are we just down to 6 here?
It's already all in and call.
It feels like we're just down to 6, Kevin. They are just dropping like flies. It's the ace-queen again, the hand that's all in at risk. For the third time at this final table. Was has Hajiev covered ever so slightly. About 2/3 of a big blind difference between these stacks.
Such a fast all in, I should have considered. Such a fast one. Yeah.
Ace king.
Oof. Clubs on board. Hajiev now with 43% equity. Also has the 3 remaining queens working in his favor. What a sweat for Was. Just looking to hold as he removes the queen outs, but nothing shifts as Hajiev picks up 3 additional 10s. Club or a 10 for Broadway needed for the 2023 Invitational champion Ramin Hajiev, otherwise he is out the door in 7th. Wasserson holds.
Good game, good game.
That could quite literally be the biggest hold of the Americans' tournament career. What a start to this final table for him. He's up to 7.5 million. And we are somehow down to 6 players in, I want to say, the space of 2-3 orbits, Kevin. Moss on the button, can't get involved. Nora with 12 bigs out the small and an ace.
This is a close your eyes and jam in the ace spot. You got Davies, 2 7s. That's going to be able to call it off. Here we go. Run it.
Pre-flop collision. Not the hand Matt had wanted to see there.
Come on.
Yeah. Probably not going to work out the same way through though.
Yeah,
Wow. It's going to be a different outcome.
Wow. Essentially chop. Not very likely.
Chop is pretty hard, yeah. You need to hit a set.
Maher was doing such a fancy way back into this one, taking the jam spots when they were presented to him. He's picked up some outs here. Gone from 3 to 6.
Not bad. Here we go.
Just add 7 more outs to the equation, Randy.
Picture or ace?
Ace, king, queen, jack. He's got a wrap. Does not find it.
Good game.
That is a sick hold.
Great game, man.
Seth Davies has gone from shortest stack to now 3rd in chips.
Taylor, he's got 2 4s. He's only got 7 bigs. Second shortest stack has 20 big blinds. He needs to run this one.
Good luck, TVK. Sub 7 big blinds. He knows what needs to be done.
Suited ace is interested for Javed. Wow, he's going to reshove.
That is a massive jam.
Chop again?
Had the chip leader behind. I mean,
Oh, wow.
Great
5% of the time he just gets snapped.
You almost double up, yeah.
Huh?
Double up, yeah. Yeah, I've heard that before.
You almost folded it?
I almost
Yeah,
did.
you
Now
did.
I'm going to regret it.
Yeah. That was a bad situation.
Come on, evil.
Luca, you shouldn't be.
Bad situation. You're 65% of the equity.
Absolutely.
He's locked up $1.8 million.
Oh,
Oh, that's an ace for Javid.
Okay, we have a chance
some
of some
things.
fun.
You got some things happening, maybe.
Some fun could happen on the turn.
Some fun could happen on the turn. Diamond or a gut shot.
You flip it for her.
I don't want to get disqualified.
Please don't. She said,
Okay.
Oh, fun.
Okay.
Got some chances. What, a diamond or a 4?
Wow, I'm gonna be really sad if I have to leave you guys. This was so.
You don't have to
We're gonna
leave.
be
You
sad.
sit right there.
Nah.
Just stay in
I
that
gotta
seat.
get the.
I think even he wants you to hit. Somewhere deep down, you know.
No. If anyone's gonna win.
One more.
Oh, great game. Good job,
Good
guys.
game, bro.
Good luck. Okay.
Good game, Taylor.
Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Great.
What a fun guy to have around.
Player D.
World class here.
Yeah, off the trip. Didn't we have something similar last time around in Montenegro?
Yeah, of course. We did have something similar, but this one being the largest.
No,
Kalodzerjevic,
yeah.
yeah, he got second in the main.
Ah, okay.
And he actually was final 11 here today.
I have no clue what I'm supposed to do in this situation.
Pavi, queen 5 off. Man, if Eric can find a call.
Yeah.
On a friend.
If he doesn't mind, I don't mind.
Let's all talk about it.
Yeah. Team project.
I have an ace, but I mean, what am I supposed to do? It's like.
Pavi's gone quiet now. He's just gonna.
Like 35 bigs.
Ace jack?
No.
No? Ace queen?
Yeah, there you go.
Pavi taking a swig of the alcohol.
So Wall's going to go play for the win?
I
think
know.
so.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
I think so. He's here to win, Randy. He's going to see that he is in incredible shape.
Disrespect
Whatever.
ICM. He calls. Oh my God.
That is a huge call. 17 big blinds apiece. Going in the middle. 8 million chip
The
pot.
whole tournament, so.
Was making
That queens versus aces.
an incredible call pre-flop.
Yeah, I would keep queen.
He's playing for the win. He's not here for ladders,
Well, I
Randy.
didn't like him having a 5, obviously. But
That part was less fun.
He wants the trophy in the 6.2 million with the queen of spades in the
no.
window.
That's brutal for Was.
Pavi
You're
did
right.
say
yeah.
that the dealer's been incredibly kind to him as he spikes the 3 outer and now needs to just fade 3 outs once himself as Was stands up and unmics.
Feels very close to me.
Apparently it's a great ball.
Needs to
70-30.
find Barry
It's very close. Maybe
to
slightly.
stay alive in this 200K Invitational. Can't find it. GG's all round. Played for the win.
And welcome back to a breathless Maestral Resort and Casino. No need to explain why. If you were here just prior to the break, Ali Najad back at the desk alongside Randy Liu. You were here for the catastrophe that awaited Javid Ismailov as he took aces up against kings. And even though we're playing a tournament right now, that was a cash pot worth $1.4 million, Randy, the difference between third and second.
And what's gross is that Javid had aces against the kings and the king on the turn. It could be him right now holding 90% of the chips in play.
Instead, he leaves behind Seth Davies to do the unthinkable and attempt to dethrone Alexa Pavicevic. What a story it would be. He's so close, but he's got his hands full, obviously, when it comes to Davies. The Montenegrin, the local, a champion, great storyline. But also Davies already with the title and momentum very much at his back. Can he do it, Randy?
He can if he can get 1 or 2 double ups. Yes, it's a 12-1 chip lead, but Davies is a very experienced player. He's very hot. Hopefully, he can get a little bit of momentum going his way.
All right, 150, 300, and 300 the blind level as we get it back down to the arena for a heads up. Who will win the title and 6.2 milli. Well, it has taken 3 days for us to arrive at this moment, where Seth Davies hunts title number 2 of the festival, and Alexa Pavicevic hunts his first. Last time we saw the Montenegrin was Monte Carlo 2023. He played just 2 events, went 0 for 2, just a 25 and a 50K, and then showing up here in the Invitational and trying to lay claim to the lion's share of the 26.6 million. The stage could not be better set for him, but obviously the hurdle is a tall one, pictured here as Davies starts with the button. 9, 3 of diamonds against Queen 10 off, a snap rip there in the face of the limp. And I think we've set the tone here, Randy.
Yeah, Alexa is the type. Always pressing action. It's a $2 million heads-up match we have right now on our hands.
We've also got that extra large Triton trophy. You see it there. And the extra large payday. Largest of the festival. Almost 6.2. Alexa's taking a little shot of espresso. Although the way he played that pot, I don't think he suspects he's going to be here too long. TBD, as he caffeinates.
He also had the red wine earlier today. So
that's an interesting chase. It just rips the 8-3 of hearts.
1, 2, 3.
Is Jack 10 off enough?
I think it might be. Yes, let's go.
Davies looking to take his first step toward a double and a more playable stack depth. Give him 20 bigs, Randy, and he's going to dig in and make a match out of this thing.
No.
Okay.
3-3, 7 Jack. I'll take it.
Jack, Jack, Jack. Make it
The boys being greedy, and you can understand why. The beautiful trophy and almost 6.2 million to the victor. King, Queen, Deuce, Davies.
Kill cards.
Looking good.
8 kill cards.
9s and aces. Ice it.
4 of hearts.
That'd be a good sweat.
Nice.
Well,
How much?
it's a wrap.
0.4. And is it 2.4? Is that right?
The climb has begun for Davies.
Randy, I'm not looking to get critical, but is 8-3 of hearts a qualifier as a jam on the button if your Pavi sat there with Davies sitting 10 bigs?
I think a lot of the pros in that spot wouldn't be taking that spot. They would be looking to just fold or maybe limp. But Pavi, he's just looking to close it out. And you don't blame him ramping up the variance when your opponent only has 10 big blinds. Because if Davies doesn't wake up a hand, he's down to what, 7, 6, and so on.
Yeah, I think also one of the things, Pavi, he knows the talent across the felt there. And he doesn't want to give Seth opportunities to make more decisions in spots. Because the presumption, if we're being honest with ourselves, is that Seth is going to outplay us when it comes to those options. But take nothing away from Pavi, because he's outplayed everybody but Davies to get himself to this point. 100%. A little bit of sun run is allowed as well, of course.
He's been playing good.
Yeah, I agree. And it was a 9-6 that, by the way, caught our attention late last night as he ran a bluff through TVK. Davies limping the 5-6 again, finding an open-ender on a Queen 4 tray board. More than we can say for Pavicevic, who checks over. A check back now from Seth, treating the chips preciously, picking up the only flush draw. Pavi knuckles again.
I think it's very reasonable for Seth to fire a term bet now. He's picked up a heart draw. It's very likely his 6 or 5 could be live too. But he's checking again.
And now he's made himself the flush. Granted, not the biggest one.
Pavi, he can't show restraint. 300K, gonna be gone.
Yeah, third pot sizing here.
I mean, I don't blame Alexa for firing. 9 high's never going to win. And he's going to value raise the 6 of hearts.
Looking for clearance against some slightly bigger hearts sometimes, or?
No, he just feels that if his opponent had a bigger heart, he wouldn't go for min bet, maybe a little bit more.
Well, I don't think this is the way Pavi scripted the start to heads-up play, as he's now facing a stack depth that Davies is going to be so polished and rehearsed in. 22 bigs, heads up, deep knowledge of these situations, and already having shown he's on form heads up.
King.
6 high.
6 high is no good.
You know, when I get 8 high, I go crazy, but 6 high just doesn't look as good.
Yeah, it doesn't feel as
cheeky.
Doesn't feel as dynamic.
Well, Davies off to a great start, getting a walk there. If you had been in Pavi's corner, if we regarded this as a prize fight, and before he comes out to this heads-up round, you've got a minute to talk him through the spot and guide him, what would be the most important couple of ideas you would share with him?
I would tell him to just lean on Davies as much as you can, raise, you know, try to close it out. And I suppose he did try to do that with the 8-3 of hearts, but it's the right play. Put the pressure on Davies.
Jack 7 tray. Doesn't look like much pressure is going to be available to either of these two holdings. A deuce now for Pavi. After it went limp pre, check, check, flop.
That's
trip deuces.
Great river card.
No kidding.
Probably going to go big because he doesn't ever think a 3 or 7 would fold. There we go.
$1 million into this 900,000. Davies had some suspicions, but steps aside appropriately as chips now work their way back toward the leader. Now, not that Davies would require the coaching, of course, Randy, but if you were his cup man, and you see him wobbling with just 11 bigs coming into this one, what would have been the whispers in his ear?
Well, the main thing is if Seth can run up a stack, which he's done a little bit now, if he can get one more double, he should be looking to grind out Pavi. Pavi's the type of player who is very relentless, and he may make a misstep for a lot of chips, and Davies can set some nice traps.
Queen, deuce, jack 5. Pavi starts it off with a limp. 7-4 deuce, and again he connects with the duck.
300.
Davies with some marginal backdoors. You can see he kind of wants to continue, but he's not going to.
Because I had queen.
Yeah.
My jack was exposed, but worked out.
Yeah, it worked out all right.
I guess queen jack, I was just going to go all in.
Yeah.
End the hand there.
My other card was a 5, so you probably would have won.
Yeah, same outcome, actually.
Yep. Thank you.
There's some inquiries, by the way, in the chat, Randy, with respect, given the disparity between second and first, as to whether there was a deal. Stand by, as we're efforting a response on that. And while you may not be using the tool for deal making, you can work yourself into spots where deals could be made if you turn to the folks at GTO Wizard, who are helping you to beat the best and crush the rest and make optimal decisions in high pressure spots such as this one. Their AI's got you covered. Study any situation using any bet size and lean on them as the ultimate tool to prepare yourself for critical moments such as these at the table. Check them out today at gtowizard.com. Another limp one pre.
Battle of the garbage hands.
Check.
Well, now something that looked a little trashy turns into top pair for Pavi. Gutter for Davies. Goes check, check. Now Pavi adds the jack high spade draw. Flicks in just north of half pot, draws the curtain.
Oh, sorry, I just kind of popped you right in the hand there.
Well, it is official. No deal has been made, Randy, which means these guys are playing an almost $2 million sit and go now, where Davies started off with a massive handicap. Obviously, he's off the low water mark, but this has to be the biggest spot either of them have ever been involved in when it comes to poker and the sheer economics.
It has to be. All in. Oh, my God, Davies. He's in a great spot.
10-9 suited was a pretty one, but it tarnishes significantly when Seth wakes up with the hooks. Better than 4-1 favorite facing the 2 undercards.
7 flop, 1 diamond. Nah, you're too greedy. You should leave me some out.
Ace, ace, ace.
Wow, even greedier.
There was ever a time to be greedy. Now would be it. 8-4 deuce, all clubs.
You got a long way home from there.
Yeah.
Like standing at the foot of
How much?
Everest.
Second double.
For the 10-9.
Don't do that yet. We're not done yet. All right. It's about
And
6
no
million.
point in embarking on the climb. Jack's holding in another double here for Seth, Randy. This one is chunky.
Davies, he's turning it around. He has plenty of chips to play with now. He knows how to navigate this stack and overcome this chip deficit.
You're not kidding.
5.3.
And I can feel the energy from Seth. He's like, I can take this one home. Let me grind it out.
You know
I'll
what's
feel
funny?
that one.
Yeah.
I ran into Jason Kuhn on the
I
break,
needed
as you
8-3
see
this
Seth
time.
Yeah.
showing the humility, recognizing just good fortune there, of which he's enjoyed plenty. Kuhn, he said, hey guys,
Thank you.
Seth's going to take this one down. Walked by a group of us, just a quick wink, and went right on in to observe this one with a front row seat. You hear him kind of interacting in those all-in spots. That's his voice. But he believes in his boy, and he knows all too well just how polished and studied a player Seth is. Those guys grind together. So great to have a mind like Jason's in your corner, a guy who's planted his flag 10 times here at Triton. Seth looking for title number 2. It would be such an improbable feat. And I confess, you talked about the energy, Randy. Seth over there feeling positive. If you're Pavi, you might be feeling a little bit worried. But when you look down at an ace-king, worries dissipate.
1 million.
Davies limping. Pavi shoots it. A deuce-deuce board. Very dry texture. Pavi playing with pace. Drop 700 off. Sub 1/3, 2 overs, and maybe some straight hopes.
Oh, he's going to try to outplay Pavi in position.
Well, now he's finally got a stack that he can peel and do some things, Randy. 4 of hearts on the turn. Pavi knuckles. See if Davies tries to take it away.
I wonder if he feels the queen high is good against a polarized range or if he needs to bluff out an ace or king high. He does check it over.
Backdoor hearts showing up. Pavi again. Just in bluff catch mode, one would think, dependent on the sizing, where Davies to try to put the queen high to work. He shows some good restraint there. I think Pavi was ready to call a decent sized bet as played.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Davies would need to go for a very big bet if he wanted to get a chance to get that ace-king down. But a nice rebound for Pavi.
Yep. Pressing some calipers onto the rotors there.
600.
Aces.
Number 1 for Pavi. This is the handy crack to put himself in the great spot coming into heads up. A click and a call, and bottom pair here for Davies. Making a pair is a big deal heads up. He checks the 9-high 2-spade board. In comes 800.
Yeah, this is problematic for Davies. Going to be feel compelled to check call to flop. Pot now up to 3.1 million.
8 on the turn. Another check in front of Pavi. How greedy will he get here?
Maybe goes for like 2 million or so. Wants to try to set up a river jam.
2 million.
That is a we mean business size of 2/3. And it isn't just the call here, but rather on a board texture such as this, how do we feel we're going to be performing on rivers, and whether or not Pavi's going to come off the brakes all that often. So stepping aside is Davies. Great decision from him again.
Pavi is faring much better with post-flop decisions. He's got bigger than a 4-1 chip lead at the moment.
Six slimps. King 5 check back turns into 8s and 5s versus trips here. One is cooking. 300 on the menu. Snap call from Pavi. Second course. Deuce of spades, not something that's going to leave the King 5 uninterested.
And King 5 is in some big trouble. Has to call down at the moment with this run out. Davies can go for a big bet against a 5x. 2/3 pot.
Pavi's going to call it. And Davies has his man drawn dead. 7 of hearts on the end. Nice to have that 6 tucked in.
Even with the action, King 5 still looks rather strong.
Tend to agree. Maybe there's a 7x out of Davies, although you would imagine we take the check back more often than not on the turn.
Yeah, there could be some 7x's, but there's also just bluffs, like busted spades. Davies. Wow, did he just say all in?
He did.
How much is that?
This is 5.9 million.
It's okay, it's okay. Take it.
Good fold.
Yeah. You know, unloading the clip like that, a lot of times we feel like this is a desperate holding looking to usher us toward the exits. And like you said, the King 5 felt cozy, but at that price, Pavi steps aside, and the chips continue to flow disproportionately in the direction of the American, who is looking to spoil the dream of the hometown man, Alexa Pavicevic, who has not enjoyed spoils since the onset of Heads Up.
Call.
9-6 in the hands of Pavi once again. Until flop.
Jack 9-5. Swing and a miss for Davies. Checks over to second pair. This one ends promptly. By the way, we touched on the fact that this is the third ever event. First one here at this festival for Pavi. Last two events. 2023 Monte Carlo, if memory serves, where he did not cash.
I think we end next level probably.
You think so?
It's time for like another.
This is going to be his first
Yeah, we're due for
ever cash.
due for another
What a
ace
cash
versus
it's going to be.
kings.
Yeah.
I'll be the kings guy.
Yeah. I'm sure you'll like
Kings guy's the guy you want to be today, I think.
Definitely.
Regardless of outcome, the mood's going to be a celebratory one for the nation of Montenegro.
I mean, Pavi just announced, I think we're going to get it all in this level. And he's already building a pot with King 6 of Hearts against Jack 10 off.
Reasonable pop there.
Of course.
I like
Suited kings are great. That flop, that's fireworks.
King high flush draw against top pair, 2.3 in the middle.
He checks it.
Oh, and this is Pavi being slippery.
I think he's checking it to check raise.
Well, he's going to get his opportunity as Seth fires 1/3 pot. The jam from Pavi.
Has to call if Jack 10. He's got top pair.
Okay.
Okay declared. And we're playing for it all.
Flush draw?
Yeah. Fair fight.
Fair fight.
First time.
You were right. We were due for a big collision. You called it.
But I said next level.
Oh, you said.
I didn't expect it right away, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe the deck didn't get the memo. This is effectively a $2 million hand of poker.
Jack of diamonds in the turn? Yeah. I'll take a three of spades.
Jack of diamonds would be the best one for me.
Three of
right?
spades is fair, right?
That's fair. I'll give you the 3 of spades.
Trying to help his buddy Seth ward off kings and hearts.
So many outs.
The queen brings Davies a step closer to 17.9 million in a whole new ball game. What does the river have in store for him? Will he fight on, or will it be Pavi being coronated? Another double for Davies.
Let the match continue.
Mm-hmm.
Was it like 9 million? Okay.
And you can feel the frustration from Pavi here as he understands the implications of having
7,
lost that one.
Oh, is there a speed flop? 7.8.
Yep, 7.
Counting completed. This is the closest Seth Davies has gotten in this heads-up match.
Break it down, Randy.
18 million versus 22 million.
60 bigs to 73 bigs. Blind's going up 2, 4, and 4 now, though. That'll thin out stack depths. This was long odds on the board, even with all the talent that Davies has. When you got to play roulette on multiple occasions, you know how it is. Each successive flip that needs to go your way becoming that much more difficult statistically.
I really did, man. Yeah. I really did.
45 bigs to 55 bigs. Davies trailing now by just 10 bigs. And this is his time to shine, I'm sure he thinks. Mystery hand here. We're going to block out Pavi's holding. Limp pot pre.
Oh.
King 7 tray. Top and bottom pair for Davies. Pavi with the snap check back. Ace of hearts on the turn. King of hearts is somewhat cozy there. Seth trying to lure Pavi.
Yeah, he's setting the trap. I would think he would want to check raise 2 pair now. Wants to build this pot. Pavi didn't raise pre-flop, so he's not supposed to have the big hands that beat King 3.
Davies taking that 800K and turning it into 3.6 successfully. Trapping at least this much, one would think, from Pavi. And he's going to get called, Randy.
Kettle is brewing.
No raise out of Pavi Pre. Unclear what he had. Obviously, that third heart, maybe the flush draw lurks. Davies interferes, of course. I don't think he's so worried about aces up. Only concerns I would imagine are going to center around whether or not the flush has been made. 8.4 million out there. Value's still going to be pursued, Randy?
He should seek value, especially holding the king of hearts. He blocks a lot of the flushes. He doesn't want an ace X to check back if he was to check and try to pot control. I do love betting in this spot.
2.4 million. And he gets snap jammed on here by Pavi.
Oh my God, is this real? The problem here is that Davies has bet so small, he might have induced a bluff. And he has the king of hearts. It blocks so many flushes.
He's worked his way, finally, to a depth where he can actually play some real poker heads up. And yet he finds himself in a decision for all the marbles. Click call, be wrong, you're out of there. Lay it down and fight on with 11.1 million. That's the equation. Davies
calling.
Calls. And Pavi says, I got it. He shows the hearts and it's over, Randy.
Congrats.
Seth Davies.
Thank you. I'm over there.
Denied title number 2.
Stand.
As Montenegro
I mean, you can't hold that.
Yeah,
gives us a
Thank you,
hometown
bro.
hero.
Thanks.
Dude, that was sick. Thanks, man.
Alexa Pavicevic, $6.18 million in a title. What a way to notch your first Triton cash.
Wow, what an explosive heads-up match. He played great. Seth Davies almost clawed his way back into second title.
Kings up, Randy, a whole lot of hand, and an opponent that you know is feeling urgency to close you out.
Definitely I'll sign up 3 more days like this one again, you know?
Made it happen. Had the wheel gutter and the heart draw. Called the check raise. A little bit of luck. Obviously, Kings versus Aces having a lot to do what catapulted him.
My friends, yeah. Okay, thank you.
But
So
now,
give you some time for the
he can exhale.
table?
Nothing to hang his head about for Davies. You see plenty of congratulatory love being sent his way. Roughly 4.2 million. No deal. As the guys made it exciting. And this is the way ultimately it would all play out here today. On day 3, we began with 11. FT of 9 broke down with Pavi emerging at the top of the mountain. The big haul of the 26-6 as we bring you back to the desk here. What a match it was, Randy. Davies really gave him all he could handle.
Davies, he was out-chipped, and he got spots. He doubled up over and over, and then he had that healthy stack, and it came down to him hero calling with King 3 offsuit, with a great blocker, but he was up against one of the most aggressive players I've ever seen. You can't blame him for calling with Kings up.
No, not at all. It was a difficult decision, but obviously if you put yourself in Davies' shoes, you understand the proposition. If he's right there, all of a sudden he reverses what we dealt with at the start of that one. Unfortunately, when you're wrong, it's a wrap, as it was on that occasion. Title number 2 denial there by Pavicevic. But again, how sweet it is to pick up an invitational title, the XL Trophy, and a $6.2 million score for a first Triton cash in your 3rd ever event on home soil. Congrats to him.
Yeah, and to do it on home soil, I think that's the icing on the cake. You know, he just kind of stepped outside and was like, I'm going to go play a $200,000 invitational, and I'm just going to bluff them all day.
Yeah. All right. We are going to step aside. When we come back, we're still going to have plenty more coverage from here. We got a 50K 7 max going. Rumor has it we're going to take the 100K main, producer James. No, we're going to take the 50K. I love it. We're going to crown a champ in that one today. Hardware being distributed. You don't want to miss it. Stay close. More Triton Poker Super High Roller Series comes your way after we send it down to Marianella, who is standing by with your champ.
Well, the last man standing, proving that there really probably is something to this hometown advantage thing. Sir, you've done it. Alexa, he said I can call him Alex, though. You've taken down the record-breaking Triton Invitational, and with that, an astonishing $6.18 million. Did you ever think in your wildest dreams you'd be standing here right now?
No, not really. It's been a surreal experience. I kind of just decided a week ago that I'm going to play this thing. I didn't expect much, just to come, have a good time, see some friends. I do come here every summer. I love this resort. I love the people here. So I just came for kind of a vacation. I happened to be in Montenegro for some family obligations, and I decided I'll give this thing a try. And honestly, I expected to bust maybe 4 levels in. And if no, then run up a stock and maybe try to win the whole thing. So it worked out.
We love the humbleness, and it's really nice to have your rail here. They railed very hard for you. Yeah, Pavi! Pavi!
It's really good to have my childhood friends too here for the special moments. So it's been surreal. I need a moment to take it in, you know. So it's yeah, it's been amazing.
And what else is pretty surreal is that not only did you take it down on home soil, but you took this down and clinched this win on a very special day here in your home country.
Yeah, so you know, there has been thing like since day one. I mean, I get this maybe like 100 times a day from people who work here, like, good luck, you're gonna win this thing, you're going to win it. And I keep thinking, well, you know, it's like 100 people left, and it's like 1% this happens. But they just seem like adamant, oh, this is destiny, you're gonna win it, we're rooting for you. Just a lot of like good energy in this place. And you know, out of all days, on the day of our Independence Day, to win a trophy like this, just, you know, no words. It's been an absolutely amazing experience, great tournament, and yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. It's
Well, let's talk about this final table run. You came into the final table second in chips, and it seemed to everyone watching from the outside that you were destined to play heads up with Javid until that fateful hand, which blew our mind. I actually was texting my producer. He's like, no, they're heads up, they're super deep. I'm like, no. Look again. Yeah, we all were in quite a shock.
That whole thing happened so quickly, and just to give you some background, me and Javid played at the same table for probably 10 hours, the whole day one, probably about 10 hours, and he was all in maybe 40 minutes in the tournament with, you know, 20% chance to win or something. He doubled up, and we jokingly were saying on day one, see you heads up, see you heads up. It was like our thing. Then day 2, day 3, well, then we were already chip leaders, so it became more realistic, and then we both each had 18 million in chips, and Seth only had 3 something. And then we get kings against aces. That whole thing happened in like 20 seconds. And I hit a king on the turn, so it was meant to be, I guess.
I didn't want to use the word bromance. I was waiting for you to say it. But yeah, and it was endearing because you looked over to him, and I think your exact words were, sorry, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like, it's poker. It happens. But even before the hand, I said to him, like, well deserved, you played great, you know, you deserve to win this thing. Before the flop was dealt, because I expected to lose. So yeah, he's been really lucky, and even against Seth, I got to give him credit. He played amazing. He had 10 big blinds, and then he made an even match out of it. I got lucky to hit the river to make a flush, and you know, just incredible experience. Yeah.
And talk to us overall. This is your second Triton tour. Talk to us about your experience here.
Well, the first time, I didn't come for Triton per se, and I just happened to play the PLO the 2 days. And I busted really early, fired, I don't know, like 8 bullets or something. Nothing went my way. You know, didn't think much of it. Well, not the tournament, but it's just like, you know, the whole experience. I was losing in cash games or whatever, flew home. And this was obviously a better stop for me, you know. I wouldn't change anything, so.
Home soil, baby. All right, let's not delay the moment anymore. I know it's staring at you, actually. Let's bring on tournament director Luca Vivaldi to present this beautiful piece of hardware your way. Ladies and gentlemen, your 200K Triton Invitational champion, Alex Pavicevic. Bravo. Bravo.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
Joseph Oren in 10th.
That was a wild hand. I wonder if the sizing there, this open from Javid, has anything to do with the short stack in the blinds, in the small blind rather. TVK defends with sixes. 10-10-5, couple of clubs. Pretty bad texture for TVK. Could end up losing an additional bet here if he wants to get stubborn against the chip leader.
Have to think that TVK continues to return pocket sixes with a club, regardless of a physical read or anything. Oh, he's coming with a raise. Don't blame Taylor for wanting to clear some equity, perceived wide range in the chip leader's seat. But that quick call might bring Taylor's attention to the fact that sixes might not be the best hand.
Well, and now inflated 2.5 million chip pot. Checks it on over to Javid. It's going to be the first player to cross the 10 million chip mark should it brick, which it does. Doesn't reopen the action. Backdoor hearts do get there. Now, after facing flop check raise and then two checks on turn and river, how does Javid perceive this?
Hearts coming in can't be thrilling,
750.
but I think this is a nice find for value. Quick call.
Wow.
Nice.
4 million chip pot, hand one of the final table. I did not expect to see that, Kevin.
Got that out of the way early.
Run away with the chip lead. What was it Seth Davies said in his interview the other day?
I'll let you take that one.
No, Kevin, please. I mean...
No, I don't. I just don't remember, Henry, which interview soundbite you're referring to. There were so many, you know.
Something about grabbing your socks. You know? This feels like one of those final tables. Grab your socks and buckle up. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
I mean, this looks like a collision to me right away. Sand turn, 10 big blinds. Not thrilled to be facing a +1 open. This is a 9-handed final table. Under the gun, 8. Going to be a tight range.
800.
But we've just got ace-queen. It's too big of a hand.
Everyone else behind going to get out of the way. Maha kind of gives him the nod.
No, he said all.
Oh, he said all.
Friendly fire. Partner against partner.
Good luck.
And it is.
It
It is partner on partner violence, Kevin. Would you believe? Maher Neuer, the invitee that invited Thomas Santoni.
He busted me from my
Montenegro last year.
Final table.
No.
Oh, you're both. Yeah.
I was with Nikita.
Wow. That would be a brutal start to the FT. Queen high flop.
You can win against him.
Santani off to a fantastic start.
4 away from the 100K.
2.7 million in the middle to bounce back into this one. Get back up. More than 20 bigs. As Nora goes from 2 to 6 outs, he's looking for a jack or a 10. Doesn't seem to be sweating this one either, Kevin. Just laughing with his table mates. Played this game long enough as he finds the 10 of spades for runner straight.
We'll play that game on God. So if it's a competition, I'll play.
Maybe bigger.
I will do that if everybody does.
Yeah. But I'll sip. And
we'll have Finnish guys.
This is a modern.
They're crazy.
If no
modern way of
competition,
saying no.
I'll sip and
I'll do it
enjoy
if everybody does it.
Huh?
Modern way of saying no. I'll do it if everybody does it.
No. I mean, you know, if somebody will do it, I will do it. Right?
It's unfair.
Yeah, but you know that everybody's
because I'm shorter stacked, so I have an advantage.
Yeah.
Short stack gets to take
if you
shots.
guys make Seth Davies drink, then I'm drinking double what he drinks.
Talks of
I'm
going
good.
shot for shot at this FT.
You want to title this trip, right?
Yeah.
Well, no pressure. We can drink.
No pressure. Yeah, this is
425.
But yesterday, you know, I was on drink 12. I wasn't like, you know what I mean? I was slow. I'm offended now. I can drink. I actually can, but.
So, bro, we had the first beer with you.
I can't drink like I used to drink, but.
Okay, you're 37 now.
5 seconds.
If I stay in tonight, I'm going to go for my record.
Go for the record?
Yeah.
Keep an index like that.
I don't know, 6.2 million up top. Kevin, I felt like the stakes are high enough as it is, but going shot for shot.
I can't do that. I go crazy.
Wasserson, I think. Starting this hand with almost 40 blinds was giving real thought to a 3-bet. Call seems like the correct decision, but he gets outflopped.
Yeah, and every bottle is manually made. It's like a handmade.
Alexa, who ran one of the most savage bluffs of the tournament the other day, late last night, that mystery hand against TVK. Got to come with check call. Eric's bet here, just looking for a bit of a better understanding of what's going on, Kev.
Yeah,
Let's
maybe
check too.
intending to set something up on future streets, maybe if diamonds come in or if the 4 to a straight completes, but 7s on this turn, not exactly looking weak enough to be a bluff candidate. This flop does connect so well with Wasserson overall, though. So I think a stab on that street was reasonable.
Well, now a 4-liner on board. 1.4 million out there.
What was the flop? 10, 10,
Small amount of perceived showdown value for the 2 7s. Maybe an outside chance we're up against ace-king, pocket 5s. Would be very credible to represent the straight, but it's not an easy bluff to make.
The rich getting richer
Good flop.
at this final table so far.
No, well, you can now.
I'll walk around.
And just go behind camera.
I mean, I don't do.
Yeah, behind camera.
TVK is going for a bit of a walk. He's got the ICOS going. Java's got the ace-king going, and he's continuing with this 3.5x open. You know, the crazy thing about this kind of spot, Kevin, is it really does incentivize people to take, oh my word.
Wow.
To take like 3-bet jam spots, given how much extra money is out there.
Yep.
Versus your typical 2 big blind open. Yanni's in trouble. He's in big trouble.
He knows this can be weaker. Ace-queen has to go.
Doesn't even ask for a count. Javid just flips in the 1-chip call.
Just had the king-jack suited last hand. You know he can get it in good here, but Yoni just 23% to win.
Brutal stuff. The current on-tap payout, 774,000, a near $300,000 ladder between 8th and 7th.
Not boss. Boss
I
is
mean,
king,
if
not
Davies
boss.
just holds here, which he will 72% of the time. Oh,
hang on.
Spoke too soon.
Boss rotation.
Boss rotation.
No more paints, please.
You're only now an 86% favorite.
Ooh.
Oh my.
Boss exactly change.
Okay, one more paint, please.
That's painful, Kev. That's a real gut punch after the queen high flop. The Uno reverse card on the turn in the form of the king of spades. Now Yoni drawing to just 2 outs.
Ooh, close.
Does not find it. And we have our second pro being eliminated here at this final table handshake. Let's see if the two men from Azerbaijan collide here. There's a lot on the line, Kevin, in terms of, you know, legacy in the country of Azerbaijan. Hajiev is currently ranked #1 on the country's all-time money list.
You saw that little smirk from Javid, like, you coming after me? I'm ready to go. 2 6s. Taken to a flop.
I don't think he's going to win this one, though. 1.9 million in the middle. I'm in with 3.7 back, although c-betting here doesn't feel comfortable.
No, it doesn't. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a check back. The king-jack would hate to get raised. Very committing on this board. With just pot&a-half behind. Got 2 overs in the double gutter. We've seen Ismailov respond with aggression. Marginal in the past.
$2.8 million out there. Hajiev with 3.3 back.
I think this is his opportunity to win it. The ace very much in his range and not Ismailov's. Oh, he checks though.
Is the chip leader just going to extend his lead here?
Looks like he barely read the board on the river there. Ismailov attending to something else as he checks. Will Hajiev pounce on that perceived disinterest? No. That's going to be frustrating.
That's very painful for Hajiev.
You just feel like there should have been a way to win that one.
Man, can we just do an invitational at every stop?
You got to keep it exclusive, you know?
I know, but still.
Only way to get it this big, this much action, make it rare.
We had 48 pairings.
It's huge.
Before a hand had even been played.
Nice fold there from Noira. Tempting one. Oh. These two hands. Even knowing that TVK will be posting 20% of his stack next hand.
875.
These are just 2 big hands between the 4 million chip stacks.
Are we
They're already just in.
Are we just down to 6 here?
It's already all in and call.
It feels like we're just down to 6, Kevin. They are just dropping like flies. It's the ace-queen again, the hand that's all in at risk. For the 3rd time at this final table. Boss has Hajiev covered ever so slightly. About 2/3 of a big blind difference between these stacks.
Such a fast all in, I should have considered. Such a fast one. Yeah.
Ace king.
Oof. Clubs on board. Hajiev now with 43% equity. Also has the 3 remaining queens working in his favor. What a sweat for Was. Just looking to hold as he removes the queen outs, but nothing shifts as Hajiev picks up 3 additional 10s. Club or a 10 for Broadway needed for the 2023 Invitational champion Ramin Hajiev, otherwise he is out the door in 7th. Wasserson holds.
Good game, good game.
That could quite literally be the biggest hold of the Americans' tournament career. What a start to this final table for him. He's up to 7.5 million. And we are somehow down to 6 players in, I want to say, the space of 2-3 orbits, Kevin.
I'm sure you'll exaggerate the same way one day.
Yeah.
I had it good, man. Had it good.
Nobody else knows that history. You can shape it how you please. Wasserson, the covering stack into the blinds of Neura and Davies. King Jack offsuit, fringy. Decides to just flat. Feels like that moves Davies' hand away from 3-bet bluffing and maybe towards fold or flat. And does just complete a rare multi-way flop.
Eric being incredibly honest here. Just like speaking out loud. I didn't expect that. Did he just say ooh as he flopped the trip 8s as well?
Gonna have to listen back to that one.
Talk about throwing people off of their game.
Seth's got a little something working on this board. Ace of hearts. 3 to a straight. Hard to get this far against the button and fold for 2 blinds. I would think check raise and check call both on the table.
Potentially see some American on American violence here. Seth just comes with call. 1.7 in the middle. Crucial pot for both. Fortunately for Seth, doesn't pick up a flush draw or a straight draw on the turn. Can now kind of find the exit.
Yeah,
somewhat minimal damage inflicted.
Have to think Wasserson keeps firing. Can be small.
850.
Just half pot. This geometric or so, setting up stacks. Wasserson now firmly in 3rd place.
Eric guaranteed his largest ever Triton payday here.
Yeah.
Joined us for the first time in London 2023. Did a full series there.
Hang on, because Taylor, facing a raise from the effective chip leader, has a pair of 5s. Good chunk of his stack already invested. Just a flat is dicey. Pot behind. And we might end up folding the best hand on some boards. Not this one, though. Flops the flush draw.
All right, Lex is just going to put him in. Good luck, boys. Taylor happy to take the spot. And what a spot it is. 85% equity.
I am all in.
7-10 run out.
Fives with the 5 of clubs on 10-7-3 all clubs. He has king 8.
What a cooler flop.
Wow. That's pretty good.
What can I do?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
80's good. Am I dead yet? Okay, no turn yet. That's good.
Am I dead yet?
I love this guy.
I'm not dead on any turns, right?
No.
Okay.
No, you're not. You are very live, mate. You've got 85% of the equity.
Okay.
That's an excellent
Make it
turn.
91.
All right. I really want to
only have 4 outs.
feel this if it comes.
King and 8 club.
Taste the poison.
I only have 4 outs.
Correct.
Oh!
There you go.
Nice hand.
All right. It's good to be back. Yeah, you know. I was really on the outskirts for a minute there.
I had no idea they had. That happens all the time, I feel like. I'm sure that's happened to you.
Me?
Something like that, yeah. No, never.
Never misplaced any crypto, really. How much?
Well, Noira getting action from
my room for a few months.
number 1 and number 2 at this table.
Bad read. I mean.
Still has the best hand. But Ismailov, once he gets involved, he really is trying to apply pressure, almost regardless of the board.
How do you play against someone that tries to win every pot?
Hopefully get dealt the winner. That's a big part of it. Got to keep putting money in and hope to have the best of it when the cards flip over.
Mahara will have the winner 91% of the time. But Javid, not one to typically slow down. Loves putting on pressure. Mahara now chopping with all other Queen X. Now losing to a 7.
This really is such an uncomfortable hand to call down with. Your kicker has been counterfeit. You're drawing so slim when behind. Usually just 2 outs.
Wow.
Hard to fault him for that fold. I mean, it's just not the hand to take your stand with.
Asked again. I didn't believe you.
If you think about like playing for the win, you know, you have to be prepared to finish 5th or 4th a lot of the time, but laddering from 6 to 3 makes you a good bulk of the remaining prize pool. So it does kind of incentivize survival. Is this an open limp from Taylor with a premium, no less? Ace Jack suited in the hijack.
I think he was coming with plans of limp jam against the chip leaders on his left.
Yeah, it could be the positional thing at this table. Taylor does currently have the worst seat, having to get through both Ismailov and Pavicevic.
Nine, 7-3, 2 clubs, 1 heart. Taylor with the 2 overs, backdoor not flush draw. Eric's got that inside straight draw and may come out firing here, which he does.
Looks like mandatory continue for TVK. Yes, we could be behind, but 4-1 on our money. Overcards with hearts. Now the opportunity for Wasserson to win it. Does generally connect well with a low board. Probably completes any 2 suited cards in the small blind. So a lot of flushes available for Was. Shuts it down though. Let's see if Taylor seeks protection for the ace-jack high. No guarantee it's the best hand. Could be up a 7, or could be up against a 7 or a 3. That's a nice outcome. Little 200K stab to clear out a gut shot and 2 live cards.
Yeah, well played, TVK, just making some adjustments there. $5 million. Kudos to Davies for finding the spot there.
Yeah.
Hasn't had many opportunities presented to him to pick up chips, and, well, as soon as that door did open, he stepped right into it. Back up to 17 bigs.
Oh no. Ismailov continues to go after Pavi, who is still second in chips.
Ace Queen has been the theme of this final table. Pavi going to come with call.
Yeah, very different spot from his last confrontation with Ace Queen, having position and a good price. Just calling.
I mean, this could be huge for Alexa. Ace, Jack 9. Javid's got bottom pair, backdoor clubs. And we know he loves to barrel multiple streets, especially when he's involved pre-flop as the aggressor.
It's a deceptive little snap call from Pavi, I think. Traditionally looks weak. His Ace Queen quite strong.
2.6 in the middle. Doesn't bet big.
Cheap enough to convince Javid that the 9 might be good. There are straight draws and flush draws visible.
Self-inflicted damage being done here by Javid.
Yeah, playing this one too speedy pre-flop. Inflating this pot to the point where over 2 million has already been lost, and Pavi's going to ask for another 2.7.
Javid's getting a bit ahead of himself, isn't he, Kev? Just needs to recognize this is a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, I think many players with the big chip lead fall into this trap of all aggression as the path to winning hands against their opponents. Javid has calling chips. And I don't mean for this river spot, but just in general, having the option to play hands without building them to this size, being underutilized thus far at this final table.
Yeah, it feels like every opportunity there has been to be aggressive, he's kind of taken it, which at the end of the day, let's be honest, is why he's the overwhelming chip leader with 6 left and 6.2 up top. So, you know,
When it's
it has
going
its
well,
benefits.
Yeah, when it's going well and you've got the winner enough of the time. Oh, look at this from Alexa. Maybe sensing that he needs to change the energy a little bit to get paid off. This like overt look of comfort that we've even seen him use before, I feel, when bluffing.
Yeah, but like, tell me what the bluff is, mate. Find me a bluff.
It's so hard, of course. But we've seen Pavi open light under the gun. 7-5 of clubs.
Wow.
Did he call? Oh. Alexa's taken over the chip lead.
Nice hand.
What on earth did we just witness there?
9-10 suited, see the flop. No.
All right. Taylor's turn to push in chips with his pocket pair.
1.2.
Don't copy me, please.
All the short stacks.
Oh, another 2 sevens right behind.
All the short stacks taking it in turns to try and pick up the blinds in the big blind ante.
He's in. The short stacks are loving this situation until the cards are shown.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
7.
Oh god. Not like this. Not like this. Not like this.
Taylor.
Yo.
You sure it's your suits?
Yeah, which one?
Yeah, I'm hearts and clubs. Or do you want to switch? Do you want to switch?
No,
Which one?
TVK sweating this one. Be a dirty way to go out.
Oh, okay.
Chop it up, boys.
I would have won. 6
Queen 10 suited. Jack 8. Club.
You all would have won.
6 deuce.
Our money.
We all win. 6 deuce. Jack 8 suited and Queen 10.
Wow.
Tournament careers, and yeah, another day in office for them. Really is a dream scenario. Here we got Seth Davies, ace king. Let's see how he wants to play it. I imagine he's just going to open jam, not try to induce off of the sub 10 bigs. Half stack jam.
Ooh, round to Was.
I think he's in.
All right.
In the big blind. Good luck, boys.
Run it.
Seth Davies in a fantastic spot to double up to 4.8 million. If he can just hold here,
No.
I would have folded queens.
he's going to move up to third in chips.
Feels loose when he has ace king.
Most of the hands feel loose, yes.
He's also going to be able to do some serious damage. I mean, 995, some chop outs for Was.
What's the 9? 5 side? No, 4 side.
Calling for a 4 side. There it is, but not the right one.
It's actually not the 4 side I was looking for. Why is that good?
I mean, one more 9 or an
No,
ace
it's
would chop
bad.
it now.
I would have more outs on any other card. A double pair.
Oh, I see.
Ace king's good.
It's bad, really bad.
I just found it out.
Huh?
Ace,
yeah.
That's the way my brain thinks.
Left. Makita had 7 bigs, Seth had 5 bigs, and they were like the clear short stacks. And he just somehow, and he spiked that 2 outer on the river. It was just crazy, man. Crazy spin.
8s for Javid. 3x to 750k, and look at the flat from Pavi. This is number 1 versus number 2 in chip counts.
Don't do it, Was.
I know, I think you got to show some resistance here.
Was is like, I could increase my stack by almost 50% if I get a jam through here.
I like a fold in this spot. Yes, there's 10 big blind stacks out there. You're up against a 3x and a flat. Don't get involved.
Did he just say he's on tilt?
He did say that. These two are not on tilt as we go to a flop. 8s versus Jack 10s suited. Check call of the 2 8s.
Pavi turning the best hand. Checks through. 100% check mark for the man from Montenegro on home soil. He's going to be chip leader with 6 left.
Feels like Pavi knows the Jack 10 is good, but is it too thin? It's gotten called thinly by Javid before.
He has. Yeah, he's going to try and get 1.7 million in value on the river. Alexa just correctly recognizing that he's got the best hand once again against his man, especially when he starts seeing that body language. Now he's desperate for a call.
He's going to pay it off.
That is a massive swing in momentum. Bavi has the chip lead by quite some margin. He's up to 15. Moss on the button, can't get involved. Nora with 12 bigs out the small and an ace.
This is a close your eyes and jam in the ace spot. You got Davies, 2 sevens. That's going to be able to call it off. Here we go. Run it.
Pre-flop collision. Not the hand Matt had wanted to see there.
Come on.
Yeah. It's probably not going to work out the same way for you, though.
Yeah, I don't
Wow.
think
It's going to be a different outcome.
Wow.
Potentially chop. Not very likely.
Chop is pretty hard, yeah. You need to hit a set.
Maher was doing such a fantastic job. Working his way back into this one, taking the jam spots when they were presented to him. He's picked up some outs here. Gone from 3 to 6.
Not bad. Here we go.
Just add 7 more outs to the equation, Randy.
Picture or ace?
Ace, king, queen, jack. He's got a wrap. Does not find it.
Good game.
That is a sick hold.
Great game, man.
Seth Davies has gone from shortest stack to now 3rd in chips.
Taylor, he's got 2 4s. He's only got 7 bigs. Second shortest stack has 20 big blinds. He needs to run this one.
Good luck, TVK.
1.1.
Sub 7 big blinds. He knows what needs to be done.
Suited ace is interested for Javid. Wow, he's going to reshove.
That is a massive jam.
Chop again?
Should double up.
Had the chip leader behind. I mean,
oh, wow.
Great
5% of the time he just gets snapped.
You almost double up, yeah. Double up, yeah. Yeah, I've heard that before.
You almost folded it?
I almost
Yeah,
did.
you did.
Now I'm going to regret it.
Yeah. That was a bad situation.
Come on, you will win.
Luca, you shouldn't be.
Bad situation. You're 65% of the equity. He's locked up $1.8 million.
Oh,
Oh, that's an ace for Javid.
Okay, we have a chance
some
of
things.
some fun.
You got some things happening, maybe.
Some fun could happen on the turn.
Some fun could happen on the turn. Diamond or a gut shot.
You flip it for her.
I don't want to get disqualified.
Please don't. She said,
Okay.
Oh, fun.
Okay.
Got some chances. What, a diamond or a 4?
Wow, I'm going to be really sad if I have to leave you guys. This was so
You don't have to
We're gonna
leave.
be
Just
sad.
sit right there.
Nah,
Just stay in
I
that
got to
seat.
get there.
I think even if he wants you to hit, somewhere deep down, you know.
No. If anyone's going to win.
One more.
Oh, great game. Good job, guys.
bro.
Good luck. Okay.
Good game, Taylor.
Good luck. Good luck. Great. Good
What a
luck.
fun guy to have around.
Player D.
World class.
You can ask them. I mean, you can smoke like somewhere here.
This is Javid's type of hand. And I like that he's 3-betting. He should know that Seth can't really call 3-bets. Who's currently sitting in 3rd of 4 players. Oh, and Seth is calling ace-9 offsuit.
He's taking it to the streets, man. Even out of position against this guy, he's seen enough. Seth's here to try and play for the win. He's not interested in trying to just ladder a couple of spots. He wants that second title. He wants the 6.2 million up top. Not going to happen here, though. One would have to assume Queen 7-5.
It's only 750. It's a quarter pot, and Seth, he does have back doors working. He is out of position, but if he thinks his opponent is just c-betting light, for him to call pre must mean that he thinks the ace-9 is good sometimes. So he does check call. This could get Seth in some trouble, especially if a club drops.
Huge pot brewing. 4.5 million in the middle. See how Javid wants to play this.
Man, love their aggression. There's nothing Seth can do with ace-9 high now, right?
I don't even know at this point, Randy. Yeah, he does let it go.
What a play from Javid. 17 mil.
Took the initiative pre-flop. Double barrel. Gets it done.
Sixes now for Was.
Comes with men.
It's a good spot. For Was. As Bobby calls with king 6 offsuit.
Between when the lines change. Yeah. Just a 5 minute, 2 minutes. Okay. Portuguese, yeah. Yeah, I know. You have to break like 45 minutes.
Pavi. He's check calling king 6 offsuit with no diamond on hand on ace 10-8.
Randy, today we've single-handedly witnessed some of the most out-of-line floats that I can recall at a final table. The fact that it's in the 200K Triton Invitational with this cast of characters, I mean, I was saying to Kevin earlier on, I kind of wish every tournament could be an invitational now.
And the thing is, it's coming from many different players, not just one.
Pavi's always trying to find ways to outmaneuver his opponents. And perhaps he's found a way here. Ace Queen 10-8.
Yeah, if you float king 6 on this board, you should want to stab. Try to rep the queen or a flush. Maybe even an ace. And this guy is a tough customer.
This is actually a brain fart. I meant to bet 2.3. I'm used to pumpkins being 1K chips.
I might have called 2.3.
I mean, it worked, but I was going to bet 2.3.
Here.
Yeah, off the trip. Didn't we have something similar last time around in Montenegro?
Yeah, of course, we did have something similar, but this one being the largest.
No,
Georgievich,
yeah.
yeah, he got second in the main.
Ah, okay.
And he actually was final 11 here today.
I have no clue what I'm supposed to do in this situation.
Pavi, queen 5 off. Man, if Eric can find a call.
Yeah.
Phone a friend.
If he doesn't mind, I don't mind.
Let's all talk about it.
Yeah. Team project.
I have an ace, but I mean, what am I supposed to do? It's like
Pavi's gone quiet now. He's just gonna
like 35 bigs.
Ace jack?
No.
No? Ace queen?
Yeah, there you go.
Pavi taking a swig of the alcohol.
So Wall's gonna go play for the win?
I
think
don't
so.
know. What the fuck? What the fuck?
I think so. He's here to win, Randy. He's going to see that he is in incredible shape.
Disrespect
Whatever.
ICM. He calls. Oh my God.
That is a huge call. 17 big blinds apiece. Going in the middle. 8 million chip pot.
Whole tournament, so.
Was making
That Queens versus Aces.
an incredible call pre-flop.
Yeah, I was King Queen.
He's playing for the win. He's not here for ladders,
Well, I
Randy.
didn't like him having a 5, obviously. But
That part was less fun.
He wants the trophy in the 6.2 million, but the Queen of Spades in the
no.
window.
That's brutal for Was.
Pavia did say
Yeah.
that the dealer's been incredibly kind to him as he spikes the 3 outer and now needs to just fade 3 outs once himself as Was stands up and unmics.
Feels very close to me.
apparently it's a great call.
Needs to
70-30.
find Barry
It's very close. Maybe slightly.
to stay alive in this 200K Invitational. Can't find it. GG's all round. Played for the win. The deck had other plans.
It's fine. Maybe like ace.
That's cool, man.
And he just said whatever. GG, dude.
Seth Davies offering some
Consolation.
consolation that it's a close spot. Sure, we'll be back to the drawing board reviewing some of the hands played at this final table. You can't hate on the man for taking a shot at the title.
Throwing ICM out the window, and now on to the next hand. Javid's got aces.
Jared's coming with the 3x.
Kings for Pavi? What the? No way.
Call.
All in call. Oh my God. It's a 36 million chip pot.
No way.
What?
We finished, bro. Holy shit.
Seth can't believe it. My jaw's on the floor. I don't even know what to say. We could be heads up just like that. We're literally 2 hours and 30 minutes into this FT, and we are 5 cards away from being heads up. Javid has aces. Pavi's got kings. Jack 4-4. Seth Davies on the sidelines with 15 big blinds. Can't believe he's 2 cards away from being guaranteed $4.2 million.
Oh my God. That is the sickest turn ever.
Well, good luck calculating how much that King of Hearts is worth. Javi's got 2 pulls at a black ace. Otherwise, we are heads up here in the 200K Invitational. Doesn't find it. Somehow, 70 big blinds apiece, found its way into the middle. It was always going to be these two playing a monster pot. Seth Davies.
He also had the red wine earlier today. So
that's an interesting chase. It just rips the 8-3 of hearts.
1, 2, 3.
Is Jack 10 off enough?
I think it might be. Yes, let's go.
Davies looking to take his first step toward a double and a more playable stack depth. Give him 20 bigs, Randy, and he's going to dig in and make a match out of this thing.
No.
Okay.
3-3, 7 Jack. I'll take it.
Jack, Jack, Jack. Make it
Well, the
nice.
boys being greedy, and you can understand why. The beautiful trophy and almost 6.2 million to the victor. King, Queen, Deuce, Davies.
Kill cards.
Looking good.
8 kill cards.
9s and aces. Ice it.
4 of hearts.
That'd be a good sweat.
Nice.
That's
Well,
it.
How much?
it's a wrap.
0.4. And is it 2.4? Is that right?
The climb has begun for Davies.
Randy, I'm not looking to get critical, but it's nothing away from Pavi because he's outplayed everybody but Davies to get himself to this point.
100%.
A little bit of sun run is allowed as well, of
But
course.
he's been playing good.
Yeah, I agree. And it was a 9-6 that By the way, caught our attention late last night as he ran a bluff through TVK. Davies limping the 5-6 again, finding an open-ender on a queen-4 tray board. More than we can say for Pavicevic, who checks over. A check back now from Seth, treating the chips preciously, picking up the only flush draw. Pavi knuckles again.
I think it's very reasonable for Seth to fire a turn bet now. He's picked up a heart draw. It's very likely his 6 or 5 could be live too, but he's checking again.
And now he's made himself the flush, granted not the biggest one.
Pavi, he can't show restraint. 300K, gonna be gone.
Yeah, third pot sizing here.
I mean, I don't blame Alexa for firing. 9 high's never gonna win. And he's gonna value raise the 6 of hearts.
Looking for clearance against some slightly bigger hearts sometimes, or?
No, he just
have ever been involved in when it comes to poker and the sheer economics.
It has to be. All in, oh my God, Davies. He's in a great spot.
10-9 suited was a pretty one, but it tarnishes significantly when Seth wakes up with the hooks. Better than 4-1 favorite, facing the 2 undercards.
7 flop, 1 diamond. Nah, you're too greedy. You should leave me some out.
Ace, ace, ace.
Wow, you didn't read here.
There was ever a time to be greedy. Now would be it. 8-4 deuce, all clubs.
You got a long
This
way
is
home from there.
Yeah.
like standing at the foot of Everest.
Second double.
For the 10-9.
Don't do that yet. We're not done yet. All right. It's about
And
6
no
million.
point in embarking on the climb. Jack's holding in another double And welcome back to Montenegro. Action-packed day. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu to take you through the second portion of it as we crowned a champ. The Balkans claiming glory here as the hometown hero. Pavi hoists the crown. $6.2 million going his way. But that is now in the rear view as we're going to be turning our attention to the second final table of the day. It's the 50K 7 max, Randy. And before we get to everybody who's at that final table, I feel compelled to point out that we arrived there as a result of a bust out for none other than Ike Haxton. Left all alone as perhaps inarguably the best player at Triton not to have a title. Seth Davies was in the conversation. He claimed glory. Haxton out in 8th.
You know, just another day in Haxton's office at Triton. He makes deep runs, but he can't get there to heads up to try to hoist that glory.
I mean, do you ever feel, with regard to Ike, Randy, that it is somehow him never actually setting his sights on, like, an intent to win the trophy? I'm not trying to be critical, but, like, just he takes the spot. If the spot is the spot, he just takes it. He's not considering any of this other extra stuff.
I wouldn't feel too bad for Haxton, though. Yeah, sure, maybe it's not working out for him at Triton. He will always take the spot if he feels it's the right play. But outside of Triton, I'm sure he's done quite well.
All right, let's take a look at the spot for the 7 remaining players as we dive into the Triton Poker Plus app. You can see the Balkans again at the top of a chip count to start an FT. Danilo Vlasovic of Serbia, 5 million plus for him. Look at Kulev, sitting pretty, 44 bigs. Lonis, the only other player north of the 2.9 million average. Michaelitis, Europe well represented before we get down to the American. David Peters, Poseidon Ho in the building. Ben Tollerine will unpack the stack distributions and the seat draw, but we're not far removed from sending it down to the arena where Tournament Director of the Year, Luca Vivaldi, is set with the intros. Let's get it going. 50K 7 max final table with $1.25 million and change up top comes your way now.
Event number 9, the 50K No Limit Hold'em started with 100 entries. We're down to a final table of 7. It's time to find out who's going to take home this beautiful trophy, more than $1.2 million and glory. In scene number 1, from the US, with 2.3 million. Please welcome David.
Second cash in 6 attempts for Peters, the only other one being a third place FT in the 25K WPT Global Slam.
In scene number 2, from Serbia, we have our chip leader with 5.1 million. Please welcome Danilo Velašević.
And your chip leaders coming off of a second place finish in the 50K 8 Max, looking to add to his 2.3 million in career Triton earnings.
From Lithuania, our seat 3 with 2.4 million. Please welcome Dominikas Mikolaitis.
Mikolaitis 5th in the 40K mystery bounty. This his third cash. 2.5 million in Triton earnings coming in.
Our seat 5 from the US with 3.1 million. Please welcome Jesse Lonis.
That 40K mystery bounty where Dominicus found the FT. This man here found the W. 619K plus 800 in bounties.
In C6 also from the US with 1.4 million. Please put your hand together for Ben Tollery.
Stars and Stripes well represented in this one. Tollerine 20th and 23rd in the 25 and 50Ks. Besting that here.
Our C7 from Taiwan with 1.5 million. Please welcome Poseidon Ho.
This Poseidon's third cash has an FT under his belt already. Let's see how deep he gets here in his second.
And last but not least, closing down our final table with 4.4 million from Bulgaria. Please welcome Alex Kulev.
Kulev's 8th effort here at this Montenegro festival, his second cash, looking for title
The
number
button
2.
has been drawn on Ben. Roll back the blinds to 40,000, 80,000. We're going to play 7 hands at this level. Subsequent level would be 13 hands. I wish you all the very best of luck. Alex, shuffle up and deal, please.
$40, $80, and $80. Roll back the blinds. 200K in orbit. A little bit of relief down toward the bottom of the leaderboard. Just 2 sub-20 big blind stacks belonging to Ho and Tollerine as you get the glimpse at the chip counts. Brought to you by WPT Global. The boss men, Velašević and Kulev, Randy, I would imagine are going to do plenty of leaning as we try to hack up the lion's share of a $5 million prize pool. Just one 7-figure payout, but still plenty to get excited about. 222,000 on lockup, immediate ladder, $69,000. Let's go.
Let's go.
Why does David Peters look like he's from the future?
He looked like he came out of a movie.
Yeah. Robo Pete's.
Robo Pete's.
Pocket 10s.
180.
Mikolaitis, a little north of the click.
Alex Kulev. Jack 3 of hearts. Loves to take it post flop.
Can I get 2 waters?
Kulev starts his hand second in chips. Dominicus in 4th.
Seven, 5 deuce. Kulev maybe gets the sense
Thank you, bro.
that this board texture invites him to try to lay claim.
Definitely his type of texture. You can see he's contemplating lead. Which would be really nice for Mikolaitis.
The thing about Alex, man, he's got the heart of a lion beaten in that chest. And he's
190.
willing to explore roads that maybe others don't turn down. And here he is, leading out for 190, the overpair not going anywhere.
His hand might even be strong enough to put in a raise. Now, of course, it's a bit dicey as you don't really want to get all in, but 10s is really good in this spot. Especially on 7-5 deuce rainbow, which is very disconnected.
Yeah, looks like Dominicus isn't buying what Kulev is selling. That's more than 190, Randy.
550K makes sense. 2 10s against the lead. Gonna feel very good.
Kulev steps aside with ease. That's the upshot of taking that line. You don't get murky in the face of the resistance. Although it's when Dominicus flats and then maybe something that adds equity shows up where it gets expensive potentially.
Yeah, the thing is though, Dominicus's hand was worthy of a raise. It's kind of tricky if overcards show up. You know, the rollback's actually very advantageous for the short stacks. It gives them a little bit more time to hopefully find a spot.
Sure. Some sweet relief. That's a man who doesn't need any relief. It's everybody else that's looking for some, as clearly he's claimed a few pelts en route to this point. Yet to see him involved. Jesse Lonis doesn't mind getting involved, but here he is. 7-4 suited. Not enough. The middling stacks, of course, mindful of the ICM for the time being. Tolerine, one of the two shorties, activates with ace-9, Kulev ace-10 in the small.
Yeah, he's definitely going to get involved with ace-10 in the spot, just between 3-bet or flat. Main question is, are you willing to stack off if you do 3-bet against Tolerine? He doesn't feel like ace-10 would be good enough, hence he goes for flat instead, and Peters has got ace-king right behind him.
This is trouble for the opener and the flat caller, as Robo Peters will be heard from.
What is the price, Robo Peters? You may act.
Wouldn't it be great if he just kind of
490
with sound effects?
Oh, it's a little bit too smooth.
No, this, I don't think we have robot technology that can be this fluid as yet. 490. Doesn't take AI to sort this move out. Now, at this price, surely Tolerine doesn't anticipate that there's fold equity if he piles the rest in there.
Of course.
And you see quick releases from the ace-9 and the ace-10, respecting D-Peats. And with good reason. Peters, very accomplished.
I'm just going to let you know something real quick.
Okay.
Never seen RoboCop.
One day I actually am going to kidnap you, put you in a cinema, sit next to you, and we're going to watch like 40 straight movies
I've
that you
seen
need to watch.
Jacob and co-watch though.
Yeah, yeah. It's not a movie, but it is pure cinema. When you look down at what they're able to accomplish, their craftsmen out in Geneva, pushing the limits of watchmaking, and of course, delivering the Triton Epic X Collaborative Special Edition timepiece to the winner of our main events here at Triton. Day one of that main is underway elsewhere in the room, so we've got the rare 3-event day on the docket. 200K taken down by Pavicevic. And we are awaiting a winner here in the 50K. Before we turn our attention to day one of that main, plenty to sink your teeth into here, and I'm not just talking about the ace-king for Tolerine, which is going to be a lot more durable and open off of this 1.2. Again, 180.
Not a nice hand for Velocevic. Queen 4 offsuit. Straight into the muck.
Queen Jack. Looks like Tolerine's going to be the opener once more.
I'm not 100% sure if he's going to open off of 1.4. Yeah, it looks like he will.
I'll tell you what, he might be taking the temperature a little bit and feeling, albeit we can see it was more the product of hand distribution there, that he's going to be able to get through more readily right about now. But Kulev could be a stopper. He's 10 offsuit again, facing a Tolerine open. This time he brings the third scoop. King 10 suited is going to wither.
Yeah, he's seen Tolerine open way too much as of recent.
Highway Patrol.
Highway Patrol.
Officer Kulev with the citation.
Stop speeding, sir.
Tolerine pulls over and pulls out. When's the last time you got pulled over, Randy?
It's been a while, but it did happen when I used to drive in America.
So you've not been pulled over in Australia?
No, but I'm supposed to convert my American license to Australian license.
As of how long ago, Randy?
You're
How long
supposed
you
to-
lived in Melbourne?
I believe you're supposed to do it within like 3 or 6 months of living there.
Okay, and how long you been there?
5 years. I don't really. Can we delete the last few sentences coming out of my mouth?
I don't think the Department of Motor Vehicles or whatever they refer to it as in Australia is currently streaming. And if they are,
I'm not a
you know,
driver.
they're
I'm a
fans.
passenger. Okay, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They wouldn't do that to you. They wouldn't. What are they going to do? Revoke a non-existent license?
My name is Nanonoko, not Randy Lou.
Yeah. It'd be amazing if you could get that on your license, by the way.
What, McLovin?
McLovin would be a movie you've seen.
Yes.
Super bad as Super Kulev. Ace 5, clicks it. King 7 here for Lonis. Let's see 3. 440 in there. Jack 9 deuce. Checks over.
Slightly better piece for Kulev. Ace of hearts. Backdoor wheel action. Betting lead. Bigger stack. A winner.
Alex. Second in chips. Very dangerous player in these spots, Randy. If he senses that the rest of the field is seizing up a little bit, feeling the tension of the ICM, he's the guy that zags when everybody else is zigging.
Yeah, and you know, whenever there's random questions to players who are the best tournament players, Kulev's name always shows up. And, you know, like he's very dangerous, aggressive, and it's just great to see him here at Triton. You know, he's got multiple festivals in now.
And by the way, he feels like the type of character that would sooner not have his name show up. Humble, just goes about his business, but very entertaining at the table. Tons of personality, even in situations such as this. But obviously, everybody dialed in right now.
Do you remember when he won his title and he brought out his dad, I believe? He was on the rail.
Where was that?
Well, let me take a look at that Triton Poker Plus app. That one was in Montenegro last year.
Yeah, that's right.
In the 100K.
They made the trip when the deep run was upon us, and then he made it worthwhile for mom and dad. Ace 9-4. Defense of the big blind not feeling very worthwhile for the 8-5 right now, as Lonis did limp. So this was involuntary participation. And look at Jesse. He wants to be first to speak. Release from Tolerate. Randy, what month is it right now?
May.
Okay.
But why do you ask?
What month is Christmas in?
Well, December.
Right. So that's a lot of months between May and December, right?
Yeah, that's 7 months.
Okay, so why do I see 3 elves? And I'm not taking the piss, guys. I'm staring at 3 elves.
Come on, you're
right now.
Stop pulling my leg.
Look right, Randy. Look, there's 3 elves standing on the rail of the main event right now, and they look familiar.
Those are the same ones from Monte Carlo.
Yes,
But
they are the same ones at Monte Carlo.
I'm pretty sure there's only 2 last time.
I don't think
they spawned a
2
3rd.
elves. I mean, I guess they could adopt, but yeah, I don't know how they spawn. By the way, I don't know how does the elf thing work. You get elflings. I mean, they're already kind of ling.
So who are they rooting for?
I gotta believe this, given the absence of the Finn Ossi Kotola, is a special delivery to Gambledore, who is battling in the main event right now, from Ossi, who enlisted the elves to cheer his buddy on when they squared off heads up for a title, ultimately won by Korzinen in Monte Carlo. How much do you think those elves cost?
They don't cost anything. Come on. They're just doing it in the spirit of... Oh, it's not Christmas. It's May. How much do they cost?
But the thing is, you know, Korzinen regards himself as Santa, and non-zero chance he actually is the man, so perhaps the elves are on the payroll. Although Kotola, the benefactor. Nano, you should take a picture of the elves and tweet it. You want to go down there and take a selfie with them?
Go ahead, buddy. Like you left the booth for the chocolates last time.
Yeah, that was your fault, though. And you're welcome. Rip City here. Small blind v big blind.
You win.
He's looking intently.
Take it, sir. Aren't elves mischievous? You know what I mean? Don't they?
Are you talking about the Will Ferrell movie Elf?
Well, I mean,
He
no.
Was, he was a bad elf.
But just in general, I prefer those ones, by the way. And Bad Santa. Please, Randy? If you say you haven't seen Bad Santa, we're going to have words.
Okay, I know who's in it. Billy Bob Thornton? Am I right?
Yeah, listen, great. So,
I
pop
just
culture, Trivial Pursuit, Randy's your man, but...
Don't tell me about a scene in the movie. I have no idea.
Dude, Randy, what are you doing with your time? So we see what Velocevic is doing with an ace-8 under the gun and the chip lead. A click. Tolerine with ace-jack.
He's going to push it in.
This is, I believe, Danilo's first V-pip. But ace-jack is ace-jack, and so leaving a little 5K chip behind. Tolerine effectively jamming.
A little bit too much for ace-8 offsuit, I would think.
It would be a bit of a careless 800, wouldn't it? Yeah, Danilo knows better.
But you know, to answer your question, what I do in my spare time instead of watching the films,
yeah,
I just watch reruns of Triton all day until the next stop.
Look at this man playing for the home team. Attaboy, Randy.
Come on, there's no way I do that. That's too much.
Jeez, that was short-lived. By the way, Gambledore is currently interacting with the elves.
Oh?
I don't know whether or not he's issued instructions. Santa has his cheering squad intact. I'd love it if he gave one of them a piggyback.
I'm not going to respond.
What if it was like a multi-piggyback where one elf is
God.
on top of the elf that's... Anyway.
Yeah.
Ooh. One ace on top of another here.
That's good for a raise.
Kulev on the button. We range him well away from this sort of stuff, as we know how aggressive he can be. Reputation proceeds, and Danilo with the chip lead. Suited one gapper will keep things clean. Just 5 bigs separating the two parties at present. 8-8-10 board Open-ender with the club. Kulev with the overpair. Could be some trouble on the horizon.
Well, we know Velocevic will be continuing. First, though, is it potentially a lead? As he does have the covering stack, does check it over. Let's see if he wants to see bet the aces. Occasionally we see aces check back. And there it is.
And I'll tell you what, when the deuce of clubs rolls off and you've got all this equity staring you down, but nothing more than 9 high at present, you wouldn't fault Velocevic with a check back out of Kulev. Leading out here, Randy, into this 550.
I think he might even go over bet in this spot. He's got 8x in his range. He's got so many outs against a perceived ace high.
Here it comes. Not an overbet, but this is not a petite fillet. As he brings forth the ribeye, a marbled $500,000.
Got a call with all those draws out there. Underplayed his hand.
Another million into the middle as Kulev respecting the sizing out of that big blind range. Nothing more than 9 high after this 4 of spades arrives. And let's see whether or not Velocevic wants to lean heavily. He really could leverage ICM in this spot, Randy.
Yeah, he needs to think about what range is checking back the flop that can call both turn and river. If he expects a hand like 10x to bet the flop a lot, maybe he will press 9 high.
I mean, the problem is he's got 2 cards he really would like to put in Kulev's range.
That's true. Definitely are some checkbacks that call turn that contain clubs.
Even the straightiness that may have chosen to take a passive line in position. Danilo well served to knuckle here. Now let's see if Kulev has value on his mind.
I think he can go for value unless he feels that Velocevic would never bet a 10 for that sizing on the turn. But there was a lot of hesitation there where aces can probably try and cobble value from his opponent. Unless he always thinks this is a busted draw, then there's no reason to open the door to get check raise. But he does feel that 10x is in Danilo's range, and that hand is over.
Tell you what, he's not shy, is he? Kulev's chips always get a workout.
No, they're not stationary, are they? Those chips.
Well, shout out to those of you that are on board here on this action-packed day in Montenegro, streaming us whether it be on Twitch, on our Triton Poker YouTube channel, or the Triton Poker Plus app. Randy and I keeping an eye on the YouTube streets and appreciate your support. And for that matter, if you're enjoying what you're seeing and or hearing, by all means, let us know by clicking the like button and, for that matter, the subscribe button while you're at it to ensure you don't miss any of what we have on offer here at Triton, both during the festivals and between them. A small ask in exchange for the finest in streaming poker entertainment, which comes your way free of charge. Now, free of charge will not be Lonus's participation in this pot, as he was the man that brought the taxation. But Tolerane is going to escalate. Queens. Rates going up. 148. Ace 10. In the face of a 3-bet under the gun +1, Randy, at this sizing. I think becomes a very simple release, yes?
Yes, just gonna official count, just in case his opponent is shorter than he expected.
hot water, but not too hot, with ginger inside, please. Raw ginger.
Just taking a moment. You know, that's a guy that had 12 bounties when he took down the title in that 40K mystery bounty, so he knows something about hunting heads, but no envelopes included here.
No envelopes means let's fold.
Yep. Now, as promised, I mentioned that Randy and I are keeping an eye on the YouTube streets. Siskadella writes in to say, love the Triton events. Randy?
Me too, my friend. Thanks for letting us know.
You didn't let me finish. Also wrote, hope they get better commentators.
Oh.
Ban.
Producer James, can you ban this guy? Oh my God.
Well, Donor wrote in and said, I like the commentary, so we appreciate it.
Okay.
Quite a few others came to our defense.
Thank you.
In fact, somebody pushed back and said, hope we see a better chat. That's Siskadella. There we go. We certainly do our best. We know we're not everybody's cup of tea, but we try to have fun, keep things light, especially because these boys bring plenty of tension with the stakes where they are. Pressure-packed FTs left and right as Poseidon applies pressure with an ace-jack suited. The queens have been passed along to the chip leader. Velasevich coming in, who has ceded that lead to Kulev. But still, 38 bigs. Covering stack on the button.
I like a small 3-bet to induce Poseidon to come along with inferior hands. Yeah, 475 is quite nice. Let's see if Poseidon believes or not, because ace-jack suited is a lot of hand. He's going to quickly go with call. Pot size bet remaining.
This is a critical juncture for Poseidon. Sub 1 SPR, and he finds top 2. Of course, not lost on Velasevich is the ace-x range that would open and then defend. Ho checks over. See how Danilo approaches things. The Queen of Hearts is inviting.
Pretty rough spot for Danilo. He did make it so small that it's not unreasonable. Poseidon did flop top pair. He's going to check it. Queen of Hearts has a flush draw now.
Now with top 2.
Oh.
Do you like the check? It feels as though maybe we need to charge a price, Randy, with so much hand. Is this a check and jam in the face of a bet?
It should be check and jam, but I definitely like betting. A lot of the check back range contains like queens or kings, and they've got a heart. You don't want them to get a free card, which is happening right now, which is good for Velasevich.
Board pairing jack on the end. Full house for good measure for Poseidon. Not that he was altogether nervous about not holding the best hand.
I really like betting right now with the ace-jack. It's so unlikely your opponent will be stabbing at you if they didn't bet flop or turn.
Here we are. 600K confronting us. Half pot sizing, but more importantly, over half of Poseidon's remaining stack. That's what brings the weight beyond just the board.
Honestly, I can't really think of a hand Velasevich beats right now with 2 queens.
Doesn't feel like a whole lot of bluffing going on in Camp Ho.
Yeah, unless it's like king, queen of diamonds or spades. Obviously, he blocks king, queen of hearts, and that would be a flush, or king, queen of clubs. So you gotta remember, Poseidon just called the 3-bet off of 15 bigs. Good laydown from the 2 queens.
Oh, sorry.
Tidy procedures there. Post flop out of Velasevich. Never lost an added chip after 3-betting pre. Respectful. Poseidon, Randy, a relative newcomer to Triton, doesn't have the longest history here with us at the festival. What was his first stop?
You bluffed me, Poseidon.
Oh, hang on.
You will know in 1 hour.
Veteran reaction.
2 hours late. Maybe more.
Poseidon's first stop was Jeju, a full festival. Had 4 caches over there.
2024?
No.
3?
Just this year.
Oh, wow.
Very new face.
Apologies.
This is Alex?
I was trying to help my friend over there. But...
Oh, it's me, sorry.
Dusty one in the small. Jesse knows how to explore all parts, though. And all lines as well, as we've observed. Plenty of creativity under the hood. Suited one gapper now for Tolerine in the big.
Gets a chance at a free flop with a suited hand, but he's going to activate. He's expecting Lonus to just attack pre-flop if Lonus had the goods. Makes it 275, not even 3x, but this should be effective enough against 10-6 offsuit.
Take it down, sir. Jesse's got his hands full with Tolerine to his left. I mean, Ben is such a solid opponent. I mean, with that said, it's not like he's looking around the table and thinking, I would prefer to have X, Y, or Z there. Because solid is the way that we can describe just about everyone here. Poseidon, the least experienced, of course, but has held his own already with the FT here in Montenegro under his belt, as you pointed out, Randy.
Yeah, Tolerine is, I like to regard him as one of the original end bosses, at least in the online felt back in the day.
Was it Ben 86?
That's right.
Yeah. Well, Pocket Kings, and it's 200 from D. Pete's. Ace 9 on the button here for Jesse. You know, he likes to get aggressive, but he's also very mindful of his image.
It kind of feels like he's itching to be aggressive.
Yeah, I agree. Good. But he finds the ointment. Good laydown, especially when you consider that Tolerine could have gotten involved as well. Maybe not in the face of a 3-bet with the ace-10 and the small blind, but now he's got decisions.
His decision is 3-bet.
Poorly timed, unbeknownst. 500,000 and 1.6 back. Now, Peters has position. What do you think is the way to extract the most chips out of Ben?
Well, a lot of the hands that are 3-bet folding from the small blind are ace-x, and of course they've got 3 outs against 2 kings. So you do want to play more aggressively here, and if your opponent does have a pocket pair, or ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, maybe they get in chips pre. If David Peters had aces, he's much more likely to slow play, given his hand is less vulnerable to flops. That was a swift 4-bet click from Peters.
The click is uncomfortable, though, Randy, because it does things in terms of our perceptions. With some frequency, Peters is being cheeky at this price, or never ever?
Look, it's never ever. I mean, it's not never ever is what I meant to say. Otherwise, Peters wouldn't go for this clicky sizing. It would be just, you know, 2 face up.
Wow. How often do we find someone investing $500,000 and then stepping away from the extra $300 required? Tolerine reads the spot perfectly. You know, it just felt like a size that was begging to induce Tolerine.
He tried his
to
best.
rip.
Want to eat something?
Sure.
You want to eat something?
Shout out to one member of the Booth Brethren who I spy in the YouTube chat, Randy, soaking up this coverage. A man who knows how to cover the sport both with a pen in hand and a mic as well. David Lappin, good to have you aboard, friend. Actually push back on the minority. In fact, perhaps the one and only person in chat who was laying it on us, saying, keep up the great work, lads. Also shouting out the boys from Latvia, Sharehand, our producers here at Triton that work tirelessly
My brain stopped.
every festival. I cannot overstate that. I don't know how they do it, man. Yeah, definitely. Host of the Chip Race podcast, along with Dara O'Kearney. Producer James suggesting that our own Kevin Rabbitshow can't get enough. He's in the chat.
Rabbitshow.
What up, Creb?
Hold on, where is he? How do you ban again?
He's under, his handle is NanoSucks, S-U-X. Do you see it there? No, I'm just kidding. Well, unable to suck more chips out of Tollerine stack was Peters with the 2 kings moments ago. Finds himself in third now as Tollerine lingers at the bottom of the leaderboard. Chip count there brought to you by BetACR. Kulev has dethroned Velocevic. Chip leader coming in as we're looking to award $222,000. The first of 7 FT payouts.
And a vegetable.
King Jack now for Tollerine, wounded.
You know, despite Tollerine being the shortest stack, he seems to be the one who's V-pipped the most at this final table. Min raises the price.
Those are important pickups for Ben. Shout out Squiggy in the chat, who weighs in to say Triton is like an expensive restaurant. Other places like a dive bar. High praise. Appreciate it. Dive bar might be a bit extreme. And by the way, there's some likable dive bars out there for the record. Not that I'm a drinker, but I've been to a few.
But you know what's the good thing about this expensive restaurant? It's free. To
Randy,
watch.
it's, yeah, I was just going to say,
Not
what
to
the
play.
hell are you talking about? This is a 4-star Michelin, and those don't even exist. Pocket 6 is here for Lonis. Will make his existence felt. 2 1/4.
David Peters, Queen 10 of Hearts. Could see him coming with flat in the small blind. Might be just a tad strong enough to continue.
Queen 10 suited. Maybe just giving it a beat here also to see whether or not we can pick up on any interest out of the big.
True. If you feel like there's a squeeze coming in, then you'd just be pitching the Queen 10 of Hearts.
Yeah, Velocevic covering Peters coming into this one by about $500,000. David flats. And Velocevic looks down at a squeezable king-queen suited, Randy.
It might be a bit too strong to squeeze. If he squeezes, he would just 3-bet rip. But Lonis opened off of 25 big blinds. You're not really looking to get it in against that. He might also be trying to read into David Peters' tank call in the small blind. He is going to move it. Wow, that's muscle. He's reading Peters flat as weakness, as dead money. And just has to get through Lonis. And he should. Lonis only has 2 6s.
Mm-hmm.
There should be fears of bigger pairs for Lonis. It's not unreasonable if Velosevich just jams like 8s, 9s, 10s.
I mean, there's a tight cluster in terms of chip distribution right now, midfield. Tollerine's 18 bigs coming in, the shorty, and of course Lonis, as much as he has the courage to enter murky waters, he will sit this one out. I see him a little bit on his mind, maybe.
Pocket 5?
Ooh.
No. You get
No, he
6s. 4s.
Didn't realize it was Lonis just dreaming of
That's optimistic.
Velosevich having had the one hand he could beat. See, I would rather say pocket 7s, because then I feel good about the fault. If I say pocket 5, the guy goes, yeah. Then I'm like,
4s?
That was a great sound effect.
Unlikely.
Wouldn't be happy if I saw the call with pocket 1st.
You want it, B? Oh, God. I told you.
Well, Lonis is going to open ace, queen of hearts. Anyone going to come after him this time? You'll welcome the action.
especially if it's hearts, which is where Michaelitis finds himself in the big, very defendable king 9.
Oh.
Books a trip, 600 in the purse. Top pair on a king 6-4 heartless board. This is all Dominicus. Jitters the index finger, signaling a check over to the razor pre. Lonis finds that texture inviting enough to follow through. Just 150 quarter pot.
Yeah, Lonis is expecting a lot of check folds on king high textures. He blocks king queen, which is helpful, which is some of the king X's that Dominicus would defend the big blind and being able to continue. It is under the gun versus big blind. So Dominicus opts to check call to control the pot a bit.
3 on the turn. Michaelitis not looking to get dragged into an overinflated spot with top pair 9 kicker. Looking around at those other stacks, looking at the pay ladders, respecting the ICM. Lonis, no pair check back, no improvement to him on the end.
This looks like a good spot for a value bet for Dominicus. Giving his opponent check back the turn. So unlikely. King 9 is not the best hand. Maybe a little milky bet. 1/3-ish. Seems pretty solid given that he's up against a weak range.
570.
It's actually gone the other way. 2/3 pot.
It's one of those curious situations where Jesse is looking at the larger sizes in particular as perhaps the ones that have him reaching for the cape more than the milky stuff. Oddly, Randy, given the math.
So basically, against larger sizings, it's more top pair or better. And, you know, it's polarized. So, yeah, I see where you're coming from.
Well, he does lay it down, however, correctly. All the pickups for the midfield stacks are meaningful. As we pointed out, not a whole lot separates the gang. We're trailing Kulev. 3rd through 7th after that one, separated by 10 bigs.
Yeah, the pace of bust outs in this 50K, very different than our 200K Invitational.
Oh, yeah. The Invitational was hot fire. This is like a tea light. You ever buy the bag of the IKEA tea lights, Randy?
Oh, yes, I do know.
A little in the tins, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the silver tin.
Yeah, and then the wax gets all liquidy, and when you blow it out, the wax blows out of the thing onto whatever you had it sitting on. Pocket 10s. Peter's lighting the candle.
I've got to confess, I've never lit one of those. It's not like I do witchcraft at home or something.
What'd you buy them for, Randy? Decor?
I don't know. But I've seen them in my house.
Did you just... It was like the impulse buy at the checkout lane, and you were like, oh, just $4.99 for Skullraven. Or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? They got the Swedish names.
Why do you always got the Swedish names going
so
on?
Weird. Why can't you just call it couch?
You into the meatballs? The Swedish
See,
meatballs?
I've never eaten at IKEA. I promise you.
But you must have been tempted to taste one, right?
Well, listen,
You've
I've
heard
owned
about it.
some of the furniture, and just based on the quality of it, I decided that meatball probably ain't USDA certified.
So the thing is, you actually have to construct the meatballs yourself.
They give you all the ingredients. It's like a DIY meatball kit. Meanwhile, Kulev, he's got a meatball. He's queen. Velocevic doing well to flat the open. Producer James compelled to weigh in that the meatballs are good. I do feel like the follow-up is required. James, have you ever dined at IKEA without shopping for furniture? Be honest.
Like 3.7?
He says almost, and he's trying to pin it on a Swedish X. More on that later. Queen 9-5. Top pair, top kick here for Kulev. Ace of hearts of interest to Velocevic. 650 in the center.
Kulev might slip it on over to Velocevic. He's not really expected to see bet this board. Out of position. Ace of hearts, jack of spades. It's got potential back doors. It can just win the pot on the flop quite a bit. Blockers to continues. Fires out 200. Now, ace-queen is a hand that could potentially stack off, but it would be a bit much given he started the hand with north of 35 big blinds. So Kulev is a bit more likely to play it as check call. If they were playing 25 big blinds or so, then more likely he would come in with check raise to stack off.
7 on the turn. After the extra 400 flowed forward. Kulev now checking this one, Randy. Sopping wet board.
Yeah, Kulev just wants to play a bit of defense. Like, Velocevic still has pocket 5s, pocket 9s in his range. He's got some draws that would inflate the pot. You can even see just an ace-jack offsuit. It's no draw, but it's betting.
So Kulev now confronted with a pretty chunky turn barrel out of the flat caller pre. And this is risky business, of course, for Danilo, given that Kulev covers.
Yeah, but Kulev covers, but there's still a lot of stack to play for. So it should make Kulev go for check call rather than check jam. But there's also a lot of chips in the middle right now. Does he want to protect against the 2 flush draws, the straight draws that exist? You got to keep in mind if he jams here and he gets called, he's rarely ever doing good with
Yeah.
ace queen.
I mean, on the occasions where he's ahead, there's going to be a huge combo draw for Danilo to call off the extra 2.6. I think he's looking forward to the river, and by that I mean just trying to consider what awaits him as another 1.45 slips into the kitty. 2.5 million here. Velocevic with just ace high, and that's where he remains after the queen pairs on the river. Kulev trips and still checking.
If there was a card to give up on, it would be the queen, because Kulev would not be folding queen as played.
Good
Just to
shutdown.
give up. Yep. Big, big pot for Kulev.
How many times, bud?
Randy, you know, we talked about the last time you got pulled over, and I realized I didn't even press you. What? You got pulled over in the U.S.?
So I was in uni.
Okay.
UC Davis.
All right.
You know the school?
Yeah.
I drove to the Del Taco.
For work?
For work.
You worked at the Del Taco?
This was before I had to work there.
Ah, you were going for a job application.
Yes, and then
And a chicken
job
and a chicken soft.
It was late, all right, and basically I sped down the roads after.
When you say sped, Randy, what was the posted limit?
I believe it would be 35 in business, right? 35. Or
What do you
40?
mean in business?
No,
What is
business
it?
starts
There's no
right word.
economy lane in business lane, Randy.
Anyways, it was 35 or 40. I can't remember.
All right, and you were clocked at what speed?
60 something.
Randy, what? What are you drag racing yourself?
You know, initial D.
You really wanted a taco.
Yeah, I just thought I was on top of the world.
Urgent. You almost ended up on top of the hood of a police cruiser at that rate.
But you know what? I pleaded, and I didn't get a ticket.
Stop. Was it campus police?
No, it was a real police officer.
Randy, what did you... Did you have Cache Creek chips?
That is
Randy,
not
did you
fried.
slip a couple of black chips? Look at me.
Oh, I also got pulled over on home from Cache Creek. I was tilted. It was like in the morning, and I was speeding because you know there's long roads.
Oh, there's
right,
a 505, 515 is the
Yeah.
highway, I believe.
That one, I did get a ticket, and then my friend said, you know, just contest it. The policeman never shows up to the court. So I did. He showed up to court, and then I had to explain myself.
Why you pled not guilty to speeding?
Yeah, actually, I don't know if I was speeding. Oh, I did a U-turn when I wasn't supposed to. I basically just explained the rules.
Hold on the freeway?
I can't remember exactly. I think it was like those little towns in between. I don't know, but basically I just said, yeah, I made a U-turn here, and I had a drawing and everything, and the police officer just reiterated what I said and the court judge said, yeah, you broke the law, pay your fine. End of case.
Did you have to pay more than you would have otherwise?
I don't know, but I was dressed in a shirt, and it didn't work out. Can't believe he showed up.
Well, if you dress too nice, Randy, they know that they can get you. You know what I mean? You
But
gotta,
they don't. Why did he show up? He said they never show up.
I confess I've never had one show up.
Jeez.
I was tilted because I hired a lawyer.
You hired
Mine was worse than yours, by the way. More on that later as Kulev defends his big blind. 6-7 finds an open-ender here, although not a lot cooking for Jesse Lonis, who one might say was speeding with King 3 suited in the cutoff.
I think so, off of his stack. Not a standard open, especially raising into the big blind, who's the chip leader.
Check.
Nice that he doesn't fire in a C-bet.
Deuce on the turn, and now things might be of further interest to Lonis, given he's open-ended after checking back.
Kulev should attack here with his open-ended straight draw. The thing is, he knows there's a lot of ace-X in Lonis' range, so if he bets too small, those hands are going to stick around. So basically, should he bet bigger now, try to kick those hands out, or does he bet small and bet again, expecting straight draws to call and fold unimproved? It looks like he's going to go for the smaller sizing, on the turn.
$230 has a couple of the spicier stacks in this field intertwine. Lonis going to keep it in line with a flat and just see what's what. This isn't 100% tethered to the notion that he's going to improve on the end and perhaps pursuing an opportunity to simply take it away unimproved. Now with top pair, though, the improvement is very strong, and you can see Kulev with just 7 high.
I mean, he has like the nut low. He's going to feel very compelled to try to bluff out an ace-X, like ace-queen, ace-10, hands like this.
Boy, and that compulsion could prove costly. 1 SPR, he comes with the milk.
10%? He's basically just trying to fold out better high cards. I actually would be very tempted to value raise the king with a 3 kicker. Kulev is kind of telling the story that he's got a jack that's going for some thin value.
490.
Yes, this is good from Lonis.
Conquering any of the fears that some might have about opening action here. Especially off of that stack depth. Respect to Lonis for the find. Stepping out of the way is Kulev.
Kulev, of course, a little concerned, like, did you really raise me there on the river? Guess I'll find out later.
King 10, El Paso.
El Paso, is that what you said?
Yeah.
In California?
Randy, El Paso is in Texas.
Oh. I passed this conversation.
You know, back in the day, the game that enthralled people was Laden Thinks, but I think the updated prop bet game should be Nano Thinks. Because really...
How off can you be?
Lonis off of the 125 min by 135K as he opens the ace-jack. Peters defense with king 8. And top pair. King kicker here for Robo-Pete's.
It's actually pretty tempting to lead here in this spot with top pair. It's such a connected board where you don't see that many c-bets from your opponent. You get to protect your vulnerable hand. You're just going to check it over. And I think that's mainly because there's 2 short stacks out there. He's got a lot of ICM pressure in the middle of the pack, so he wants to avoid a situation where he gets raised, and does he want to commit the rest in?
Check.
Both parties checking. Lonis doing well, being mindful of that texture. Board pairing 5, and now Peters deliberates.
Personally, I would love to see him go for value here. This kicker is very good. You can get value from worse. Maybe even ace high gets curious.
230. If you want to try to satiate that curiosity, and maybe more after that. Just the value of the 2 overcards on a board such as this, Randy, enough to bring us to a river? Apparently not, deems Lonis.
Probably not at a final table where your chips are so much more valuable. Moving on.
Now, Randy, I gave you a hard time over your doing 60 and a 35. Believe it or not, for my 29th birthday, I bought myself an Italian car present. It was a pretty fast one. And so I picked up my buddy Jason, and I decided that we needed to figure out how fast it was. At roughly 3:30 in the morning on a Wednesday in LA. And, well, I might be the first person in history to have been pulled over by a policeman on foot doing well over 100 miles beyond the speed limit. I'm not kidding.
How is that possible?
I blew by a coffee shop doing like 100-something in a 35, and then I decided, okay, enough. Then we had to turn around and go back to Jason's house, but I did the same thing in the other direction, and because they heard the car whiz by the first time, they ran out in the street with flashlights, and I could have killed these dudes, but, you know, they shined it, and I hit the brakes, and then I ended up in handcuffs. The TMZ van came around. I think they assumed somebody a lot more exciting was going to be on the side of the road.
We got Ali Najad. False alarm.
Yeah, we got a little bit of excitement here is Poseidon with pocket jacks. Kulev performing poorly with Jack 9, and so is Peters with the 8-9 suited. Unbeknownst to both, smooth million in the middle. 3 amigos. Queen 10-6, double gutter here for Peters, but note that jacks are heavily occupied. 7s are an available path. And of course the open-ender for Kulev. Poseidon doesn't love the queen.
Still betting though. 20% pot. And both Kulev and Peters have a very nice hand. Double gutter, open-ended. One has backdoor clubs.
No heart out there.
Still, I would expect him to call 200K.
Sure.
To win 1.4.
7-1 lay at present with implied odds.
Yeah, when he makes a straight too, it doesn't bring in a flush, given its rainbow.
I confess, when the jack rolls off on the occasions that it does and we hold the 8-9, we've all been there when the ace-king shows up. So Peters does peel. 4 hearts, inconsequential. You see Poseidon coming off the throttle. Will Kulev hit the gas?
Kind of feeling like he will. There's a good chance he's up against a queen that's not folding. Yeah, he's holding that jack of clubs, which blocks some straight draws. So more likely his opponents are weighted towards a queen, but a 6 on the river is not bad for the 2 jacks. I don't know if Peters can pull a trigger of just 9 high into 2 opponents.
I mean, it's pretty rich to try to rep a 6. I mean, Queen X is still available to him, is it not?
It's also available to both of his opponents.
That's the issue, of course.
And sometimes you just feel like you're bleeding chips if you bet in the spot.
Well, you know the 1.6 isn't coming your way if you check.
That's true. It's so hard to represent a 6, though, because there's a bet and a call, and most 6Xs just fold after the action on the flop.
Steps away. And Poseidon, I assume, should be in check decide mode against Kulev here, right?
Yeah, I would strongly even consider just check fold outright with the 2 jacks. Because you're blocking king jack, ace jack, that might stab. But he's just going to go for a little block.
300 into 1.6. The issue when we block like this so clearly into somebody like Kulev is he's got great sniff for these spots, and independent of whatever it is that he's holding, which as we can see is a busted straight draw, he may just decide that the pounce is available.
He might. The thing is, Kulev has to pounce into 2 players, which is much harder to pull the trigger in this spot.
He's going to use a time bank. Don't you think, though, that the checking from Peters to this point feels a little honest in Kulev's seat?
That's true. Hence why he's bringing in a time bank. He's trying to figure out Poseidon's range. Poseidon's range has weak queens as played, I would think. Will those hands call a raise is a big question. Looks like he might be done with it. Yep.
You could tell it was on his mind, though, Randy. He didn't burn that time bank for posture.
Is Robo Pete's done?
Surely, one would assume.
There we go. No alternate ending.
Poseidon playing the game.
Peters, what are you doing over there?
You want to see the flop, then turn.
I understand. Nice hand to play.
You know, that little question from Kulev suggests that he has a tough time understanding where Peters was at, because I think a lot of his assumptions about what David was holding influenced his ultimate decision. Maybe surprised that Peters didn't call the 300?
Yeah, he was like, did you really just call for naked draw and didn't attack at some point? And he did.
It's allowed.
Dad,
One of my
grandma,
favorite lines
my
with respect to...
grandpa, all my friends from elementary school to college, all of them will laugh at me. But if I folded this guy, like, they give me respect.
I was going to say, one of my favorite lines with respect to, you know, how people are allowed to play how they want was the late Sam Grizzle, who was getting dressed down by someone at a cash game, looked up, told the gentleman, "You play your money the way you want to," and then pointed at the guy that was backing him and said, "I'll play his money the way I want to." So many classic quotes out of old Grizzle. R.I.P. The man who once upon a time, I believe, got into a fist fight with Phil Hellmuth at the World Series.
Who won?
375.
I don't know that anybody won. I don't think it was like a knockdown drag out. You know, I think it was just a little
no scorecards.
Chin meets knuckle, and then that's a wrap. Michaelitis wrapping this one up, wagging the finger at the Velocevic limp with dust, bottom of range. Bluff. And that's what awaits one of these 7 hopefuls. Triton Glory. Not to be overlooked, of course, the $1.25 million, which will go with it. Ace King now for Ben Tollerene. Still back of the pack. Opens.
down 6s from Peters. It's been very grindy at this final table.
You're not surprised by it, though, Randy?
Not with this cast of characters.
Mm-hmm.
JC, no discount.
Not 50?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. It's cool. Sorry.
Discount.
It's part of my speech play.
Do I gotta pay more?
I look at 75.
9s now for Alex Kulev. $250. Early position. King Deuce offsuit. You know, we see this big little kit, Randy, invoked as a 3-bet candidate due to its attributes, but then not going to get frisky there.
He's more likely to try if he had a bigger stack.
What's that? Soup of the day. It smells like a clam chowder. Something like a clam chowder, but it's not a clam chowder.
Clam chowder.
It's whatever chowder.
Clam chowder. Seafood chowder. It's a seafood.
But it's not seafood. But it's not seafood.
Oh, yeah, clam.
I confess I've never had a chowder that didn't involve seafood.
So what is it, just a soup?
I mean, I guess a vegetable chowder. If it's beef or chicken chowder, that's a little weird, I think. King 10 suited up front. Not so weird, but let's see once queens say hello how Kulev feels about the suited Broadway combo.
$700 is the re-raise. It's a bit rich for King 10 suited. Not the smallest of 3-bets off of that size.
7?
Too rich. As the queens fail to get any action.
I forget, are you the New York chowder one or the New England?
There's only one appropriate response to the question of Manhattan or New England clam chowder, Randy, and the answer is unequivocally and always New England clam chowder. Chowder should not be red. I don't like any seafood situation where things are red.
Because it's blood?
No, yeah, I don't think that's an ingredient in the alternative, but
I don't know.
just
Maybe
the
it's vampire chowder.
Base things with the, you know.
Yeah, I'm not into the tomato
not my
stuff.
jam, right? I am, but you
Not
know, in a
hot.
bolognese or you know, a marinara.
Oh, okay. You do like the pasta.
Love pasta.
But do you like guacamole? Because you haven't had it yet.
Was it there today at lunch, Randy?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, because I skipped it again today.
I'll take a picture for you, though.
8's not going to get skipped by Michaelitis. Ripens the pot with an open to 300,000.
Queen Jack of Diamonds. He can come along in the big blind for Kulev. Michaelitis opened off of a 25 big blind stack. Jamming wouldn't accomplish much. So take it as a call.
Suited connector doesn't outperform the eights on an ace-high board. Range advantage for the opener as the Bulgarian checks it over to the Lithuanian.
Little sprinkle would do it against Queen Jack of Diamonds. Maybe you could cobble some value out of 6x, protect against overcards when you're holding 2 8s. Quick fold. Okay, so you know how the clam chowder is really popular at the sourdough in San Francisco?
Oh, the bread bowls.
Yeah, that thing.
Boudin Bakery, I think.
So
But
are
go on.
those called San Francisco chowders, or are they New York or Manhattan?
No, it's just a New England clam chowder.
It's still
in
New England.
Sourdough bread bowl.
But even though it's not made in New England.
Yeah. Is there, I mean, you know, I don't think just because something is being served outside of its native origin that we all of a sudden appropriate, you know. Like if we import the Australian lobster tail and then serve it in San Francisco, we don't call it San Francisco lobster tail. You know.
Fair.
I wouldn't want to eat a lobster out of the bay, by the way. I mean, it's not the dirtiest body of water, but facts remain. Those bread bowls, by the way, Randy, you soak that, you know, let the soup sit for a little while.
But if it's not soaked, they're really hard.
Well, you need a little bit of structure to the receptacle. You don't want the chowder just breaching everywhere, right?
You're clever.
Come on. I'm no architect, but, you know, this I've sorted out. Kulev, quite the architect. And he's going to construct an open. 310,000. Deuces for Peters.
The deuces can reshove, and the infrastructure of 5-4 of hearts will crumble very quickly when Peters is likely to reshove. There we go.
Easy takedown there. Thank goodness we have Scott Rainey in the chat, by the way. He's brought forward the idea that I was kind of after. If you order buffalo wings here, Randy, they're not going to call them Montenegrin wings. They're just buffalo wings no matter where they're served. Shout out to Scott for the find there.
Thank you. You explained it so much better than Ali.
Shout out, by the way, to Lobster Bisque as well. Sean in the YouTube chat submitting that. A little bit of sherry. Delicious soup. Corn chowder, not so much. Some stepping in to kind of advise. This is another option, non-seafood based.
You into the French onion soup?
Absolutely. Gruyere, a nice crouton, atop a rich broth with heaps of onions. Are you, Randy?
Nope.
What's wrong with you?
Well, I cry every time I cut an onion.
Yeah, but those onions are cooked. You're not going to end up in tears when you have French onion. Perhaps tears if Tollerine got out of line with King 10 versus Peters here. Ace-Jack small blind. High-Jack open.
You know Peters is re-raising this one.
Rip. And no posturing out of Tollerine. Frank Shoves has also stepped in to point out that even if one is not enjoying the waterfowl in the city of Peking, China, it's still Peking duck, no matter where it's served.
Oh, but the Peking duck in Beijing, it's something else.
Where'd you go, Duck to Sheen?
Is that what it's called?
Such a tourist trap.
But
I'm sure we could have got great duck for a fraction of what I ended up getting showered for there.
I got showered too.
How much you pay?
I don't know. It's an R&B. I don't know how to do translation.
Dude, I had a taxi guy try to get one over on me. I'm following on Google Maps. I'm like, dude, why are you taking 3 laps around the city to get me back to the hotel? I know the way I got here, and this ain't it. Shout out that guy, by the way, for taking a shot. Meanwhile, Peters, ace on the button. He could take a shot. Deuce 5 suited here for Dominicus. You don't want to get into the habit of conceding blinds. 29 bigs. Currently, Michaelitis second in chips overall, just a touch in front of Peters, the opener.
Yeah, some players have an appetite for the loosely connected suited hands.
Two fours and a jack. Peters smacks this one hard. Interactions with the four clubs for Michaelitis, and let's see whether or not any ambitions are afforded him here. Do you like the check back with so much hand here, Randy, or is it sus?
It's super sus. I like betting small, though, because you want to invite your opponent into big blind to check raise you or float. You're not supposed to have 4x on the button. Maybe the big blind tries and rep it.
$175. Designed attempt.
Oh, he's very tempted to check raise in this spot.
560.
It does feel like a lot of bet folds are available to Peters. As we can see, that's absolutely not going to be the product of this check raise to 560.
And this is exactly why I like the small bet. You invite these check raises. If you win a little bit larger, the 5 deuce probably just stays away, given it's a bit more costly to put in a check raise bluff. As played, very easy just call in position. If your opponent has a 4, you'll get the chips anyways, but if they've got nothing, give them some rope.
Now, whether or not this pot gets interesting is going to have everything to do with what Dominicus picks up on this turn. Will it be a club or a card that gives him a straight draw? The 5s and the deuce is less interesting once Peters calls. And that is a big whiff for the Lithuanian.
Yeah, it's a very bad card for him to double barrel, because if Dominicus was check raising some jack X's on the flop, it would slow down on the king, fearing that his opponent has a hand like ace king or king queen backdoors. You took your shot on the flop. No reason to continue. Could be some merit for ace 4 to just check this back, unless he strongly feels that jack X is a big part of Michaelitis' check raising range. Then you would consider a small bet to keep those hands in there. Check back is so beautiful from Peters. Oh man, that's actually a bad river card for Peters.
Yeah, obviously you could see a world in which Dominicus's flop check raise was attached to a jack. And now would leave 4s full behind. You think he seizes the opportunity that he senses before him? It would be
I don't
unclear.
think so. The reason I don't think so is Peters should have a lot of jack X in his range, so he would just be incinerating chips by attacking in this spot.
No judgment, by the way.
900.
Out of this side of the booth, I've found my way to some very fantastic incinerations of chips myself throughout the years as Michaelitis fighting for the pot. But of course, once Peters snaps us.
And some muck face down. Peters doesn't have to show.
No. You're not getting called by worse than 5 high there. Although, I once jammed on Gavin Smith at a home game. R.I.P. Gavin. I was playing the board, and it wasn't one of those boards. It wasn't like 3 aces, 2 kings. It was like 5s and 7s with a 6. It was insane. And I jammed, and he called, and he was playing the board too. And we chopped it, and I looked up like, what is happening? I don't remember what he said. And I don't think he remembered what he said either, just given blood alcohol levels at the time.
That pot sounds ludicrous, my
It was,
friend.
I mean, come on, just add Gavin. Back in the day. Well, fallout for Michaelitis places him now second shortest of 7 runners. 1.7 ahead of Tollerine, who's got 1.3. Peters now wields the boss stack, and he's going to put it to work from the cutoff with King Salmon.
All right, you always say King Salmon. Why is the 7 a salmon?
I'm just repeating what I've heard, Randy. I don't think that the 7 resembles a fish. It's just King Salmon is a, you know, King 7 kind of sounds.
Okay, worst
same
explanation ever.
Yeah, I didn't come up with it.
Okay.
But I also don't have to trumpet it, Randy. So
okay.
If you'd like me to retire King Salmon, I will retire it for you.
King Tuna's all right, though.
That's not a real thing. There's bluefin, there's yellowfin, there's not King Tuna.
Okay, next time you see King 10 offsuit, I want you to say King Tuna for me.
But that's not a thing.
It can be.
You're trying to make me make it. You say it.
Okay, let's retire it now. Short-lived.
I don't think it had much shelf life.
Was it in the freezer or the fridge?
You know, a Twinkie lasts for like years.
Oh, I know.
You said that like you've got a whole cache of them from 1990 that you've been aging.
Aging like fine wine.
It's not like wine, man. Eat it quick. $10-3 now for Lonis. He's just going to bow out. Is that the product of Tollerine stack depth just being more skewed toward getting it all in if it's going to play?
It's also, he's supposed to jam the small blind into Tollerine stack very wide, given Tollerine only has 10 big blinds. 10-3 offsuit's like very weak. So when he limps, it's just so heavily weighted towards dust, and then Tollerine can just pounce. So rather looking to just save that small blind there.
Of course, Ben will accept all the chips that people want to gift him. Kulev. Under the gun, Queen Jack suited here. Solver bait for Peters, direct left.
$750.
Up we go. Not the first nor the last time the suited wheel ace is going to react in this manner. And of course, Kulev, aware that this open has come from under the gun, must be mindful of the range that Peters is supposed to have more often than not as a 3-better.
It's under the gun versus under the gun +1. Clearly, those are very strong ranges. And we know Kulev likes to get involved, but he's number 2 in terms of chips and very comfy with a lot of short stacks out there. I don't fault him for folding that pretty hand.
It hurts, but it's right. Peters surging now, Randy.
It's been a very smooth final table for Peters. Grinding upwards, not getting complicated spots. It's the shades, man.
What were those? Remember during the pandemic, everybody started going crazy for the avatars. Remember those 8-bit avatars, and people would spend like crazy amounts of Ethereum on them or whatever? Were they called cyberpunks?
Oh, CryptoPunks.
CryptoPunks. And they're kind of 8-bit, and I think Dan Smith had one for a long time as his avatar. Peters looks like a CryptoPunk avatar to me, man.
You think he's a rare, or you think he's a common?
Well, you know, I mean, black shades, black shirt. I don't really see the rarity there, but, you know.
You're calling David Peters dust.
No, I did not do that. I called him a CryptoPunk. What was it? CryptoPunk?
CryptoPunk, that's right.
Who came up with that?
Some punk.
With crypto?
From the future.
Remember there was like NBA Top Shot?
Oh,
There
yeah.
was,
That's
there
not
was
worth much anymore.
No, there's Bored Apes. Are Bored Apes worth anything?
Boring.
What do you mean boring?
Bored apes.
Oh, well, now they're
Nah.
boring because they're probably not worth near what they were at one point.
You're right about that.
What was that guy, Beeple, that sold the, like...
Beeple.
$69 million or something, right? Some painting, some digital artwork.
It's not
an
paint-
NFT. It
it's
was an
not-
NFT.
It's not painting, but it's digital.
Yeah. It was literal NFT. Wow.
You can copy and pasta it.
Copy and pasta, huh? Kulev. 150K. Limp. Peters. Big blind. Keeps it al dente with the check back. Top pair and an open ender versus just a 6 here. Kulev trailing. Blind versus blind.
Oh, Peters is cooking on this flop. Top pair, open into straight draw. Even better for him, he's up against a hand that could pay off some bets with just a 6. Here comes Peters.
250 after Kulev slipped it to him. And of course the check is designed to allow Kulev to continue with plenty of hand here.
Yeah, and Peters' hand is so big that he can easily call a check raise if he needs to. He can build the pot against a 6 or 5, hearts.
Well, there is that King of Hearts giving Kulev the lone flush draw. He still trails though.
A very interesting spot now for Peters. Does he want to charge the heart draws? Given that Kulev is quite healthy second in chips, I would expect that he would rarely be looking to check raise all in. So maybe Peters can get away with bet turn check back river. Although his pair of 8s does potentially have some kicker issues. He's going to take the check line.
3 on the end doesn't help Kulev. And Peters takes this line to allow him to call a variety of sizings out of Kulev on the river. Not sure a bet is on Alex's mind. He does have decent showdown here.
I don't think Alex wants to build the pot with his 6. Peters is not really supposed to be value betting worst on that flop with like a 6 or 5x. Especially not for the sizing. Peters went 4 on the flop, which was 250,000. Only reason Kulev was bet here is more so for block to try to set the price himself.
Alex checks it.
I think there's value to be had for the 8. If Peters was up against a better 8, you often will see Kulev fire, but he's going to check it back, and he's going to be a little bit disappointed as he does see the 6 that might have been able to pay off a bet.
Yeah, especially because Kulev's one of those guys that can get very curious.
Yeah,
but he's also one of those guys that can punish you, right, Randy?
We're thinking the same thing. Like, yeah, he might get curious, but he also might get curious if you can call a check raise for a massive amount of chips.
cagey affair, this final table, which has yet to lose a participant. Ben Tollerine, sub 10 big blinds now, eyes on with a 69K pay ladder between the 222,000 on tap for 7th and the 6th place payout. $1.25 million plus up top. 50K 7 max coverage here. In Montenegro, Triton Poker Super High Roller Series, Ali Najad, Randy Liu. Pleased to have you with us.
Ben Tollerine with the shortest stack, 2 9s. This is a monster off of 9 bigs. Probably going to jam most of his chips in there, leave a little back. That little bit is 5,000.
No altercations. This orbit's going to be brought to you by that pickup for Tollerine, who's trying to tread water, trying to avoid falling too far behind. You hate being the lone shorty.
Thank you.
Look at that cluster between Poseidon Ho and Tollerine and Mikkel. I mean, this is a log jam behind Peters and Kulev.
11, 11, 13, 14, 15 big blinds. You know, the average stack is 19 big blinds, only 2 players above, which is Kulev and Peters. Peters has all of the chips.
Now, obviously, things will fill out a little bit as shorties are consolidated and absorbed by the remainder of the field, but the longer that we go without busting someone as the blinds continue to go up, the thinner everybody's stack gets. Clear opportunity here for Peters if he chooses all of a sudden to shift gears, one would think. Although, if we do start activating, we have to expect that the resistance is going to start to come in the form of jams.
Let's see, 8-7 suited. He's up against 2 small stacks. Is he willing to press and just say all in?
All in.
There's your answer.
What gear is this? 5th gear? No, just first. Well, first is slow.
No, yeah, first is slow.
Yeah. Couple more noises,
I'm not a mechanic,
please.
Randy.
Yeah.
What were you driving when you got that speeding ticket in Davis, Randy? Was it a Honda?
Corolla.
I didn't make you for a Corolla, man.
95. Roll-up windows, manual.
Oh, you went with the base model, bro?
No auto locks.
No options?
Nope, we had windshield wipers.
I'm just going to go out on a limb and say it was an automatic, Randy.
Do you want to see me in a manual?
No.
It won't move.
Nobody on the road wants to see you in a manual.
I won't even be able to get it to 60 miles per hour.
No, you'd be porpoising down the road. Kulev, King Jack. Clicks it here at the 75-150 level.
You know, when I took my driver's test, I failed it once.
But you had Cache Creek chips.
I couldn't park the car back in DMV. I asked the test driver,
Hold up.
Can you park it for me?
When you say you couldn't park it back at the DMV, was this like a parallel parking situation on the curb, or was like a parking lot with the lines?
Parking lot, but not the diagonal one, like the
90 degree?
Yeah, the 90-degree one. I couldn't do it. And he said he couldn't take over. So
obviously, man, it's your test. If you don't know the answer to a quiz
question,
you don't raise your hand and ask the teacher
test.
to come in.
I already failed the test, so why can't he take over?
I think it's a liability thing, Randy.
Bumper got scratched.
You scratched the bumper trying to park it at your driving test?
There was a wall. The wall is all right, though. Car is not.
Oh, Lone is parking $1.9 million in front of him here. A7 for Tollerine. Is it go time?
I think it might. A7 performs very well blind versus blind. There we go.
Yep. Well, he doesn't need anybody else to take the wheel. Tallerine hopping right in. 3.2 million. What an opportunity for Ben, who's been patient, bobbed and weaved. And he finally loosened the collar at the expense of Jesse Lonis, who covers.
It's a 60-40. A7 is ahead of King 9. Onto a flop.
Ace 9-5, Tallerine. Poised with top pair versus second pair, but does need to fade 5 outs twice. Yikes.
Oh, man. Rough turn card for Tallerine.
Now, he's not out of here just yet. Maybe a suck and resuck. Ace 7 and 5 all do the trick for Tallerine to keep his seat in this one and avoid being the first victim. Are they available? No. Rough way to go for Tallerine. Best hand pre and post, but the turn, the devastator. And with that, we've got our first victim here at this FT.
Yeah, rough one. Eventually, someone does have to go down. And it is Tallerine.
Really, I don't think anybody else in that seat would have met a different fate, Randy, just given the card distribution that he received.
I've ever played seven-handed in my life. No joke. Like for how sour we are?
Yeah.
Jesse taking note of the protracted nature of the seven-handed action there, as Tallerine will take 222,000 home for the 7th effort.
You can move that way too, you got all the room.
Hell of a player. Out of the way now. Path cleared for the remaining 6, Randy, in the chase for 1.25 mil.
That's right. Everyone got about a $70,000 pay jump. Tallerine cashing 222,000. 6 remaining now.
GG's. Ben 86.
On to the next hand. Kulev gonna try to press second in chips with Jack 10 off suits. Lonis with a pretty much an equal stack. Queen 10 of hearts.
Call.
Gonna flat it. Maybe some perceptions that Kulev is playing parts of the deck one wouldn't anticipate from under the gun, more so than your average operator. Lonis taking position, and the flush draw versus top pair spells further investments out of at least one of these camps. Kulev starts off with a check, Randy.
Yeah, he's playing the flatting range of his opponent. It could contain some pocket pairs, but he wants to induce bets with the Jack 10. His kicker is a bit of an issue. In a sense, he's not really looking to build the pot himself with Jack 10. 350K flop bet from Lonis. 1 overcard to the board. Flush draw. It's an amazing hand. Even the 10 could be good if he was up against Kulev's like 7s, 8s, 9s.
Now, once Alex peels, we do get the sense that things above the jack loom. 7 of spades, not supposed to be something that would pose any improvement to Kulev's hand. Bar spades, of course, as the backdoor draw arrives. Two-tone texture now.
There's a little bit of worry, though, that Kulev has a hand
Check.
like pocket 8s or 9s, which picks up outs, so he can't really get those hands to fold. That's why Lonis didn't double barrel the Queen 10 of hearts on the turn.
And by the way, Lonis knows that he hasn't somehow prevented himself from looking credible on the end. If he were try to look for value, it could seem like a pot control line with the Jack X. Of course, unbeknownst to him, the Jack X is in Kulev's possession. Neither of these guys supposed to have a 4.
Yeah, let's throw the 4s out the window. Seems very unlikely.
And it seems Like that has a lot to do with why it is that Kulev is activated. 320 into 1-6.
So because Lonis shouldn't have a 4 in his hand, he's very unlikely to bluff raise in this spot, especially after checking the turn.
Out of there is Lonis. Took his one shot at it on the flop. That pickup from Alex now separates he and Lonis.
Bluffing?
Hmm?
You bluffing?
No. I don't get respect enough on this table.
I would have got it in on flop.
Too many gamblers.
I didn't think you had many 4s.
Hmm?
I didn't think you had many 4s there. I don't know. Must have had a set. Ace check, man.
And you don't have many 4s as well.
I got a few.
Or are you calling the 6-4 ball there and seeing what happens?
I got a couple more than you.
It's not a competition, boys, but I would say the 4Xs of the world in Jesse's seat certainly rate to be more a Kulev Lonis kind of deal among the remaining 6, more so than the others. 5-5 for Dominicus. This is a committing 750.
Wait, did he size it perfectly to leave 555K back?
What do you think, he's playing numbers games with himself? Did you play Sudoku?
Oh,
Randy?
yeah, I did.
You still play?
No, why would I still play that?
I don't know, to keep your brain sharp.
It requires pen and paper now. I mean, no, it doesn't. No.
What are you talking about?
I mean, I used to use pen and paper, but when they released the digital version, I no longer was interested.
Oh, yeah, Randy Analog Lou. Just likes it old school. What, do you got, an 8-track cassette player in the car? Remember when you had the CD player in the car and it would skip whenever you hit a bump?
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I had my car lowered, so it was like way worse.
Oh, did you?
You couldn't even listen to music.
Did you have hydraulics working?
I have hydraulics. What do you think? I'm in the El Camino, just hitting the switches. Jack 9 of hearts here. Dominicus. Not going to hit the switch. Well served, as Lonis is going to take a peek at 20 miles.
350.
Can Poseidon have restraint? Yes.
No resistors for Jesse. Trying to trend back in the right direction after losing a few to Kulev.
What about those spinny wheels?
The spinners,
Is that
Randy,
what they
the
call 'em?
rims.
Yeah,
that
yeah, on the rims.
You stop at the light, but they keep. Those were stupid.
You know what? I always thought this would be really clever. You drive in the fast lane, but you only get the spinny rims on one side, so you don't have to buy a full set.
No.
Yeah.
I believe you after you told
I
me.
hear you, Randy. Spinners on one side.
We're having
Save
such an honest
50% on
conversation.
rims. There you go. You could do it the other way and just drive in the slow lane, which of course you're trying to be seen anyway if you got spinners. So, but then when people merge on the freeway, they're like, wait, what? Producer James looking up at me right now and thinking, what do you mean by freeway? It's motorway.
Highway?
I think highway works.
Which way is the King 3 going?
1.79 million.
Holy.
It's going all the way. As this raise covers Velocevic, King 9 off. Danilo was something to think about at all.
You know, King 9. for chips would be a call. We throw in ICM. Now it's unclear.
Yeah, a little bit of a headache now for the Serb. Held the chip lead coming in. Now sits with just 13 bigs, Randy.
I mean, he would be doing so good if he can call here. There's multiple players with similar stacks. You really need to be crushing your opponent's range if you want to call off these blind versus blind jams.
好，谢谢老板。
Delicate situation. You got Michaelitis on 11 bigs, you got Poseidon on 13, and you have what you feel like might be an opportunity to double your way off the bottom of the leaderboard against Peters, who you know is going to be leaning as the chip leader. Look how well he's performing here.
I know.
62%. If only he knew the inferior king was across the way.
And also knows Peters would jam better kings, ace X's. These hands are performing very well against king 9. But then there's the bottom end of the stuff. The 8-7s, 9-8s. And he's going to lay down to king 9. Great news for David Peters.
Oh, man.
That was a strong move, Peters. That was...
Look at Kulev all over his man there.
Don't be fooled.
That's powerful. You didn't want the 1.9 million, you just wanted the 1.79 million.
Yeah, that's very That's sharp.
That's gangster.
Doesn't let him say, ask for a count. I love it.
I'm not greedy, I don't want it all.
Yeah. You check it back.
Yeah.
Nice to see Peters breaking character, and the boys enjoying a little levity here.
Before the break.
On break, 15?
350?
No, break.
Kulev getting after it from the cutoff here. Queen 10. Peters suited queen on the button. Kulev's is a stack that he could really apply pressure to, Randy, given that Alex is second in chips. It's risky business when he pops his head up out of the sand. Queen 8 not the one, though. Jack 9 suited now for Danilo.
This also doesn't really seem to be the one. King 8 offsuit. It's a pretty decent hand, but do keep in mind Danilo's got the same stack. Poseidon's got a similar stack. Does he want to call here? Maybe check fold some flops and be to clear short stack? He does not, so he folds.
Just stepping aside is Michaelitis. Saying goodbye to 2 blinds in the process, as he will occupy the bottom rung on a 6-person totem pole here. Ben Tollerine dispatched, the only casualty of the frame here in the 50K 7 max. 36 bigs for David Peters. When we come back to play 100, 200, 200, $500,000 in orbit will be the price of poker at that point. As a final glimpse before the players head to the break, brought to you there by WPT Global. Ali Nejad, Randy Liu, back with you here. Things were ultra cagey, and then all of a sudden, we broke ice with the departure of Tollerine, and you heard Jesse Lona say that might be the longest I've ever played 7-handed. I don't know if it's a record-setting amount of time it took to bust a player, but it definitely goes to show you that the operators on our hands are going to be very careful and very deliberate from here forward.
Yeah, and we witnessed that for the past couple hours, right? Average stack is 22 big blinds, but we have 3 players that are very short, one with 9, one with 10, one with 13, and, you know, Tollerine had, 9 big blinds when he busted out. So, you know, KG is the play.
Yep, that it is. Just taking a look at the on-tap payout now, $291,000, and the ladder is going to be $77,000 from there. We're going to step aside for a short break. Henry Kilbane going to pop into the booth, and we're going to carry on with this final table of the 50K 7 Max after this.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Meatball. Ace queen. Velocevic doing well to flat the open. Producer James compelled to weigh in that the meatballs are good. I do feel like the follow-up is required. James, have you ever dined at IKEA without shopping for furniture? Be honest.
So like 3.7?
He says almost, and he's trying to pin it on a Swedish X. More on that later. Queen 9-5. Top pair, top kick here for Kulev. Ace of hearts of interest to Velocevic. 650 in the center.
Kulev might slip it on over to Velocevic. He's not really expected to see bet this board. Out of position. Ace of hearts, jack of spades. It's got potential back doors. It can just win the pot on the flop quite a bit. Blockers to continues. Fires out 200. Now, ace queen is a hand that could potentially stack off, but it would be a bit much given he started the hand with north of 35 big blinds. So Kulev is a bit more likely to play it as check call. If they were playing 25 big blinds or so, then more likely he would come in with check raise to stack off.
7 on the turn. After the extra 400 flowed forward. Kulev now checking this one, Randy. Sopping wet board.
Yeah, Kulev just wants to play a bit of defense. Like Velocevic still has pocket 5s, pocket 9s in his range. He's got some draws that would inflate the pot. You can even see just an ace-jack offsuit. It's no draw, but it's betting.
So Kulev now confronted with a pretty chunky turn barrel out of the flat caller pre. And this is risky business, of course, for Danilo, given that Kulev covers.
Yeah, but Kulev covers, but there's still a lot of stack to play for. So it should make Kulev go for check call rather than check jam. But there's also a lot of chips in the middle right now. Does he want to protect against the 2 flush draws, the straight draws that exist? You got to keep in mind, if he jams here and he gets called, he's rarely ever doing good with ace queen.
I mean, on the occasions where he's ahead, there's going to be a huge combo draw for Danilo to call off the extra 2.6. I think he's looking forward to the river, and by that I mean just trying to consider what awaits him as another 1.45 slips into the kitty. 2.5 million here. Velocevic with just ace high, and that's where he remains after the queen pairs on the river. Kulev trips and still checking.
If there was a card to give up on, it would be the queen, because Kulev would not be folding queen as played.
Good shutdown.
Yep. Big, big pot for Kulev.
How many times, bud?
I got showered too.
How much you pay?
I don't know. It's an R&B. I don't know how to do translation.
Dude, I had a taxi guy try to get one over on me. I'm following on Google Maps. I'm like, dude, why are you taking 3 laps around the city to get me back to the hotel? I know the way I got here, and this ain't it. Shout out that guy, by the way, for taking a shot. Meanwhile, Peters, ace on the button. He could take a shot. Deuce 5 suited here for Dominicus. You don't want to get into the habit of conceding blinds. 29 bigs. Currently, Michaelitis second in chips overall, just a touch in front of Peters, the opener.
Yeah, some players have an appetite for the loosely connected suited hands.
Two fours and a jack. Peters smacks this one hard. Interactions with the 4 clubs for Michaelitis, and let's see whether or not any ambitions are afforded him here. Do you like the check back with so much hand here, Randy, or is it sus?
It's super sus. I like betting small, though, because you want to invite your opponent into big blind to check raise you or float. You're not supposed to have 4x on the button. Maybe the big blind tries and rep it.
$175. Designed attempt.
Oh, he's very tempted to check raise in this spot.
560.
It does feel like a lot of bet folds are available to Peters. As we can see, that's absolutely not going to be the product of this check raise to 560.
And this is exactly why I like the small bet. You invite these check raises. If you win a little bit larger, the 5 deuce probably just stays away, given it's a bit more costly to put in a check raise bluff. As played, very easy just call in position. If your opponent has a 4, you'll get the chips anyways, but if they've got nothing, give them some rope.
Now, whether or not this pot gets interesting is going to have everything to do with what Dominicus picks up on this turn. Will it be a club or a card that gives him a straight draw? The 5s and the deuce is less interesting once Peters calls. And that is a big whiff for the Lithuanian.
Yeah, it's a very bad card for him to double barrel, because if Dominicus was check raising some jack X's on the flop, it would slow down on the king, fearing that his opponent has a hand like ace king or king queen backdoors. You took your shot on the flop. No reason to continue. Could be some merit for ace 4 to just check this back, unless he strongly feels that jack X is a big part of Michaelitis' check raising range. Then you would consider a small bet to keep those hands in there. Check back is so beautiful from Peters. Oh man, that's actually a bad river card for Peters.
Yeah, obviously you could see a world in which Dominicus's flop check raise was attached to a jack, and now would leave 4s full behind. You think he seizes the opportunity that he senses before him? It would be
I don't think
Unclear.
so. The reason I don't think so is Peter should have a lot of Jack X in his range, so he would just be incinerating chips by attacking in this spot.
No judgment, by the way.
900.
Out of this side of the booth, I've found my way to some very fantastic incinerations of chips myself throughout the years as Michaelitis fighting for the pot. But of course, once Peter snaps us.
And some muck face down. Peters doesn't have to show.
No. You're not getting called by worse than 5 high there. Although, I once jammed on Gavin Smith at a home game. R.I.P. Gavin. I was playing the board, and it wasn't one of those boards. It wasn't like 3 aces, 2 kings. It was like 5s and 7s.
Randy, I'm not going to lie, I was really looking forward to hearing the back end of Harley's story there with that pot against Gavin Smith, but we have more important things at hand. The final table of this 50K, we're down to the final 6. Certain deep heats, currently chip leader with 36 big blinds, but of course we're going to be keeping an eye on things here, Randy, in the sense that the blinds have gone up to 17 big blind average stack now, meaning we have 3 players, Poseidon Ho, Danilo Velasovic and Dominicus Mikulaitis, all sub 10. Can we expect, and is it safe to assume that chips are going to be going in very soon?
It's supposed to be, but we were 7-handed for the majority of the frame. Ben Tollerane did go out recently. He was also in that 10 big blind territory. They have a lot of incentive to try to wait each other out. We've got pay jumps on hand and, you know, try to chip up when you can, but hopefully let someone else bust out first is the plan.
Didn't we say that in the 200K earlier on that we covered when there was 6 left and we're like, hang on, these 3 short stacks are all going to try and wait each other out, and then 45 minutes later we were crowning a champion for 6.2 million?
Yeah, but we
Did
do
that
have
happen?
different operators here. And we even had, Jesse Lona said, that might have been the longest 7-handed play I've ever played at a final table.
Well, all 6 of these guys are guaranteed 291,000 for their efforts. And just going back to what Randy's referencing, the reason that they would be incentivized, of course, trying to wait each other out, the difference between 6th and 4th, for example, is the better part of $160,000. Of course, all 6 of these players are going to be eyeing up that top prize of $1,258,000. Another 7-figure payday here. Who have you got, Randy, if you had to pick off the bat?
I'm going to cheat.
Yeah?
David Peters, because he has all of the chips.
Deep heats, chip leader coming in with 36 big blinds. Alex Kolev, the Bulgarian, #1 on Bulgaria's all-time money list. He's currently sat on 24 bigs. Jesse Lawrence looking for his second title of the series if he can get it done. He's got 16 big blinds, can do some serious damage to the 2 that are currently above him, but he can also afford to go scalp hunting. Randy, if he can eliminate Poseidon Ho, who has 9 bigs, Danilo with 8 bigs, and Mikulaitis with 7 as we look to throw it down once more very soon, as these 6 are going to take center stage for the last time to actually try and get their hands on a trophy and a 7-figure payday.
Maybe 2 trophies if you're Jesse Alonis.
Man, the guy is in form, and I think the sickest thing about Jesse is Ben Lamb reached out to him and said, dude, you're on an absolute heater, and said, no, Jesse said, don't worry, Ben. You'll know when I'm running hot. I haven't even started yet. How about Poseidon Ho, by the way? Massive shout out to him. This is his 3rd final table of the series. Sorry, I do apologize. 2nd final table of the series. Had a deep run in that 40K mystery bounty. Came 8th in the 50K, 208,000. And he's already guaranteed more than that here. Career best score for him in this 50K. Deep Heats has got the Neo glasses on, bro. Let's go.
He's in the zone. King 6 suited. Will be raising.
This guy.
3,050,000.
This guy.
Very specific number.
50,000.
I think he said 60.
You know I got more than that, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
aces
that's
from
his strategy.
Michaelitis.
I'll give you a couple of blinds.
I know I don't. No, never mind.
Well, he gets to click call.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
And he's going to be doubling up and moving up to third in chips most of the time. The Pete's can convert with the diamonds or some funky 2-pair or straight.
2 aces? Fun.
That's fine. But not for us.
Yeah, for them. But no diamond. It's dangerous.
Yeah.
Would be a dirty way to go. Aces to get cracked.
Yeah.
Will happen 83% of the time.
There it is.
Peters has picked up 5% equity. Looking for a jack. 2 cards to come. Doesn't really change anything, Randy.
Could be worse.
There's one
Could
way
be a worse turn, right?
to eliminate Michaelitis, and that is with a jack on the river. Doesn't find it. Michaelitis is going to get the double early on.
American Airlines.
After coming back from break. Came back 6 of 6.
Well, Dominicus has left Poseidon Ho and Velocevic at the bottom of the leaderboard. Gotta be the easiest hand of poker he's played.
What, just click and call with aces?
Exactly. No decision points. He was already put all in. Can't blame David Peter, though, for jamming King 6 suited. Would take a premium for those stacks to call off.
Am I this box?
Yeah, okay.
That changes things at the top of the chip counts as well. Kulev now trailing by just 5 big blinds. David Peters is still the chip leader though. Wow.
850.
Another spot for one of the short stacks, and oh my word, Danilo with the ace queen and 1 seat over. Michaelitis has got a couple of cowboys on the back end of doubling up with aces. What an incredible return to the main stage for him after that short break. I mean, if he wins this, Randy, is this the definition of a heater, or does he need to double up again?
It's a heater because he went from aces to kings, and he's getting full action on both hands.
It's allowed. It's allowed. I think it's allowed. We can call the floor though. This is to confirm.
I remember my seat draw was there.
Yeah. I mean, this is not allowed. I think this is some inside business stuff.
Confirmed it is allowed. You are allowed to get aces and then kings.
You're paying currently.
Danilo
I had a king as
looking
well,
for an ace, but the king,
Yeah.
a high board,
never
leaves
easy.
him drawing to runner Broadway.
Always a sweat.
It's gonna be a long road.
Needs a 10 or a jack to
So
turn a
tough.
sweat. Otherwise, we are going to be down to 5.
Good luck.
He is
Good
dead
game.
on the turn.
Good game, bro.
Second final table of the series for Danilo. Again in a 50K, came second in the 50K 8 max for 1.3 million just the other night. And here he is with a
How much
6th
did you
place
pay for that
finish
seat?
in the 7 max. He's going to collect
$53 to be precise.
$291,000
You get
for
rank
this run here. Always tough, Randy. You know, make a final table, have dreams of redemption after coming second, of course, the other night. But has to be thrilled with this run here in Montenegro. Second FT, fourth cash. He's already collected over 1.7 million so far in Montenegro. And he has the main event to look forward to as well. GG's to that man.
Yeah, so when you look back on what he's done so far this series, it's been amazing. Of course, some disappointment here coming into the final table as a top 2 stack.
450.
On to the next hand. Lonus, ace-8 offsuit on the button.
Chip it.
Let's get some energy going, Randy. Come on, let's go. Let's do some.
Well,
let's get it going.
Poseidon when he needs.
There's more energy at the table. I knew it. We're coming back from break. We knew with the stack distributions that it was going to be fireworks. Could have back-to-back eliminations here if Jesse can convert this 23%. Poseidon Ho just looking to hold, which he will nearly 70% of the time.
5.
Jesse's not greedy.
Jack. That's it. That's it.
Calling for a tie.
He said it so fast.
That was close. One more chance. Check.
Wow. I don't know how I feel about calling for cards when you're ahead, Randy. Don't tempt the poker gods.
Oh, tempt them?
I was going to ask for the 8 of diamonds after he asked for the jack.
Punish.
I didn't say
Don't
it, but it came anyway.
tease the poker gods
minus at 8 of
when they're giving.
Once you didn't
The
want
dealer
shot.
delivered.
GG, bro.
GG.
Asking for a jack while ahead. The deck delivering just
figured
the
it was gonna be quick
most
after we were-
out of
Yes,
pocket,
Eliminations. And it's for like 3 hours.
gut punching blow to Poseidon Ho's, one card away from doubling up. His second final table of the series. That one's gonna sting. That one's really gonna sting. He's out the door in 5th instead of having a very playable 3.4 million chip stack. He's heading to collect 368,000, and we're down to 4.
I felt that river card through the screen.
Man. Shout out to Poseidon. Incredible couple of runs here in Montenegro. I feel like we're just getting started with this man as well, you know. Has a love for the game. He's, you know, he's talking poker with the likes of Jason Kuhn, Mario Mosbach, Espen Jorstad, getting their feedback and opinions on hands, and he's really passionate about the game right now. I think these runs that he's had here are going to further kind of reinforce his decision to rock up and play these high rollers. But, you know, you get rivers like that one too many times, you just go into early retirement like me, Randy.
The thing is, though, you know, he's making it to the final tables with these deep runs. Sure, it's brutal, but he's playing good.
Thank you.
Just couldn't hold.
I don't think he had queens. I just figured aces, kings, maybe queens.
Yeah, just that. Always just that. Imagine I always have just that.
No. Just in a row. Down the ladder.
Man, I don't even know if Jesse was sweating that spot, you know.
Yeah.
So, Mikolaitis is the chip leader. He's got 29 bigs. David Peters is in second with 27. Lonis is in third with 23. And Kulev's in fourth with 21. We got a bit of a battle on our hands,
Sorry.
Randy Lou.
It's pretty crazy because the action was very slow before you came in. Not many all-ins. A lot of raise and takes, jammings. But here, once we started this frame of play, 2 quick eliminations. A tight cluster for the remaining 4. Anyone's game at this point. 6 deuce offsuit for Mikolaitis in the big. Occasionally we see these hands attack, polarized ranges. Probably a bit more likely to happen given Mikolaitis has the covering stack, but he's going to check it back, which is great news for Peters, who would have just limp folded queen 3 off.
Pretty sick hourly for the boys. Been sat here for 10 minutes. 2 eliminations. They've gone from being guaranteed 291,000 to being guaranteed 457,000. 166K earned in the span of 10 minutes. What's that hourly, Randy?
How about just a lot?
About 900K an hour.
Queen 3's going to attack.
Mikolaitis hasn't folded yet. That 6 of clubs with some interaction, but perhaps a case of once bitten, twice as shy, Randy.
Seems all right.
That previous pot against D. Pete's.
I feel like if you continue 6 deuce off there, you might be continuing too much of your range.
Randy, you had a backdoor straight flush draw.
You can have a lot of backdoor straight flush draws, and maybe a better kicker would be nice. Something at least overcards something on the board. Pass.
Who have you got, chat? Now's the time to get your guesses in when things are as close as they are. No runaway chip leader. Just 8 bigs between first and fourth currently. And you just know that all of these guys are capable of closing this one out.
Yeah, so 3 of these 4 players have already made a final table this stop so far. Just Kulev, who only made his first final table here. Peters with a 3rd, Mikolaitis with a 5th, and Lonis with a win. Offsuit 10-9, raises button. Lonis a little bit of a tank, 10-8 offsuit. It's not the hand you expect to get involved. Eventually does lay down.
Is it going to be one of the OG American high rollers, David Peters? What about the young Bulgarian, Alex Kulev? Or is it going to be Jesse Lonis? I mean, the guy is as confident as they come, all for the right reasons as well. He backs it up on the table. One of the most informed, consistent players of recent memory. 3rd final table of the series. Looking for his 2nd title. What about this man that's opening things up with the King 7? One of Ponokov's crew.
Service.
Joined us for the first time in Jeju last year. A couple of FTs over there. First and second in chips are going to collide. 1.1 in the middle. That's all Mikolaitis.
This board actually might get Peters into trouble. King 5, it's got a lot of loose connection to 7-4 deuce, 1 club. I would think that Peters is looking to at least check call when the likely c-bet from top pair comes in from the cutoff. Especially against the small sizing of 350,000. Peters might even check raise his hand. Though check calling seems alright too.
So you think against this size, the Petes could pounce with that backdoor equity?
950.
There it is, Randy, right on cue.
I'm sure Michaelitis expects Peters to check raise bluff quite a bit on 7-4 deuce. So certainly we'll be continuing King 7 with top pair. They are reasonably deep, where clicking it back doesn't really seem to be the preferred line.
3 million in the middle. Could be a case of runaway chip leader here. If Peters fires again, although on the Jack of Diamonds, one would have to assume, Randy, after the check raise. He just waves the white flag now. Although not one to back down from a fight.
Yeah, oftentimes when you don't turn equity, you're not really looking to double barrel. So the King 7 is actually very vulnerable to some gut shots that check raise the flop. Sometimes they have an overcard to the 7. It kind of seems unlikely that the King 7 would ever be behind. I think he can strongly consider going for some value to protect 3 million chips in the middle. To be able to secure this pot is very good for Michaelitis. 800 into 3 mil.
Hand should be over and done with, Randy. Michaelitis is your new table captain. Disaster for Peters, of course, given that he now has to deal with this very competent, very aggressive Lithuanian on his direct left.
I mean, not too long ago, Michaelitis was the shortest stack of aces with about 7 big blinds. Then he gets kings, wins some nice pots here and there, and clear chip leader now with 4 remaining. And this is really nice because he can raise lots of buttons and cutoffs to steal blinds.
Montenegro really has delivered. Kulev, shortest stack right now. Would love to take away from Jesse Lonis as well. A rejam would here we could see would work.
1.9 million.
Exactly half his stack in the middle.
Jesse doesn't waste much time for folding. Could live up to second in chips, but just going back to this series, it's had a few storylines, Randy. Of course, the first timers, I think, Xuan Lu taking down her first ever Triton event to kick things off. Seth Davies picking up his first piece of gold in the 50K. But there's also been Alex Foxon. Third title for him. Nacho Barbero, third title for him. Jesse Lonis picked up his second in the 40K Mystery. Cat Lee picked up his second in the 30K Turbo. Now we could potentially be seeing Kolev or Peters picking up their second title. Michaelitis looking for his first. If Jesse closes this out, man, I might just sell all of my stuff, fly over, live in Jesse's spare bedroom, and just get coaching from this guy for the next year. I don't know, man. I was like, Jesse, show me the way. Show me what you're seeing that I'm not.
He just sees gold over and over again. Little queen jack for Kulev. Two BBs is the open from the cutoff.
Yep.
What are the viewers saying, Randy? Who are they rooting for?
Good question. They haven't put in enough answers.
They haven't put in enough answers. Okay.
That's right.
We'll give them time. We'll give them some time. Blind v blind. Jesse's limped in. Kulev's going to check. Let's see a flop.
King 8 offsuit, bit too strong to raise fold, hence the check back. Ace, ace 3 rainbow. Quite good for Kulev. On a strength of king high. However, it is Lona's first act. Does he want to stab? Seeking clearance and clarity.
Well, we know king high is not going to be going anywhere. Milling in the middle. Curious to see how Jesse proceeds here. Yes, he has more ace-x that limp in from the small as a trap. Maybe some big pocket pairs like kings and queens. Once he gets called. Has to respect the fact that Kulev has got something here.
Kulev's going to try to shut down the king high, and that's a great run out for king 8. Ace, ace, 3, 3, king. Might be okay for Lonis as well in case he was up against a better jack. Now they would chop against the better jacks like jack 7 through jack 10. Don't mind the check. It would be a light value bet with king high, but it'd be pretty cool to see. He can find it. Especially if he expects Lonis to always bet an ace or a 3 on a river. This is a cool bet, 550.
Lonis wasting no time, just lets it go. Kulev chipping away, closing in on the chip lead. Separated himself from the rest of the pack. Greedy Grant saying, Henry, I still love you. Wish I could say the same, Grant.
No more, huh?
Used up all my love for Nanonoko, Ali Najad, Kevin Rabichow, and James Dempsey.
Man, you're spreading it.
I'm spreading it thin. That's why Grant can't have it anymore. Can't have it anymore. Yes, but saying Jesse has a tell. Thanks for that. We'll let him know. Do love any discussion around live tells. It's always fascinated me.
I put out a 100, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah.
Probably saying I thought the 50K was over a couple of days ago. It was. We have more than one.
Yeah, I know, it's sick, right?
We have more than one 50K at this series. The 50K you're referring to is the one that Seth Davies won the other night. Huge clutch. That was an 8 max. This is a 7 max. Hope you're enjoying the show.
$400 for fours. Bonus on ace deuce offsuit.
Luke is saying, why does it sound like someone is doing dishes in the background? Because they are.
Why does it sound like Lonus is 3-bet ace deuce offsuit?
Because he has. He's about to hear back from the chip leader, one would have to assume. Although I don't know if it's as clear cut as I'm making it out to be. 17 big blinds, but four-handed. Michaelitis knows that Jesse is perceiving his open as super wide, out of line.
All in.
There's the jam.
So good.
Lawrence has to fold. Third of his stack, going into the middle. Poker Champ Pro saying Henry's dinner's being served. I wish. Had a great dinner today, Randy. I mean,
Do share?
They're feeding us out here. Oh, just, you know, just a good meal. The food here is just good.
Happy?
I'm very happy. Got my coffee, got my food, got some high stakes poker, millions of dollars up top.
As happy as Michaelitis this past 20, 30 minutes or so?
I mean,
that's pretty happy.
That's
good grub.
I mean, aces and then kings. Yeah.
And then chip ups after?
He's having the time of his life.
$450.
Good luck with the raise and take. Wristfly saying, definitely rooting for Michaelitis. Even if he's the dominated chip lead, he's playing the best for sure. Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah. I'm taking. Why 2, not 1 or 3? Yeah, but
So once upon a time chip leader David Peters now.
I knew that last level my blinds went by. I thought I was just straight out of luck.
Thank you.
I don't. Yeah.
Let's see. Michaelitis wants to press on Lonus's big blind. Not going to, which is great for Lonus, who just had Jack 4 off.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So 4 remain here in Montenegro as we head towards the back end of the 2-card portion of this series here. We got a couple more. We got the main event just around the corner. It's already up and running. You can download the Triton Poker Plus app, sweat along the action over there. It's currently 84 left, 101 runners. Leon Sturm is chip leader with 922,000. Matthew Belcher's in second, Danny Tang's in third. So very early days there, of course. We have the 50K Turbo Bounty Quattro. That's tomorrow. And then we're finishing things off with the the 150K on the 23rd of May. That's for the 2-card streets.
550.
Wow, Lonus with 9-3 offsuit. This is out of line.
That's what makes him so tough to play against, Randy.
That's not going to work against Kulev's King 8 suited.
Ace, Jack, 6.
Lonus might be able to find a way to win this pot.
Tell me how, Randy.
Well, let's see if he starts with C-bet. He did raise off of a 13 big blind stack. Sometimes he jams some of his ace-X range pre-flop. Besides the strongest stuff, like ace-king, ace-queens. So maybe this invites Kulev to float with king high, backdoor diamonds. Yes, it does.
Kulev's too good, man. This guy is just elite level. Fair play to Jesse as well for trying to navigate these spots.
Touch his chips for a second.
To find a way to win this one. It's going to be tough. SPR less than 1. Kulev's called you down 1 street already on an ace-high board.
This is sick.
Oh my word.
He's realized that Kulev is reshoving a lot of ace-X pre. So it's heavily weighted towards one pair that's not top pair at best. It seemed like it was going to go Kulev's way, given the board development for Lonus is poor. But I don't see how he can call again with just king high to gut shot.
525?
525.
Is he calling? Man, Kulev's sick.
Maybe just deems the price too good, and obviously there being a non-zero chance that he just has the best hand and now just has the 100% check mark next to his name. 2.9 in the middle. Does Jesse now try and get a stubborn jack to fold, Randy? That's what I want to know. Maybe a queen.
It's possible. I mean, he's telling the story that he's got a big hand for him to see bet flop, bet turn.
Like, how many king X does Kulev get here with? Yeah. I'm not surprised by this. This is pretty sick from Jesse and just really unfortunate. It feels like the hands that he's targeting, right, Randy? Yeah, Jack X.
Yeah,
maybe a queen.
Like a queen 9.
Yeah.
Suited that hit a queen on the turn.
Exactly. Jesse practically guaranteed 4th place money unless he can somehow spin up this 50K. That's Kulev's going to ask for all of it. Lawrence is going to fold. And Kulev scoops a massive pot. And with that, he is the chip leader. Lawrence is going to be on the button with his 50K.
Bluff me?
Actually, to be honest with you, I was once bluffed that way.
You what?
I was bluffed that way. It was in a small tournament, but they bluffed me that way. It was a friend did it. It was like a daily main $200 early stages, but yeah.
A little easier to pull the trigger.
Yeah, a little bit easier.
I don't know, man. Those daily 200s, that's can be a tough field.
He's got 0% of all the chips at the table.
Yeah, but
0
we keep telling
BBs.
ourselves, it's insane, it's insane.
The blinds are up.
0.5% fold equity creeps in.
Well, the really good news here is Mikolaitis is likely to raise, so that's going to get Jesse some protection. Blinds will get out of the way a lot of the time. Jesse has an any 2 spot, no? No, apparently not. Apparently not.
He gets one more hand to choose.
Guys, it wasn't a slow roll. Trust me. It wasn't a slow roll. That hand, though, obviously we could be results oriented, recognize the fact that, you know, it's cost Jesse perhaps the tournament, very unlikely to fight his way back into things from this position, but he still has a chip and a chair, the 50k. But that hand to me is just proof that Jesse belongs here at this level. Like the fact that he's willing to run those bluffs and find those spots at this stack depth is reason to believe he's going to continue to show up and dominate at these stakes. Kulev raising up to 550. There is some dead money, of course, in the blinds. There's big blind 250k.
Call. Got a side pot.
We do indeed. Jack, Jack, 10. Kulev has found the 3 outer. Jump into the lead, 58% of the equity with 2 to come.
There's something to play for now with the side being reasonable. Does he want to open the door to
325.
get potentially checked raise? He does bet 325. Gotta be uncomfortable for Lonis, given he's unpaired against a hand that's willing to bet into a side pot. King of spades. Gut shot for Mikolaitis. 1 over to the 10.
Jesse looking for an ace or a king. Now add a queen to the occasion. Ace no good. Mikolaitis has turned to king high straight.
Not much reason to bet now for Kulev, especially with the queen overcarding his 10. So with the turn check through, Mikolaitis is unlikely to be up against Jack X. His main targets are Queen or 10X. Bit unclear which one Kulev could potentially pay off with. He's got some busted spades that would probably attack with a 1.725 million side pot. So he should go for value. Especially because like a Queen X without a kicker might get shy of value betting for him.
$1.5 million, the amount being requested. Grim spot for Jesse. I mean,
he might be good.
He might be good, right? Like he sat there thinking, you know, hey boys, I got top. He's just praying that someone's, you know, running a massive bluff.
bet fold.
Good fold announced. Michaelitis extends his lead up to 9.6 million, and with that, Queen of Hearts making an appearance on the turn. Jesse Lonis is out in fourth. But can we just once again reiterate what a breath of fresh air this young American is to the Triton Super High Roller Series. Another final table. His third of the series. Will head to collect $457,000 for his efforts. The man we dubbed Gorilla Styles. So tough to read, so aggressive, plays by his own rules. Is having the time of his life here in Montenegro. Second title of the series will have to come at a later date. Now heads to collect $457,000. So with that departure, everyone guaranteed $552K. How disgusting are these pay jumps from here on out, Randy? I mean, 552, the on-tap payout, 850 for second, and then a 408,000 ladder between first and second.
Moving on, Michaelitis limping 5-3 offsuit into Queen 10. Peters is sitting on 3 million, which is 12 big blinds, so Kulev should be looking to be quite tidy and take more pot control lines. Might even just check back this Queen 10, which has properties to bet the flop.
That's a fun turn card. Michaelitis may find a way to win now. He's picked up equity with that inside straight draw. Reasons to barrel here, Randy.
Yeah, he's picked up the gut shot. He can try to get high cards to fold. But he's not going to bet, which is great news for Kulev. As played, Queen 10. Probably just goes for another jack. Can't really get a 9 or 7x to fold with the action. Kind of expecting the 5 high to stab the rival of the ace. Saying can't win at showdown, but you can kick out other high card hands. Maybe a 4 if you bet big enough.
Seconds.
500.
Bet 500,000.
2/3 pot. Very credible line here, Randy.
Big question is how thin would Michaelitis value bet given the line he's taken?
Strong 9?
I think a strong 9 is possible because Kulev probably would have bet a king X by now.
Yeah, I think strong 9. Maybe like 9-8. Gets the job done. Michaelitis is in cruise control. Has 50% of the chips in play. What a day of poker. Randy, we came back with 11 left in the 200K Invitational. Got down to a winner within 3 hours.
That's about right.
3 hours and 15 minutes.
It was very fast.
$6.2 million.
It was one of the fastest final tables I've ever seen.
It was just incredible. We saw the local player Alexa Visevic take it down as Michaelitis looks to take this one down here. He's got ace-king on the button. David Peters has 12 big blinds out of the big.
Puts in another big blind. Rough shape against ace king suited. There's the 3. That's great news for Peters.
Little 3 dangler. 1.4 in the middle. I wonder if Michaelitis is happy bet calling this off at this SPR, Randy.
He would have to if he does, just because he could be holding the best hand against like 6-5. He's got plenty of outs, high equity spot.
I also wonder if jamming on this board is just a thing.
I mean, I'm sure it's plus chip EV, just because of how often Michaelitis is just raising buttons, bet folding, flop. Is there a better path is the main question. Like, obviously, the 3 is very vulnerable to any overcard.
Peters deep in the tank. A lot of things to consider here. The value in taking down the pot right here, right now. Some future game calculations being made as well.
Here we go.
There it is. The check raise, and now I guess we're going to find out, Randy, if he was betting to then call it off. So many gut shots out there, Randy. So many straight draws wrapped around that 4-3.
Yeah, and even if he's up against, you know, the 10x or 4x, he's not in terrible shape. Here he is because of the king that's shared. Looks like he's trying to count the combos that are check jamming that ace king is actually ahead of.
Yeah, some back of napkin math being done. Randy, are you buckled up?
If he calls here, it'll be a bumpy road. Kind of feel like he will call though.
2 overs, backdoor royal. I have to agree with you on this one. I think the money is going in. So he announces all in. Peters is going to call off his final 25K. You see the reaction there from Michaelitis. This is not a good situation. David Peters, 4 out of 5 times, is going to fight his way back into this. He'll be back up to more than 20 big blinds. Oh, what a
always a sweat.
That's so sweaty.
Doesn't get much sweatier than that, does it? 7 of hearts on the turn. Michaelitis picking up 8 outs. Heart or an ace needed to get us heads up here in this 50K. He's found it.
Wow.
Through the back door. Running hearts for the Lithuanian. David Peters is out in 3rd.
That's brutal. He got in and his money so good with the bottom pair, and his opponent was so close to folding, made the call, found a nut flush.
Sorry? Okay. Sure.
GG, D Pete's. He's going to pick up $552,000 for his efforts here. Another final table in Montenegro for him, another 3rd place finish. Of course, he came third in that 25K WPT Global Slam at the start of the series for 398K. One of those, Randy, you know, 2 third-place finishes does keep you up at night, especially when you get in as good as he just did for that 24 big blind pot. As we all know, variance in tournament poker, Randy, is as brutal as it can get. Mikolaitis finding the nut flush through the back door means that he's coming in to heads up with a near 2-1 chip lead over the Bulgarian Alex Kulev. Randy, I don't want to say I told you so, but
what?
We did kind of insinuate if you blink, you'll miss it. We've gone from 6 to heads up in less than an hour. We've got Mikolaitis squaring off against Kulev. There was nothing that could have been done differently, really, right? Mikolaitis with the aces, with the kings. I guess Jesse, a couple of missteps. When I say missteps, we're not being judgmental, right? We're not trying to be results oriented, but more so the fact that he found aggression at the wrong time. Things could have been differently had he decided to kind of like slow things down a bit and pump the brakes.
Yeah, his demise was when he attacked Kulev with
Right.
9-3 offsuit, small blind versus big blind. It's not a spot that he necessarily needed to raise into a stack that covered him, you know, but he just thought, look, things haven't been going so well for me. Maybe this is going to get a little bit, you know, interpreted as strength from Kulev, and he tried to barrel off, and the board got more dangerous as it went on, and on a 4-liner, he just tried to press and fold out some one-pair hands, and it didn't work for Jesse Lonis.
And I think that really gives us a little bit of a glimpse into Jesse's game as to why he's making these runs. Because if he's doing this, you know, day one, final 3 tables, final 2 tables, it's why he's so consistent. He's finding these spots where perhaps other people aren't. So credit to him. David Peters, another deep run here in Montenegro, another 3rd place finish. Is he going to be perhaps waking up with nightmare sweats tonight, Randy?
I mean,
backdoor flush.
2 third places, though. It's a pretty solid score. Sure, he's obviously eyeing the top prize, but he was a chip leader at some point in this tournament, but he still should be happy going into the 100K main that he'll be playing.
And how about the early departures there? I mean, Danilo, ace-queen into kings, another big final table for him in this 50K. Really impressive, and we saw that incredible hero call the other day, 3-handed, where he ended up coming second, and just showcasing that he's not a one-trick pony, that he belongs here.
Yeah, he definitely does belong here. Obviously, that call you mentioned was amazing, but Danilo, he was the chip leader at some point at this final table as well of 7, and once again, the top couldn't really just stay there.
Randy, we're going to throw it down to commercials just for a few minutes, but when we return, we've got a $408,000 heads-up match between Dominicus Mikolaitis and Alex Kulev. Stay tuned, don't go too far, we'll see you very shortly.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
So, Randy, I'm just receiving word from producer James Dempsey. It took 41 hands for us to go from 7 players to 6. So, basically to lose one of our first players at the final table. It only took 17 to go from 6 to heads up, which is where we find ourselves right now.
You think it's a coincidence when you came in the booth? That's what happened? Everyone just getting slashed over and over again?
I don't know. What did I do? I mean, what have I bring in bad luck to everyone? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know, but you do like some fireworks.
I do love fireworks, and it has been non-stop fireworks here at this 50K final table. Mikolaitis coming into this heads-up match with a 2-1 chip lead over the Bulgarian Alex Kulev. And Randy, I want to have a quick look at some of the runs that these guys have had so far at the Triton series, opening the profile of Alex Kulev, the Bulgarian. Now, if we look, 1 title, 7.38 million in Triton earnings, 18 cashes. And, you know, you scroll back through some of these runs that he's had. You see a 3rd place there in Monte Carlo in the 30K. Picked up his first title here in Montenegro last year in the 100K for 2.6 million. But before that, it was still impressive. Like, even before he got that title, he was making runs, making a bit of a name for himself. He joined us for the first time in Vietnam of 2023 with 2 final tables over there. And it did always feel like it was only a matter of time before we saw him lift gold. We're now a year removed since Montenegro. Is it time for number 2?
It definitely is time, and, you know, he knows how to get done. He's done it here in Montenegro, like you mentioned earlier. And, you know, there's always a lot of buzz about Kulev being one of the best tournament players. And to see him making another run at it heads up, not surprised.
I don't want to perhaps overemphasize the importance of getting the monkey off of your back early in your Triton career and just getting that trophy. But how much of a role does it play coming into these heads-up matches? When you look at Mikolaitis, for example, he's been here a few times. He's got 9 cashes, 3.8 million in earnings, but no titles so far. And just, again, scrolling back through, you know, a 5th place, a 6th place, a 4th place, a 3rd place. Is there perhaps doubt in his mind, you know, when he's had those runs but hasn't been able to convert, and now he's coming up against the very tough Alex Kulev?
Yeah, and we've seen him make a lot of final tables, but unable to kind of get to heads up. But he is coming off of another final table in Montenegro where he did get 5th, and he pulled 140K in bounty, so he's got some confidence going to this heads-up match.
Well, let's see. He's also got a 2-1 chip lead. No whispers of a deal, by the way, which, wow, I don't know how I feel about that. These guys just want to juke it out for 408,000. We're going to throw it down to the main stage once more as these 2 young poker titans square off for a Triton trophy and $408,000 live from the Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro. And of course, has to be teased, Randy. We got the 100K main.
After this,
we got the 100K main running in the room. Up to 104 runners in that one already. Leon Sturm is the chip leader. Belcher in 2nd. Danny Tang in 3rd. So we'll be picking up some coverage from that later on this evening. But for now, our attention on this heads-up match. Plenty deep. 27 big blinds.
Potentially could be a long match, given the average stack would be 40 big blinds.
Yeah, we've had some epic heads-up matches so far. And, well, hang on a minute, because just as I say that, we've got a button open and a 3-bet from Mikolaitis with the 8-deuce suited. Just sending the message early, you know.
Maybe it won't be a grindy affair if that's how we're going to get started. First hand of heads up.
You're saying that stacks could go flying in, Randy?
Well, they're always more than capable.
Let us know who you've got. Get involved in the Twitch chat, the YouTube chat. It's going to be Mikolaitis of Lithuania, or is it going to be Alex Kulev?
Oh, ace-8 and ace-10.
Bulgaria, I mean, the Bulgarian in great shape here to get an early double in this heads-up match.
550,000.
Mikolaitis raising up to 550.
Now, Kulev's going to 3-bet it. Is there more value in jamming or 3-bet to induce is the big question. Kulev started the hand with 25
1.9
bigs. Makes it 1.9. And I'm pretty sure he's got 3-bet folds off of this stack, so there's a good chance ace-8 of clubs just sends it in there, expecting fold equity.
Yeah, Kulev 3-bet inducing with the ace-10. Mikolaitis with just too much of a hand, Randy, to do anything but jam, surely.
I'd be very surprised if he doesn't 4-bet rip. But he'll be getting very poorly against Kulev's ace-10.
There's the jam, just as we expected. Kulev snap calls with the ace-10. A little eyebrow raise there from the Bulgarian as he sees he's a 62% favorite to take the chip lead after just 2 hands of play. Get up to 12.4 million.
Oh my god, that flop.
Godlike. That's a strong beginning, my friend.
Wow. God-like indeed. Queen 8-5, middle pair nut flush draw for Mikolaitis. Kulev drawing to 2 outs twice.
More outs once.
Add 6 outs to the occasion. Non-club king 10-9 needed. Otherwise, Mikolaitis is going to become a first-time champion in this 50K. It's official. Holds on the river. Handshake between both. They have battled immensely online, and they have battled immensely on the live felt throughout their careers. They have both been on the receiving end of blows like that. Beautiful to see Dominicus Mikolaitis embrace his better half there. He's been on the rail in support from the start of this final table. How about it? Another first-time champion here in Montenegro. One of the guys, Randy, as well, that's just been knocking on the door, threatening to take one of these down. He's finally done it here in the 50K, 1.25 million, going back to Lithuania. Commiserations, of course, to Kulev, runner-up, 850,000 after, well, 3-bet inducing, getting it in as good as one can in heads up, just 2 hands of that match. Randy, I'm starting to think that I'm a bit of a curse, and I'm just going to say, if we're ever having a really long day and it gets a bit grindy, just give producer James a little nudge. Say, look, let's get Henry in the booth because it's going to be over and done with in an hour.
Yeah, that was very quick. I'm actually a little bit sad because I wanted to see a lengthy heads-up match with Kulev and Mikolaitis because we know they're more than capable of just like throwing punches and trying to outdo one another, but it was just 2 hands of heads-up.
2 hands of heads up, and then it was, what, 17 to get us down from 6 to heads up. So within 19 hands, we've gone from 6 to champion. That's all it took. That's all she wrote. Mikolaitis, as he correctly pointed out, God-like mode. When you enter that kind of run, it feels like you're just impossible to beat.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, he did play very good. Sure, he hit some cards once you stepped into the booth, but to put yourself in a situation, you have to navigate throughout the tournament, even before the final table, and he's rewarded with $1.258 million.
Now, of course, we have that 100K to look forward to later this evening. As I mentioned, 103 runners in that one already. Leon Sturm currently chip leading that. Matt Belcher in second. Danny Tang in third. Fedor Holtz in fourth. Alex Ponakov's in fifth. So a lot of exciting names in the mix in the main event. We're going to be back in around about 40, 45 minutes time for coverage of that. We're going to play all the way down to the end of day one. But for now, a word with our champion, Dominicus Mikolaitis.
Here with our champion, Dominicus Mikolaitis, who has had a killer start to his Triton journey. Your very first Triton event, you final tabled. Then you picked up 3 more final table appearances in Monte Carlo. And here you are. The moment has arrived. You're hoisting the Triton trophy. and a nice little 1.25 with it. It's got to feel incredible, Dominicas.
Yeah, it feels insane. This year I told my wife that this year is going to be about trophies. And I said I haven't had a trophy for since 2016. And the tournament was 25K on top. So this was my biggest live victory. And I said I just need to get trophies. I actually got Stars trophy this year sent to me. It was this big. But I really wanted the Triton trophy. So I'm very happy and very glad that I can finally lift it.
Nice. So you were visualizing that. I saw you on the paddle courts the other day. You were playing against Stan Smith. You were just thinking, you were working on your bandeja and your víbora, and you're just Triton trophies coming.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I'm more of a trophy guy than money guy, I would say. I prefer to win instead of get money, so I guess this means more to me than just winning, itself. Yeah. Same in paddle. I just have to beat everyone and win.
No, I know that feeling. And let's talk a little bit about this final table. It was quite grindy at the start. I think it took about 41 hands until you said goodbye to Ben, to player number 7. How do you deal with that overall, just that ICM pressure cook moment?
I mean, it's nothing special. It's not my first rodeo, so I've been in these situations in general. Well, you just play. You just know what's the best solution, what you think is the best solution, and you just follow through, and that's it.
Well, you looked quite comfortable out there, although you were starting on the bottom end of things, and then, the deck was nice to you. Back-to-back, aces, kings, not a terrible position to be in. Next thing you know, you're basically tied for the chip lead. But at that moment, because you started off 5 out of 5, at that moment, did you feel like it was swinging your way and that visualization of the trophy was going to actually come to fruition?
Yeah, exactly. I think it was four-handed when I was thinking deeply about it. Yeah, but I just ran super hot. I got aces, kings, got twice a lane. I beat David Peters with a worst possible hand. So I mean, for this final table, I was just lucky. Got to pull one move that I'm happy of, but I mean, just luck.
Yeah. Well, you've been practicing. I also saw you practicing with your wife there for the interview. So I feel wait, he's really prepping on all fronts here.
Yes. She's into social media, so I have to represent as well. So we are family who deals with social media a lot. I have my own poker school, 2 poker schools, let's say, so I have to do a little bit of social media, even though I don't like it, but it's fine.
You're I'm forced to do this interview. You are. And talk to us a little bit about your experience at Triton. You've been at quite a few stops now. It's been only a little bit over a year for you. But what sets it apart from other tours and what makes it a can't miss for you?
So today, before coming here, I had a decision whether to play online, because it's the biggest series in the year, or to come here. In my year, I want to play all the Tritons, go to Vegas, and play September and May online. Mm-hmm. So these are my goals. So I came here instead of playing online. So Triton means it's #1 for me. This is the best place to be, the best stop. People here are amazing. It's just insane atmosphere here. I mean, it's uncomparable to all other places and stops.
Well, it's such a well-deserved win. We love to hear that. Thank you so much. And without further ado, our wonderful tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, is coming out and handing you your very visualized moment here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your 50K champion, Dominicas Mykolaitis.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Velasovich doing well to flat the open. Producer James compelled to weigh in that the meatballs are good. I do feel like the follow-up is required. James, have you ever dined at IKEA without shopping for furniture? Be honest.
So like 3.7?
He says almost, and he's trying to pin it on a Swedish X. More on that later. Queen 9-5. Top pair, top kick here for Kulev. Ace of hearts of interest to Velasovich. 650 in the center.
Kulev might slip it on over to Velasovich. He's not really expected to see bet this board. Out of position. Ace of hearts, jack of spades. It's got potential back doors. It can just win the pot on the flop quite a bit. Blockers to continues. Fires out 200. Now, ace-queen is a hand that could potentially stack off, but it would be a bit much given he started the hand with north of 35 big blinds. So Kulev is a bit more likely to play it as check call. If they were playing 25 big blinds or so, then more likely he would come in with check raise to stack off.
7 on the turn. After the extra 400 flowed forward. Kulev now checking this one, Randy. Sopping wet board.
Yeah, Kulev just wants to play a bit of defense. Like Velasovich still has pocket 5s, pocket 9s in his range. He's got some draws that would inflate the pot. You can even see just an ace-jack offsuit. It's no draw, but it's betting.
So Kulev now confronted with a pretty chunky turn barrel out of the flat caller pre. And this is risky business, of course, for Danilo, given that Kulev covers.
Yeah, but Kulev covers, but there's still a lot of stack to play for. So it should make Kulev go for check call rather than check jam. But there's also a lot of chips in the middle right now. Does he want to protect against the 2 flush draws, the straight draws that exist? You got to keep in mind if he jams here and he gets called, he's rarely ever doing good with ace queen.
I mean, on the occasions where he's ahead, there's going to be a huge combo draw for Danilo to call off the extra 2.6. I think he's looking forward to the river, and by that I mean just trying to consider what awaits him as another 1.45 slips into the kitty. 2.5 million here. Velasovich with just ace high, and that's where he remains after the queen pairs on the river. Kulev trips and still checking.
If there was a card to give up on, it would be the queen, because Kulev would not be folding queen as played.
Good shutdown.
Yep. Big, big pot for Kulev.
How many times, bud?
Wasn't supposed to. I basically just explained the rules.
Hold on the freeway?
I can't remember exactly. I think it was like those little towns in between. I don't know, but basically I just said, yeah, I made a U-turn here, and I had a drawing and everything, and the police officer just reiterated what I said and said, and the court judge said, yeah, you broke the law, pay your fine. End of case.
Did you have to pay more than you would have otherwise?
I don't know, but I was dressed in a shirt, and it didn't work out. Can't believe he showed up.
Well, if you dress too nice, Randy, they know that they can get you. You know what I mean? You
But
gotta,
they don't. Why did he show up? He said they never show up.
I confess I've never had one show up.
Jeez.
I was tilted because I hired a lawyer.
You hired
Mine was worse than yours, by the way. More on that later as Kulev defends his big blind. 6-7 finds an open-ender here, although not a lot cooking for Jesse Lonis, who one might say was speeding with King 3 suited in the cutoff.
I think so, off of his stack. Not a standard open, especially raising into the big blind, who's the chip leader.
Check.
Nice that he doesn't fire in a C-bet.
Deuce on the turn, and now things might be of further interest to Lonis, given he's open-ended after checking back.
Kulev should attack here with his open-ended straight draw. The thing is, he knows there's a lot of ace-X in Lonis' range, so if he bets too small, those hands are going to stick around. So basically, should he bet bigger now, try to kick those hands out, or does he bet small and bet again, expecting straight draws to call and fold unimproved? It looks like he's going to go for the smaller sizing on the turn.
.230 as a couple of the spicier stacks in this field intertwine. Lonis going to keep it in line with a flat and just see what's what. This isn't 100% tethered to the notion that he's going to improve on the end and perhaps pursuing an opportunity to simply take it away unimproved. Now with top pair, though, the improvement is very strong, and you can see Kulev with just 7 high.
I mean, he has like the nut low. He's going to feel very compelled to try to bluff out an ace-X, like ace-queen, ace-10, hands like this.
Boy, and that compulsion could prove costly. 1 SPR, he comes with the milk.
10%? He's basically just trying to fold out better high cards. I actually would be very tempted to value raise the king with a 3 kicker. Kulev is kind of telling the story that he's got a jack that's going for some thin value.
490.
Yes, this is good from Lonis.
Conquering any of the fears that some might have about opening action here. Especially off of that stack depth. Respect to Lonis for the find. Stepping out of the way is Kulev. Was at roughly 3:30 in the morning on a Wednesday in LA. And, well, I might be the first person in history to have been pulled over by a policeman on foot doing well over 100 miles beyond the speed limit. I'm not kidding.
How is that possible?
I blew by a coffee shop doing like 100-something in a 35, and then I decided, okay, enough. Then we had to turn around and go back to Jason's house, but I did the same thing in the other direction, and because they heard the car whiz by the first time, they ran out in the street with flashlights, and I could have killed these dudes, but, you know, they shined it, and I hit the brakes, and then I ended up in handcuffs. The TMZ van came around. I think they assumed somebody a lot more exciting was going to be on the side of the road.
We got Ali and Najad. False alarm.
Yeah, we got a little bit of excitement here is Poseidon with pocket jacks. Kulev performing poorly with Jack 9, and so is Peters with the 8-9 suited. Unbeknownst to both, smooth million in the middle. Three amigos. Queen 10-6, double gutter here for Peters, but note that jacks are heavily occupied. Sevens are an available path. And of course the open ender for Kulev. Poseidon doesn't love the queen.
Still betting though. 20% pot. And both Kulev and Peters have a very nice hand. Double gutter, open-ended. One has backdoor clubs.
No heart out there.
Still, I would expect him to call 200K.
Sure.
To win 1.4.
7-1 lay at present with implied odds.
Yeah, when he makes a straight too, it doesn't bring in a flush, given its rainbow.
I confess, when the jack rolls off on the occasions that it does and we hold the 8-9, we've all been there when the ace-king shows up. So Peters does peel. Four hearts inconsequential. You see Poseidon coming off the throttle. Will Kulev hit the gas?
Kind of feeling like he will. There's a good chance he's up against a queen that's not folding. Yeah, he's holding that jack of clubs, which blocks some straight draws. So more likely his opponents are weighted towards a queen, but a 6 on the river is not bad for the two jacks. I don't know if Peters can pull a trigger of just 9 high into two opponents.
I mean, it's pretty rich to try to rep a 6. I mean, Queen X is still available to him, is it not?
It's also available to both of his opponents.
That's the issue, of course.
I mean, sometimes you just feel like you're bleeding chips if you bet in the spot.
Well, you know the 1.6 isn't coming your way if you check.
That's true. It's so hard to represent a 6, though, because there's a bet and a call, and most 6Xs just fold after the action on the flop.
Peters steps away. And Poseidon, I assume, should be in check-to-side mode against Kulev here, right?
Yeah, I would strongly even consider just check fold outright with the two jacks. Because you're blocking king jack, ace jack, that might stab. But he's just going to go for a little block.
300 into 1.6. The issue when we block like this so clearly into somebody like Kulev is he's got great sniff for these spots, and independent of whatever it is that he's holding, which as we can see is a busted straight draw, he may just decide that the pounce is available.
He might. The thing is, Kulev has to pounce into two players, which is much harder to pull the trigger in this spot.
He's going to use a time bank. Don't you think, though, that the checking from Peters to this point feels a little honest in Kulev's seat?
That's true. Hence why he's bringing in a time bank. He's trying to figure out Poseidon's range. Poseidon's range has weak queens as played, I would think. Will those hands call a raise is a big question. Looks like he might be done with it. Yep.
You could tell it was on his mind, though, Randy. He didn't burn that time bank for posture.
Is Robo Pete's done?
Surely, one would assume.
There we go. No alternate ending.
Poseidon playing the game.
Peters, what are you doing over there?
I got showered too.
How much you pay?
I don't know. It's an R&B. I don't know how to do translation.
Dude, I had a taxi guy try to get one over on me. I'm following on Google Maps. I'm like, dude, why are you taking 3 laps around the city to get me back to the hotel? I know the way I got here, and this ain't it. Shout out that guy, by the way, for taking a shot. Meanwhile, Peters, ace on the button. He could take a shot. Deuce 5 suited here for Dominicus. You don't want to get into the habit of conceding blinds. 29 bigs. Currently, Michaelitis second in chips overall, just a touch in front of Peters, the opener.
Yeah, some players have an appetite for the loosely connected suited hands.
Two 4s and a jack. Peters smacks this one hard. Interactions with the 4 clubs for Michaelitis, and let's see whether or not any ambitions are afforded him here. Do you like the check back with so much hand here, Randy, or is it sus?
It's super sus. I like betting small, though, because you want to invite your opponent into big blind to check raise you or float. You're not supposed to have 4x on the button. Maybe the big blind tries and rep it.
$175. Designed attempt.
Oh, he's very tempted to check raise in this spot.
560.
It does feel like a lot of bet folds are available to Peters. As we can see, that's absolutely not going to be the product of this check raise to 560.
And this is exactly why I like the small bet. You invite these check raises. If you win a little bit larger, the 5 deuce probably just stays away, given it's a bit more costly to put in a check raise bluff. As played, very easy just call in position. If your opponent has a 4, you'll get the chips anyways, but if they've got nothing, give them some rope.
Now, whether or not this pot gets interesting is going to have everything to do with what Dominicus picks up on this turn. Will it be a club or a card that gives him a straight draw? The 5s and the deuce is less interesting once Peters calls. And that is a big whiff for the Lithuanian.
Yeah, it's a very bad card for him to double barrel, because if Dominicus was check raising some jack X's on the flop, it would slow down on the king, fearing that his opponent has a hand like ace king or king queen backdoors. You took your shot on the flop. No reason to continue. Could be some merit for ace 4 to just check this back, unless he strongly feels that jack X is a big part of Michaelitis' check raising range. Then you would consider a small bet to keep those hands in there. Check back is so beautiful from Peters. Oh, man, that's actually a bad river card for Peters.
Yeah, obviously you could see a world in which Dominicus's flop check raise was attached to a jack. And now would leave fours full behind. You think he seizes the opportunity that he senses before him? It would be
I don't think so. The reason I don't think so is Peter should have a lot of Jack X in his range, so he would just be incinerating chips by attacking in this spot.
No judgment, by the way.
900.
Out of this side of the booth, I've found my way to some very fantastic incinerations of chips myself throughout the years as Michaelitis fighting for the pot. But of course, once Peters snaps us.
And some muck face down. Peters doesn't have to show.
No. You're not getting called by worse than 5 high there. Although, I once jammed on Gavin Smith at a home game. R.I.P. Gavin. I was playing the board, and it wasn't one of those boards. It wasn't like 3 aces, 2 kings. It was like 5s and 7s.
You're right about that.
What was that guy, Beeple, that sold the, like...
Beeple.
$69 million or something, right? Some painting, some digital artwork.
It's not
NFT. It was an NFT.
It's not painting, it's digital.
Yeah. It was literal NFT. Wow.
You can copy and pasta it.
Copy and pasta, huh? Kulev. 150K. Limp. Peters. Big blind. Keeps it al dente with the check back. Top pair and an open ender versus just a 6 here. Kulev trailing. Blind versus blind.
Oh, Peters is cooking on this flop. Top pair, open into straight draw. Even better for him, he's up against a hand that could pay off some bets with just a 6. Here comes Peters.
250 after Kulev slipped it to him. And of course the check is designed to allow Kulev to continue with plenty of hand here.
Yeah, and Peters' hand is so big that he can easily call a check raise if he needs to. He can build the pot against a 6 or 5, hearts.
Well, there is that king of hearts, giving Kulev the lone flush draw. He still trails, though.
A very interesting spot now for Peters. Does he want to charge the heart draws? Given that Kulev is quite healthy second in chips, I would expect that he would rarely be looking to check raise all in. So maybe Peters can get away with bet turn check back river. Although his pair of 8s does potentially have some kicker issues. He's going to take the check line.
3 on the end doesn't help Kulev. And Peters takes this line to allow him to call a variety of sizings out of Kulev on the river. Not sure a bet is on Alex's mind. He does have decent showdown here.
I don't think Alex wants to build the pot with his 6. Peters is not really supposed to be value betting worst on that flop with like a 6 or 5x. Especially not for the sizing. Peters went 4 on the flop, which was 250,000. Only reason Kulev was bet here is more so for block to try to set the price himself.
Alex Checks it.
I think there's value to be had for the 8. If Peters was up against a better 8, you often will see Kulev fire, but he's going to check it back, and he's going to be a little bit disappointed as he does see the 6 that might have been able to pay off a bet.
Yeah, especially because Kulev's one of those guys that can get very curious.
Yeah,
but he's also one of those guys that can punish you, right, Randy?
We're thinking the same thing. Like, yeah, he might get curious, but he also...
Or test. If you don't know the answer to a quiz
I already
question,
failed
you don't raise your hand and ask the teacher to come in.
I already failed the test, so why can't he take over?
I think it's a liability thing, Randy.
Bumper got scratched.
You scratched the bumper trying to park it at your driving test?
There was a wall. The wall is all right, though. Car is not.
Oh, Lone is parking 1.9 million in front of him here. A7 for Tollerene. Is it go time?
I think it might. A7 performs very well blind versus blind. There we go.
Yep. Well, he doesn't need anybody else to take the wheel. Tollerene hopping right in. 3.2 million. What an opportunity for Ben, who's been patient, bobbed and weaved. Can he finally loosen the collar at the expense of Jesse Lonis, who covers?
It's a 60-40. A7 is ahead of King 9. Onto a flop.
Ace 9-5, Tollerene. Poised with top pair versus second pair, but does need to fade 5 outs twice.
Yikes. Oh, man. Rough turn card for Tollerene.
Now, he's not out of here just yet. Maybe a suck and resuck. Ace 7 and 5 all do the trick for Tollerene to keep his seat in this one and avoid being the first victim. Are they available? No. Rough way to go for Tollerene. Best hand pre and post, but the turn, the devastator. And with that, we've got our first victim here at this FT.
Yeah, rough one. Eventually, someone does have to go down, and it is Tollerene.
Really, I don't think anybody else in that seat would have met a different fate, Randy, just given the card distribution that he received.
I've ever played 7-handed in my life. No joke. Like for how sour we are?
Yeah.
Jesse taking note of the protracted nature of the 7-handed action there, as Tollerene will take 222,000 home for the...
B-Pete's has got the Neo glasses on, bro. Let's go.
He's in the zone. King 6 suited. Will be raising.
This guy.
3,050,000.
Yeah.
Very specific number.
50,000.
I think he said 60.
You know I got more than that, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
aces from
I'll
Michaelitis.
give you a couple of blinds.
I know I don't. No, never mind.
Oh, he gets to click call.
No, I don't.
He's going to be doubling up and moving up to third in chips most of the time. B-Pete's can convert with the diamonds or some funky 2-pair or straight.
2 aces? Fun.
That's fine. But not for us.
Yeah, for you not. But no diamond is dangerous.
Yeah.
Would be a dirty way to go. Aces to get cracked.
Yeah.
Will happen 83% of the time.
Never is.
Peters has picked up 5% equity. Looking for a jack. 2 cards to come. Doesn't really change anything, Randy.
Could be worse.
It's one
Could
way
be a worse turn, right?
to eliminate Michaelitis, and that is with a jack on the river. Doesn't find it. Michaelitis is going to get the double early on.
American Airlines.
coming back from break.
Am I this box? Yeah, okay.
That changes things at the top of the chip counts as well. Kulev now trailing by just 5 big blinds. David Peters is still the chip leader though. Wow.
850.
Another spot for one of the short stacks, and oh my word, Danilo with the ace queen and 1 seat over. Nikolaitis has got a couple of cowboys on the back end of doubling up with aces. What an incredible return to the main stage for him after that short break. I mean, if he wins this, Randy, is this the definition of a heater, or does he need to double up again?
It's a heater because he went from aces to kings, and he's getting full action on both hands.
It's allowed. It's allowed. I think it's allowed. We can call the floor though. This is to confirm.
I remember my seat draw was there.
Yeah. I mean, this is not allowed. I think this is some inside business stuff.
Confirmed it is allowed. You are allowed to get aces and then kings.
You're paying currently.
Danilo
I had a king as
looking
well,
for an ace, but the king, a high
It's
board,
never
leaves
easy.
him drawing to runner Broadway.
Always a sweat.
It's gonna be a long road.
Needs a 10 or a jack to
So
turn a
tough.
sweat. Otherwise, we are going to be down to 5. He is dead.
Good game.
On the turn. Second final table of the series for Danilo. Again in a 50K, came second in the 50K 8 max for 1.3 million just the other night to look forward to as well. GG's to that man.
Yeah, so when you look back on what he's done so far this series, it's been amazing. Of course, some
Well, 2 champions crowned here today and 2 frames of coverage from this 100K Triton main event here in Montenegro. Already up to 105 runners, meaning the prize pool's already crossed the $10 million mark. And, well, Kevin, we've still got a lot of time for players to bust and re-enter. And out of those 105 entries so far, Leon Sturm sits atop of the chip count. Someone who we've seen on multiple occasions this series so far. Some other big names in the top 5 there, Ponakovs, Holtz, Tang, and Belcher. But I want to turn everyone's attention to table 13 because that's where we're going to be picking up coverage. We've got a certain Mr. Inform, Seth Davies, already cashing for just shy of $6 million here in Montenegro. This table going to be a little bit more different, Kev, a little bit more relaxed, given that we're in the the cash game stage of the tournament, so to speak.
Yeah, you might think so. I mean, 6 really top competitors at this feature table: Poonsri, Mateos, Petrangelo, Kristen Foxen. I mean, not to mention Davies and Hajiev, who we saw deep in the 200K. These are, I don't know, no strangers to each other's game, no strangers to high stakes competition. I don't think they're going to take it easy at this moment.
I don't think easy is the word that would come to mind, but I feel like the atmosphere out there is going to be a little bit more relaxed. You know, none of these insane $1 million pay jumps with a ton of ICM to calculate. This is a little bit more straightforward, and if you do misstep, you pony up another 100K. I say that as if it's just borrowing $10 from your friend. But, you pony up another 100K and you re-enter.
Yeah, you get to this point in the series, you've played this many buy-ins, and it does start to feel that way. What's another 100K between friends,
Yeah, well, Davies is going to be coming in with 67 bigs. Hajiev 76, Punsri, who we haven't seen too much of this series so far, had a 3rd place finish in one of the turbo events, the one that Kiat Lee won the other night. Adrian Mateus as well, someone we haven't seen too much of. Petrangelo and Foxen all going to be chilling out for this day 1 coverage. I'm a big fan of this stage of the tournament because it's not often that we get to see the world's best navigating day 1s.
No, and we don't often get to see deep stack play outside of the cash game coverage that we occasionally threw the viewers' way. But, this is unfamiliar territory for some tournament specialists, and, maybe some opportunities for the cash game background players to exercise a little edge early.
Let's throw it down to the main stage for day one coverage of this Triton main event. I said 105 players in the field. Clearly 4 players have jumped in after dinner break. So we have 109 now. Led by Leon Sturm of Germany. Matt Belcher is currently second. Fresh off of his first Triton final table in that 50K the other night. Here we go. Oh, a certain Deep Heats jumping in. Fresh stack. Fresh off that final table, that third place run. Straight into the feature table action. 250K starting stack in this one. 50-minute levels. Roll Tide.
22. 22,000. Pass.
Mateos in a spot early. 30 bigs to start the hand. Pocket sevens facing 3-bet. Feels like call and all in potentially on the table.
Let's come with the former. 54K in the middle. Chrissy rocking the shades, by the way. Oh, okay. I see how it's going to be today. All right. All right, chat. Just a little top pair against middle set, 3-bet pot. Okay. I'm over it, Kevin.
You just see one flop, and you're like, this is the whole night.
It's just...
That's all it's going to be.
It's just so sick. I can't breathe. How many coolers are we going to see this series? Foxton doesn't even have a diamond in hand as well. Just dead.
Good news for Foxton is... Well, never mind.
Go on, Kevin. Try and justify it.
No.
No, go on.
I think she's going to double Mateos up.
Right.
There's not really a good spin on this one.
There really isn't. Especially against Adrian Mateos. He's capable of finding bluffs.
He'll have worse for value.
Exactly.
Raise get it in at this stock depth.
Ace 10 of diamonds.
Definitely weaker queens, definitely nut flush draws. Maybe even a hand like pocket eights.
Maybe it just comes diamond, diamond, and somehow Foxton gets away with it. No, just the biggest brick.
Yeah.
In the deck.
Mateos could be motivated to check. Hammer lock on the hand. Half pot behind. Try to extract from like a high card float.
I wonder how many years off of our lives poker is taking from us.
Well,
just the brutality of these situations on a day-to-day basis. Foxton drawing dead. She makes the call. Sometimes you are just destined to double your opponent up. 3-bet pot. Queen 7-3, 2 diamonds, deuce of hearts on the turn. Mateos back up to starting stack. That's the problem, Kevin. We haven't been playing long enough for them to been able to do a study on the players that come to the Triton Super High Roller Series. Over-unders of 10 years.
Unlike years of life removed.
Yeah.
Too many confounding variables, Henry.
Wow, you just have to give me the Kevin Rabichow answer, don't you?
I mean, it's just, is it poker? Is it the secondhand smoke? Is it the is it the temptation of alcohol?
The chocolates, okay.
Lack of sleep.
Yeah. The jet lag.
What else do we do? Yeah, the travel.
The travel.
The super spreader events.
Me.
Just having to listen to each other.
Viewers. Yeah, feel sorry for the viewers.
Yep. All of that more responsible for the loss of life, I would say, than the game itself.
What about drinking Red Bull at 10 p.m.?
That's maybe like the largest part of it.
Oh, man. I'm going to get a text from Brian Johnson. Henry, what are you doing? He's actually a really cool guy.
I'm sure he has your number.
Met him in Singapore.
Just keep adding details like every true story would have.
I'm not adding any more details. I just met the guy in Singapore. He was there for one of his events or seminars, whatever you want to call it.
What kind of event?
He did this private dinner function with a bunch of. I'm not even joking. I'm going to show you pictures.
See a restaurateur now.
No. It was just he was talking about going to sleep and measuring certain nighttime activities that I can't say on stream. I mean, I can say on stream, but there might be some people listening.
The Man City.
Oh, it's Man United.
Oh, I thought it was Man City. It's Arsenal, Man United.
No, it's Tottenham.
I'll show you some pictures. Oh, the lads talking about.
Can't wait.
The football.
European title. This is like second biggest Europe.
Peters with the check mark.
Europa League. Europa.
Yeah. What's the difference between the two?
The champions of like top 4 teams from like European countries go to Champions League.
Looks like Tottenham are currently 1-0 up against United.
Each league. Yeah, like La Liga or whatever.
Yeah, La Liga. And then,
Is that with or without the delay?
5 and 6 go to Europa League.
Yeah, usually in the top countries. Yeah, and then like in a country like.
Whoa.
This was an intentionally
Hang on a minute.
difficult question to pose.
Well, it's really not. I've just looked at it in real time now while we're on the same delay as the viewers, so it doesn't matter. Whatever I say, they're going to hear in real time.
That's just trying to get you a little riled up, Henry. That's
You
all.
already got me riled up. You don't believe my Brian Johnson story.
That's 100% not true.
Why is it not true?
Add as many details as you like.
All right, how much do you want to bet that Brian Johnson has my number?
Quality of the league.
Yeah. No, but 4 plus 1 if there is a winner of. Yeah.
Now, if there's one thing I know about betting,
Okay. Yeah, give me a line.
it's don't offer a bet to someone who has the option to decline whenever they're going to lose, and the option to accept whenever they're going to win.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, there's like everybody. But
Sage advice to the
in the final, so
aspiring gamblers out there.
Chelsea's in the final there.
Of the Europa.
Yeah.
And this is the other semi-final.
This is the final. No, this is final. Now it's only finals. There's a Champions League final, Europa League final, and Conference League final.
Oh yeah.
Trouble perhaps for Adri.
Here is United and Tottenham.
I wonder if he has Brian Johnson's number. Sorry.
Conference.
All right, enough of that bit.
There you go.
3 betting. Cheers, open.
There you go.
Would love to see Ramin just flat here, in position, with the aces.
Yeah, there may be slightly deep for that to be the default play, but Hagiev does find it. Do you think Mateos would have been out of here against a small 4-bet?
Eight, 6, 4. Rainbow board. See how Adri proceeds here. It's a tough one because it feels like on a board like this, a lot of the ace highs are going to be suited with backdoors. And they're going to float in position a lot of the time.
Yeah, I don't think there's many hands in Ramin's flatting range that we can clear out on this board unless we bet quite a sizable amount. So I want to say, checking is a reasonable play. Just pass it over to the range that has all the pocket pairs that hit this board quite well. Or something 40 to 50%-ish. It's even larger.
So is this bet size designed to really kind of disincentivize some of those floats we were mentioning?
Yeah.
And then once Hajev does continue, Mateos just willing to shut down?
Unsure about the plan on future streets, but I do think part of this bet is to clear ace-queen offsuit right now. And then there are some like live floats, like a jack-10 of hearts. Well, jack-10 not live in this instance, but you know, queen-10 of hearts or something like that. That we also get out of there. 4-liner quite bad for us in the small blind. Maybe a non-issue, like if we have an overpair, our hand's maybe still just good enough to put 2/3 pot in at some point, but starting to check now just makes sense, I think.
$184 in the middle. Let's see what Hajev comes with.
Check back. This might work.
This might work indeed. I mean, Adri's here with the ace of hearts.
Key blocker. The king, I think, almost never going to improve Ramin's range in this spot. Hands like king 8 suited fold pre. King queen folds flop. Ace king would be all in pre. We're really just worried about the traps. And if Mateos got here with a king, that might lead him to value bet. Unsure what size. All in might be thin for something like king queen.
He's got what? 70% pot back?
Yeah. Still the option, I think, on a 3 flush to block. Yeah. I think this is what we would do if we had king queen, and that's what's going to make Ramin just snap call. Like, he beats value.
Great start to this 100K main for the #1 ranked player from Azerbaijan. Easy come, easy go for that man. Doubled up and then gave it back and then some.
Thank you.
Thank you.
GG's dealer. Quick dealer change. Continue with this 100K main. Gives us a bit of time for a massive shout out for the #1 learning app for poker players. I am, of course, talking about GTO Wizard. You can start crushing now. Head on over, drop them a follow on socials. Talking about Instagram and X. Get involved in some of their giveaways. You can win annual subscriptions. You can learn to beat the best rather, and crush the rest. Apart from Kevin Rabichow, he's unbeatable. It's unbeatable
Literally.
today.
Actually impossible. It's a true story. I've never lost a poker game, Henry.
I mean, you're just gonna win the heads up no limit bracelet this summer. I can tell.
I agree.
Are you selling action?
Never. To that event.
That's the problem, is you haven't learned about the Henry Kilbane run good.
Tell me more.
Very lucky money.
Who's
Ask
received
around.
the most
Ask around.
luck?
Ask around.
I'll ask around.
Very lucky money.
I see. You don't want to.
I don't want to,
steal credit from anyone who's had success.
I just know that my $10 that I've invested, not individually, by the way, across the board, into these players, has had a massive ROI.
Are you buying fractional shares on a resale market?
Just, I see, I know good value when I see it. I'm all about that bankroll management. That's reflopping bottom 2. Foxen has a hand that could potentially continue, although the hijack opening range not super wide.
Punat sized up as well. 15 into 22. I think this setting up 3 big streets against an ace. Maybe large enough that Kristen can get away now. That's a nice fold.
That is a nice fold. Haley Hannah saying rebuy is open until start of day 2. It is indeed. It is indeed. To 117 runners in this one. Alex Ponokovs is currently chip leading. Fedor Holtz is in second, the only 2 with more than 1 million chips. Glad to see the viewers are loving this feature table.
If they are, I'll take a latte just from here then. Yeah, check.
Yeah. Really is a great.
I'll take the same. Do the same. Same as me. 3x the same. 3x. 3 lattes.
Great feature table.
The coffee bar.
Yeah.
Have you reviewed any more hands from this series so far in the form of those short videos you've been putting out? Some
Just
of the
the
heads-up matches?
Just the one.
The one Foxen against Artur Martirosyan?
Yeah.
Any other hands that have kind of stood out to you so far this series that you thought, wow, this is like...
Well,
we're talking about ones for the title, right?
Yeah, I got to watch today's heads-ups. Wasn't in the booth for the Invitational or the 50K 7 max.
You're going to be disappointed.
Am I?
Well,
too quick, the
50K
heads-ups?
only lasted 2 hands.
Okay.
And the 200K lasted about 5, so...
Okay. Well, I've got 7 hands to watch.
I'm sure you'll find something as Hajiev finds the fold button.
There was... What's the one? I have one more marked for review. Getting that edited now. I think it was the very next event.
So if I had to ask you from a student point of view, so say some of the people around the world looking to improve their game, and I asked you for a TLDR 20-second rundown on something that you think could really help people in heads up, what would it be? Just like a general rule of thumb that you think is applicable to most spots that could help people.
I need red chips.
I think the best players in heads-up matches are pesky, like fight really hard for the small ones.
Okay.
And I would just say like essentially shifting as much focus as possible on winning the small pots is going to make a huge difference. Because I think it's just like so normal for the big pots to be magnified and people play like pretty well, like fine enough in sizing up the bigger pots.
Usual to see you here. Tougher and
But there's
smaller
just, like-
stakes. I don't know what you're doing.
This comes up like blind versus blind, spots like this, button versus small blind, you know, wide range spots. I think people just underestimate like how wide you can go, how many free spots there are to pick up.
I think that's really solid advice.
Just little bluffs. Just focus on the small ones.
I think it's something, I mean, not something that I've seen necessarily in heads up, but someone that comes to mind for me who used to be really good at that is Garrett Adelstein. The guy used to fight for every pot.
Yeah.
Even like...
He was a heads-up player.
Single raise pots.
Yeah, I heard it was.
He was like, every pot he was going for.
Yeah.
Massive shout to G-Man, by the way. I mean, there aren't many
All-
players.
all-time legend.
Yeah.
So him here, yes, this time too.
Aren't many players I can think of in the last 5 years who have been as entertaining as he has.
Not here.
But yeah, so tough to play against. And pesky is a great word.
Yeah, you just want to be like...
Yeah, till 8. Yeah, sounds good.
If you're just that player who your opponent feels like they just can't win one off of you, you know, you're never going to take one off.
Oh, yeah. You have 25.
I think it's like the equivalent of playing really solid defense or just like not having quit in your game.
Some red chips.
I have that. Somebody needs reds, I have.
Yep.
Fresh stack to the table from another all-time legend. As Andrew Roble just joined the mix.
Here we go. Not often we get to see Roble on the feature table. Joined us for the first time in Montenegro 2018. Just one cash under his belt.
5Ks or no?
No, pinks are
$445,000 cash.
The pinks are worthless.
Coming back in Montenegro 2019.
Also, no one has too much.
That is way worse than that one. Yeah, I mean, that's the ones from the coffee bar. Just so good. It's hard to go back. Yeah.
9,000.
Wasting no time. Ace-10 offsuit. 8-handed under the gun.
They're easy. Never mind, I take it back. This is the easier table.
Do remember the other hand that I'm working on, Henry. It was that.
Yeah, I was gonna
that
say,
trips
I
versus
don't think
trips
that happened.
collision.
You
Lonus,
get to see it
Brock,
flop.
Wisbred.
That was huge, yeah.
That was an interesting one. It was like big action and it was fast, so it was, you know, hard to break down in the moment while we were watching it, but it's a pretty complicated spot. I found it pretty interesting. Not a mandatory one for Foxen here, but I think all the suited aces are very close. Was leaning more in the direction of small 3-bet, kind of surprised to see the flat from +2. But again, just extremely close in expectation, these hands. Looking to play some pots against the short stack Mateos.
Top and bottom for Foxen. Revenge on her mind. 28K in the middle. Let's see how Adri wants to proceed with the underpair.
Only dangerous if he starts bluffing as a C-bet, which it looks like he will. Don't blame him. Ace, Queen, X, Rainbow. 5's looking like one of your worst hands from under the gun on this board. And I think the goal is just to start folding out better pocket pairs right away. Maybe continue bluffing. Foxen wise not to raise. No need to fast play on this texture. Oh my. The 6, a pure blank, or at least you would think. But it boats up Foxen.
What are you worried about, Kev? You feel like this is a potential triple off spot?
Yeah. I'm not certain that he'll go for it, but we can make hands like King-Queen very uncomfortable across 3 streets. We can continue barreling even hands like Ace-10 or Ace-Jack, because it's just so unlikely that they're beat. So with a wide value range comes a lot of bluffs, and pocket 5s just looks pretty clean. It has no showdown value. If Foxen did have something like King-Jack or Jack-10 suited, certainly we would lose the pot to a bluff regardless. Oh. Not to get ahead of myself, but if I'm playing this hand as Adrian, I'm probably blasting off.
You're all in?
Just feels reasonable. Put pressure on ace-X suited. The ones that didn't make a full house.
Look at Roval, yes.
King-10 of spades. Jack-10 of spades.
All in.
Even King-Queen. He does say all in.
Snap.
Yeah. Kind of felt it developing. Pocket fives on this board, such an attractive looking bluff candidate. Just runs into it.
Sometimes you just run into it, Kev. The full house. Chrissy getting her revenge. Mateos out the door. Will be re-entering, but perhaps a little glimpse as to why he's always making deep runs, that kind of aggression.
Yeah.
Easy
Yeah,
game.
you typically
You're getting
see
all the
people
chips
like
just
Adrian.
like last time I played with you.
You're my good luck charm. Let's go with that.
Lead open.
Either
All right. I agree to be the
building
good luck
up a
charm,
stack.
as long as it doesn't come at my expense this time.
Fair. I think you're okay anyway. You don't need this.
I want the title. I want a trophy.
I know.
I don't have any trophies.
Every time I've played with Santosh, I hadn't played with him very much, but I've been on his table like, I don't know, 10 times in the last month. Every time he just has all the chips. And I'm like, I'm definitely his good luck charm. It's pretty unreal. So I need one too.
I'm happy to be it.
Roble security. My good luck charm. I accidentally bumped into one's chest in the hallway. Wasn't looking where I was going. Fairly sure I still got a bit of a black eye.
Yeah.
Have you ever run into a brick wall before, Kevin?
Is that how it felt?
That's how it felt. I also wasn't wearing my pass. It was in between frames, so I was in the suit and just run into the toilet and
You've been with Neo
just
in
hear
the
this
Matrix
really
or
deep,
what?
like,
What's going
hey,
on
where do you think you're going? I was like, mate, dude, I'm a commentator, leave me alone.
On the stream.
Why aren't you wearing your
Looks like
badge?
you're about to give me a D.
Again, I apologize.
Robo piece is great.
I'm waiting for the good luck part.
I dig it, dude. Looks dope.
I feel like there's a character in South Park for some reason that it's reminding me of.
There was no good luck, was there? He just ran into a
Yes.
ran into someone in the hall,
baby.
literally.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just like this jack dude that wears glasses. It's really funny. Like PC principles.
I think the good luck part about that story is pretty obvious, Kevin.
Those were great episodes.
The PC babies and all that.
I didn't see the PC
They're
babies.
so funny.
I didn't get put in a Kimura
Alex loves South Park.
or a rear naked chokehold.
That's true.
Dude. 2 for 2.
Also, it's kind of really embarrassing where he's like eyed me up and down and said, you know what? You're not really a threat, mate. That's the, you know, felt humbled.
Because in your mind,
Oh, dude.
You're
Put me in the ring against this guy.
yeah,
You know?
Yep.
But here, obviously I can't do anything. In the ring, I'd be able to run out of the ring, put my shoes on, call a taxi, get the taxi to drive me to the nearest airport, get the first flight out of the country, you know? And never see him again.
That'll show him.
That will show him.
Nick.
Sorry.
No problem.
My phone stopped working for 3 days, so I've been trying to set up a new one. It's been a nightmare.
Oh, that's weird.
I know.
What's up, Petrangelo?
Yeah. Welcome to 2025.
He's had a broken phone for 3 days. Got here with no luggage. Had to buy a bunch of clothes from the Triton shop.
Really?
Yeah, did you not know that?
No, I didn't.
He's been rocking Triton gear every day. He might have, maybe is he in the Triton gear today?
But hey, it's been like 8 days since we've been here.
Maybe his
luggage showed up yet?
maybe his luggage has arrived by now, but at the start of the trip, he had a very large bag stuffed with merch.
Wow.
To supplement The missing suitcase.
That's pretty brutal.
Does look like he's got one of his own sweaters at the moment.
Oh, here we go. We've got an Andrew Roble mystery hand against Nick Petrangelo. Roble coming with the 2.5x.
Don't think it's pure 3-bet, but some amount of 3-bet and some amount of call. Petrangelo lands on 3-bet this time. Started 70 big blinds deep. Quick call.
I'm going with 9-8 suited.
All right, I didn't study GTO labs, so I'm not sure what to do. Don't confuse me too much.
I take it back. Going with King Jack of Hearts.
It's a good hand.
On this board. Mystery hand time. 76K in the middle. Nicky P firing out, continue for 1/3.
So I think most of the good hands outside of sets very much in Roble's range headed to this flop. Not obliged to fast play either. Good board for Nick to bluff at as the pre-flop 3-better, so would assign Roble a relatively uncapped range of hands here. Ace of Hearts, nice one to barrel with, of course, but with the queen I would generally expect a check behind. Just seeking showdown against Jack 10, Ace 10, Queen Jack.
Checks through. 6 of spades on the river.
On.
No hesitation. Just all the money
Andrew
from Roble.
One of the best, man.
How much?
Oh, hang on. Mystery hand's over. We can see that he's got it. I was close. Kevin, I'm going to take a couple of brownie points for myself. I've got one of the cards right. King 5 of Hearts. Now Petrangelo holding that Ace of Hearts, probably thinking, well, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
You can't have the nuts. So are you just here with a hand like Queen Jack, Jack of Hearts? Although, can we remove the offsuit combos?
I do think the offsuit Broadway is like lower than King Jack, likely to just fold pre-flop. But Roble, you know, coming from the cash game streets, maybe used to wider ranges being played, peeling 3-bets with more suited hands. I would have assigned a wide array of suited hands to his overall range. We see the King 5 of Hearts. Why not Jack 7 of Hearts? Why not, you know, 8-6 of Hearts if we're playing splashy? Which, maybe it's a stretch of a read, but my initial impression.
Where do some of the bluffs come from? What would be some of the ideal bluff candidates here?
I think some would include the Ace of Hearts 10, for example, but we do kind of need to have just missed. So think like Ace 8 of spades if we check call flop, Jack 8 suited if we get here pre-flop. These are the clear ones. But yeah, when you reach into pairs and such, I don't know, it might end up being a little too much to take like the Jack 10 with no heart, but we only have Jack 10 suited pre-flop. 10-9 suited. These hands are extremely low showdown value. Could be bluffing.
Kevin, some people asking, and you know, these people that are asking can be forgiven, why this man has called a 3-bet with King 5 of Hearts. This is Andrew Roble, and he's getting paid
Baby flush.
by over-bet jamming the river against Nicky P.
Yeah.
He just sat down, he's doubled up 2 starting stacks
Okay,
for
balance
Roble.
are
And in
fine.
case people didn't know, you know, the term GOAT gets thrown around pretty loosely in this industry, Kevin, but that's one that I'm pretty comfortable with saying. One of the greatest cash game players in poker history.
For sure.
3?
No question.
Aren't many people that have won more money over the years playing Nosebleed No Limit than Andrew Roble. $122 runners now. That was nasty.
I do wonder if Pietrangelo has any experience playing with Roble, or, you know, what impression he comes in with, because I mean, he might just be making a call that he thinks is kind of theory appropriate, Ace of Hearts key removal on value, but wonder if there was any prior reputation that plays into that.
You said you are too, right?
Yeah, there are certain people that just seem to get paid
Yeah.
more than others. Reputations. Where people just have this perceived image.
Whenever that happens, it feels like there's about 36 hours in a day, so
You're asking him,
Blind v blind.
You thought that 4 million might put him into a little vacation,
Right.
sail around for the summer. That's awesome. It's also crazy. A local Montenegrin won the invitation.
Yeah.
Like, what are like the odds of that?
last year too, there's a young pro from
Yeah,
around
he
here.
got like, did he win or get second?
He got like
won.
second and third, I think. I think he had 2 top 3s.
Shows you home field advantage is real,
Seriously.
even in poker.
Yep.
So crazy too, just like such a small country. That guy was cool. Alexa.
Yeah, he seems like a really nice guy.
Great vibe. Super happy, fun. He lives in Miami.
And it was just like a last minute thing. Like he's the one who invited Alex.
I'm not sure. He said he lives in Miami. He
Yeah.
doesn't live here. I don't know.
No, he said like him and Alex just talked about playing together like a week ago.
Where at?
Playing the Invitational together.
No, but like they just met here.
No, it was like a friend
Friend hooked him
whatever.
up, yeah.
But he, you know, just decided to like want to.
42.
Yeah.
Just crazy.
Crazy story. Yeah.
Punat.
Yeah.
The guy that got third was awesome too.
Yeah.
Check down pot. Blind versus blind. Finds a river raise. Blocking the deuce on the end.
Good group of people to hang out.
Catches Ramin value betting thin, but doesn't look convinced just yet. Just gonna get it through.
Now he is.
That's a nice find from Punat.
I mean, I'm not surprised. There are certain players that are just consistent in finding these spots.
It's just so easy to like forget to have raises. I know that's a weird way of putting it.
No,
but
it makes a lot of sense.
The board runs out blank looking. You're facing a river bet with a pair. The natural instinct is like, is this good or not? Can I call or not, right? It's hard to get to that level where you're thinking about what are the best bluff raises? What can I represent?
I mean, he is the most winningest player on tour since he joined. So no surprises there. Most winningest player of the series so far is this man right here, Seth Davies.
I'm on a heater. But you're on a heater too, so it's like it could be a heater battle.
Immovable force and unstoppable object. I think I got that backwards.
Heater battle.
Kevin, that ace-queen hand there against the king-5 might be a fun hand for you to break down at some point as well.
Venture out from the heads-up streets.
Yeah.
Get some early day one hand review going.
Yeah, why not?
Maybe.
I think it would be a lot of fun to hear your thoughts in more detail. Chip counts at this table. Andrew Roble, who joined, what, 25, 30 minutes ago, has taken the chip lead, courtesy of that king-5 of hearts hand against Nick Pietrangelo. Was, of course, on the receiving end of that collision. He's down to 35 bigs. Very early days here in day one.
I was an organizer.
Yes, that seems reasonable.
I heard that was crazy, right?
So, yeah, a lot of fun.
Yeah,
World's best
9
tournament.
Right.
No.
Yeah, probably
He
the
didn't.
Like,
He was the first one out. He was out hand number 1.
was he 55 people or something?
Yeah, 50 people. Called the 50. Or Charlie won a different one. Like that was like a sit and go more than a tournament. Play the heater.
Got to play the rush.
I was gonna do a smaller schedule and then after probably like whenever of my life. The other day I'm like I can't go out like that. So
You gotta
now I have
make
to
up for it.
some redemption first.
8.
I don't know what happened.
It happens.
Yeah.
It happens. Leave it in the past.
Yeah. But definitely.
Pietrangelo going to start with third pot. Straightforward thus far.
Oh my. Play the heater indeed.
Yeah, Jack-9 suited. Looking like an attractive bluff. Not mandatory. Sometimes these hands will check behind on the turn in favor of bluffing, like low pocket pairs, ace-x, and whatnot. But it's a totally fine bluff hand to take. Very good turn card in general for Pietrangelo. See if Roble decides to continue
I didn't even know they were having them.
with call or raise.
Feels like a good raise candidate, right? Bottom 2. There's just so many bad river cards for us.
There are some,
Yeah, that's a good idea.
for sure. At least it's a rainbow board, but yeah. Just trying to get it all now against King Queen, Queen Jack. Denies an open ender there. Not a bad result.
Yeah.
Roble in cruise control.
Forget which one it is. It's the really good.
Loving life right now.
Yeah.
I really liked
Great,
that
like the
event.
Millionaire Maker.
Yeah, I can't remember which one it was. I went deep in it last year, and I was like, I actually really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's
Seeing some love in the chat for
Yeah. It was either
Jonathan Jaffe and the
Monster or something like that.
GTO Lab
I
podcast.
did
Oh yeah.
I know we've had some players from this series that have gone on as guests. Saw people talking about Alex Kulev, who went on there, and yeah, love to hear it. Love to see these guys, you know, when they're not here at the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series, putting out content.
I have to catch up on those episodes. They're so detailed. Like, there's so much content in there.
Do you know the episode you're going to have to catch up on first, Kevin? Is the last episode of the Chip Race podcast. It's released today. Had me and Espen on there.
I did see.
Shout out to
that
David
on the
Lapin and
socials.
Dara Kearney for having us. That was a blast from the past. I want to start, you know, we need to start doing like a Triton Poker Break Desk podcast. Where we just get a player over here for 15 minutes, quick fire questions, ask them what their favorite cheeseburger is, You know, all of the important stuff.
Weren't we doing that for a bit?
We tried. We did try.
What happened to chirp at a chair?
I don't know.
Seth Davies, John Jaffe.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Seth was just like, hang on, guys, let me just, you know, go on a bit of a heater first. Let me prioritize the playing part of things.
Maybe it's for the best that he didn't spend too much time on that podcast. Little something developing here, by the way. Kristen opened under the gun. Petrangelo on the now short stack. Defends the big blind. Check, check. Oh boy. Check, check on the flop. Kristen recognizing that this is a board Petrangelo is going to represent a lot on, not wanting to get check jammed on the flop. Picks up a huge draw on the turn. Petrangelo was bluffing the turn. Maybe a range bet spot on the turn. Just such a good board for him. And it's so tempting to fire off on the 9. You really don't expect Foxen to have connected with this. Those chips are going in.
All in.
What a great stretch for Nikki there.
Well, he saved a pink chip.
How demoralizing is that? You don't even get the pleasure of the sweat.
Yeah.
You know, where you have like that first 5-second tank where you're like, okay, maybe this gets through.
Yep.
He didn't even have time for his brain to process that thought. Foxen snap jamming. Nicky P. Wow, the graphics guy is really doing him dirty there.
I do love that we rounded off.
Savage, bro.
I love the 0 big blinds.
That is, I mean, you know, we were talking about throwing around the get wrecked.
Yeah.
That's the
Can we
production
just-
team's version of get wrecked, mate.
Instead of 0 big blinds.
Jeez.
Could we just start putting...
And he gets
Not a
dealt
good-
7 deuce.
Not a good stretch for Nicky P there. That would have been the graphic. Put it in quotes.
That was brutal.
Yep.
Yeah, now he's forced all in from the small with 7 deuce. Roble, by the way, effectively playing heads up on the button, so I do like this open. Petrangelo can only play for the ante and 500 of Kristen's big blind and Roble's action here, so the other 3,500 in Kristen's big blind. Available for Roble to fight in a heads-up confrontation, so not surprised to see him getting after it light. Two checks, though.
Nicky P.
Foxen on the 9, continuing to check a strong top pair. Might induce a bluff here. Actually, a little... Wait, how much? Roble just trying to rep 9x right away.
It's a little B200, my friend.
That is double the side pot. Foxen may be feeling near top of range. I don't think she'll fold. But it is a bluff catcher. I have to admit, it's hard to fold a bluff catcher when you know that your opponent's cards are going to be turned face up as soon as you do it. It really is. Like, it's a dangerous dynamic. The guy's all in on the side. You know the hand's going to be tabled. Folding a strong hand and getting that immediate, like, here's 8 high is so painful.
Just get 8 high windmill in your face.
This is the worst spot to bluff me in the world. Like, I just can't. I can't do it.
Oh my word.
Good. What is happening?
Robo just wants to windmill it.
The sick thing is that even if Kristen folds, the 8 plays and Nicky P's out of here.
Yeah, Roble thinks he's doing Nicky P a favor here. keeping him in the tournament. Wow, she lets it go.
You beat me in a pot, Nick.
Oh no.
Probably.
Oh no. Nick can't believe it.
Oh, he can't breathe. Roble was literally, he's like, well, Nick, you finally beat me in a pot, mate. 8 high. Petrangelo was like, yeah, sure, buddy.
I'm the small, right? You are. Yeah.
7 deuce. Never lose. Wow.
That's a great bluff.
That's savage.
Tournaments are fun. I'm gonna play some more.
Oh, man.
Benjamin saying that's the craziest poker clip I've seen. Yeah, I've got a funny feeling the social media team are going to be clipping that one. Going to be doing the rounds. Playing the rush. Andrew Roble. 8-7 of spades. Unbeaten so far. Remains just making a quick phone call. Perhaps to that oil and gas pipeline company back home. I mean, is Roble just going to win this pot as well?
Peters starting with aggression. He stands to have the strongest range on this board. Roble can still have the best hands, though. Pocket 4s, pocket 5s. That's true both of Peters and Roble. Well, Punot as well. Really, all 3 players can have the sets.
Hello.
Well.
Hello, 6 of diamonds. Nut straight for Roble, nut flush draw for Peters.
I do think this is quite a good turn for Roble's range on the flop.
Yep.
So overall, I would expect Peters to either reduce sizing or slow down by checking with a good chunk. He has picked up a flush draw, but you got to think his Queen X are not so happy about this development. Starting with check, we'll see what comes next. I think it depends greatly on the size. Do you think check calling somewhat standard? Although it's hard for this hand to be good at showdown. Ace-3 and ace-deuce suited come to mind as hands we can beat. Maybe king-jack with a backdoor.
Oh boy. Roble is not going to see this one. 114,000 in the middle.
Well, the heater's over. I do think the 8 has to value bet and could go reasonably big. If we had a bluff here, we'd be thrilled about this run out and happy to represent the flush or the straight. Peter's going to presumably take some time to think through bluffing options. Daydream about getting paid off.
It's so tough for Peters to have a flush here.
It is quite difficult. Usually Queen X. Occasionally a hand like pocket 7s or pocket 8s, but of course Roble with an 8 and a 7, making that less likely. But Peters will have like ace 4 and ace 5 of diamonds. Ace-10 and Ace-Jack of diamonds. Not many others. If he's going to bluff at this.
Oh no, just when I thought the heater was real. How much is it?
Roble knows this isn't just a straight, or at least it's extremely unlikely. If Peter's going to bluff here, he needs to take a queen, which is a candidate. It's a pure bluff catcher. No reason we can't check raise bluff with it.
Is he bluffing me?
King of diamonds, queen.
Everybody would go with the Jedi
Are you bluffing? How can you be bluffing? And it's so good. I thought the heater was real.
Roble's gut is telling him to fold this one. It's literally said, how can he be bluffing on multiple occasions?
Yep. Can be hard when you step into a unfamiliar environment, doesn't play a lot of tournaments.
That's a brilliant fold.
Still trusting his gut.
You bluffed me, you can tell me now. Yeah.
One, yeah. No, I gotta make you wait.
You gotta make me wait.
Can you please do me a favor and keep your time maxed up behind your stack so I don't bother you when you're in a hand? Thank you.
My gutter came right in on the turn, and I was like, I really am on a heater. I'm gonna stack him too. And then I got check raised, and I was like, oh no, oh fuck. Now what do I do?
It just takes the joy out of it.
So this man must have a flush, or he's very creative.
Have the right attitude about it.
Peter's going to make Roble wait to see that one.
Could be both. Could be he has a flush and he's creative.
Can happen to anyone, right?
Yep. I've done it.
Nice execution on that one, of course.
Well played from both. Really, really impressive fold there. I mean,
welcome to the table.
I hate just showcasing why he's won as much as he has. In cash games, finding elite folds like that as he welcomes Jamil Wakil to the table and quickly lets him know that he hates folding.
Think he talked him out of a 3-bet there?
Felt like it.
It is a reasonable flat. High.
Do I know you? I don't think so.
High in the flatting range.
Hopefully.
Case Jack finding its way to the flop. Queen Jack 7.
Nice to meet you.
Are these two just making formal introductions mid-hand?
They've been chatting the whole time through the flop being dealt.
He's literally asked Jamil, he's like, do I know you? Jamil's like, I don't think so. He's like, I'm Andrew, by the way. Nice to meet you. Check. Jamil's like, hey, Jamil, nice to meet you. Bet.
Alright, Jamil, I'll play with you.
2/3 pot on the flop, getting quickly called. 3 of spades could prove troublesome for Roble, unblocking diamonds, blocking some straight draws. 74,000 in the middle. And what do? You're sat here with middle set against the guy who's just opened under the gun and said to you, I don't like to fold.
I mean, we've got middle set. Regardless of what Roble said, we want to put a lot of money into the pot. Sizable flop bet. designed for this texture. Jamil not wanting to go thin. Just polar strategies straight from the flop. This bet large enough that I think Roble can get away from King Jack. We don't love it. We're ahead of all the bluffs. Quite easy to see what they are.
All right, I'm going to show you some respect. Oh no, I regret it.
Jamil off to a good start
10 levels, registration opens till start of tomorrow.
at this feature table. Wow, that's a throwback. D-Strub saying Ship It Holler Bollers was Roble's OG poker crew.
Oh yeah.
That was the...
Did that not include the likes of Phil Galfon?
We'll see.
Was that like one of the original grind houses?
No, it's been tested,
Yeah.
but we're still giving it a chance.
Yeah, shout out Philly G.
I would give up on it, yeah.
Ansky, perhaps? Was that
Uncle Phil?
Danny Stern?
This one's the same, but I had another
he in
that
there?
broke. So I figured that was that one was
I'm reaching back into my memory banks. Chad will help us out. Lucky Chewy, perhaps? Andrew Lichtenberger?
270.
Another legend.
I don't know, I might be getting this mixed up with 2
Oh,
months, 2 million.
I think you are, yeah.
I think some of it, the 2 months, 2 million crew. I think this might have been a group that involved Tom Dwan, actually.
Ship It Holler Bollers.
Yeah, maybe.
Cool. What's up, buddy?
OMG Clay Aiken.
Good.
Uncle Phil. Would love to see Galfon just show up and flick in the 100k PLO main. I know he doesn't play that many tournaments and definitely doesn't travel, but if they ever invent teleportation machines where you can just step through one from his office, show up here,
I already
play the 100k PLO.
that easy to give it away.
Should have told me 10 seconds ago. Yeah.
Would be a treat to watch.
I don't know these live tricks yet. You gotta keep teaching me, Jason.
How, you're an online poker player?
I used to be, but I started playing full-time like 2.5 years ago.
Oh, cool.
So I had a job before, so I couldn't really play live poker.
Yeah, so you went to play some poker.
Pretty much, yeah.
Where are you from?
Toronto.
Toronto. No, I grew up in Michigan now.
Oh, okay.
So I lived in Vegas.
Blind versus blind battle here.
Yes.
How'd you have raised? Poons recalled.
When I lived in Michigan, I went to Toronto a few times.
Yeah, I went to 2 players.
Queen 7 and a nice float on the flop.
Actually, where I'm from the same city as Casey.
Maybe weak enough to bluff now.
You're from Calgary. Oh, her?
Me? St. Catharines.
We're from like a very tiny city that no one would ever really have heard of unless you're from there. And we're very lost. You thought you was Calgary? Where did that come from?
Getting a bit sidetracked here. It feels like there's a nothing burger of a hand going on. There's actually a book about Ship It Holler Bollers.
Really?
Yeah. How a bunch of 19-year-old college dropouts use the internet to become poker's loudest, craziest, and richest crew.
Wow.
That was released in April of 2014.
How'd you have going for value? Opens the door maybe to get raised. I thought Poonsri might bluff this against a check. Who wrote the book?
Jonathan Grotenstein and Storms Reback.
Okay.
There's a couple of books actually on them.
Oh, that's actually,
See if Poonsri turns this into a bluff.
So have you got the members list, Henry?
I do, yeah. Well, after this, I want to see if Punak can find this. He finds these spots.
Was reacting to the chat there, not the hand. Of course, Poonsry's still in the tank, but Dave Benefield was dropped in the chat. That's a good shout out. Raptor.
There is the raise, just as we expected. What makes Poonsry so tough to play against? Couple of blind v blind spots, not gone Hajir's way so far. I wonder if...
I mean, he hasn't folded yet, Henry.
Oh, well, I was about to say, I wonder if the dynamic leading up to this will perhaps try and send a message by making a big call here and say, listen, pal, you can't push me around. King, queen, high. How you doing?
Second time he's raised the river in a blind versus blind confrontation. I'm sure this was on Ramin's mind before he bet the 5K even. Thinking about what to do if we get raised, or the possibility at least of facing a raise. But it is just that time where you worry Poonsry's going to play off that image and seek thin value this time. So tempting the second time to go for a raise with a 4, a 6.
Poonsry 2 for 2.
Versus blind, and you got raised in both spots. Got it?
You need these?
Once you had, once you didn't, right? Or you had, if you didn't have both times.
2 for 2.
I was gonna bet call and then I changed my mind.
Montenegro? Yeah. Oh, no, yeah. I'm here almost every year for 10 years. I love it here.
Probably bluffed me in 2 spots, right?
Favorite vacation spots.
Magic. Come on, man. I'll see 30 minutes with him. Somebody's sending me this screenshot.
I was on the fold this one. I was on the fold this one the last second, I thought.
Okay, that means.
Mon Resort that's closed, that right next door to here is like amazing.
Yeah, I've heard.
Beautiful resorts in the world.
Just hope you have like bottom range. Just hope you have bottom range, basically. This hand, I just hope you have bottom range. Basically. I have a hand I have to block, you know. But like, I didn't feel good. I thought you would back calling.
Yeah, they had some political problems to get it reopened.
Oh, you had
Hajir's got people sending him screenshots, apparently. But yeah, back to this book. Ship It Holler Bowlers, 19-year-old college dropouts. Good to see you. Apathy and Raptor. They communicated through message boards and online chats, comparing hands, sharing advice, and working together to develop new strategies, emerging from dorm rooms and basements in places like Fort Worth, Texas, Okemos, Michigan, and Toronto, Canada. They ended up joining up in Vegas, and of course, the rest is history.
So for the uninitiated, good to see you, Andrew Roble.
Yes.
Raptor, David Benefield.
Yeah.
Apathy, Peter Jetton.
So sick, man.
Chat helped me out there a little bit, but just to be clear on the crew.
Yeah, I mean, we're coming up to what? 20 years.
Oh, wow, okay.
20 years since those guys got together. I mean, name a more iconic crew. There haven't been many over the years.
New Kids on the Block.
Backstreet Boys.
Destiny's Child.
Westlife.
They're very nice and down to earth, but they're also like have confidence too.
Yeah. One Direction.
Good shout.
Yeah.
Reminds me of people from Chicago, particularly.
Beavis and Butthead. Hajir might just rifle this in Poonsry's face, you know. You might just, you know, send it in.
I think we've moved past that
We're gonna-
stage of the game.
We're gonna see a big pot between Punsri and Hajif.
If we do, I don't think it'll be a battle of the egos. Just
No?
a couple of players trying to play good cards. And I don't mean literally good cards, but like high quality poker. As they often do.
Mad Mantis saying can't spell punt without punat. Fair. I mean,
I think it's flipped, but the message
it is. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You can't spell punat without pun, but still,
it's a good one.
That is elite. Well played. Well played. You know who else was a really elite poker crew?
Who's that?
Overbet Express.
Yeah, that was an obvious setup.
Was it? I mean,
was it even a poker crew or was it a?
What do you mean it was a? We lived in a house in London, bro.
A content crew.
We had a grindhouse. We were traveling around together. Then Espen went and spoiled it all by winning the main event.
What a shame. Never hoped to win the main event.
So selfish.
Yeah.
There we go. First time as well. First time any of us had even thought about playing that tournament. Seth Davies opening from +1 here. DP's just respectful of that range. Flatting on the button with 10s. Jamil's in the big blind with a mystery hand, so here we go. 3-bet squeeze to 57,000.
Pretty sizable, but less than 25% of effective stacks. Is Davies going to continue with a trap? Does feel unnatural to be all in with 2 kings, but this call is looking quite strong. From +1 for 25% of your chips. Not many marginal hands that can do this. See if Peters likes his price here. This is a strong hand to flat on the button in the first place, but at this price, big blind range so strong, Davies flat so strong, might even be able to get out.
Is this ace-5 of diamonds?
You're just guessing Jamil's hand right now.
Yeah, it's the mystery hand. What else am I supposed to do?
Could be. I'd maybe lean more polar out of the big blind in this spot against +1. Peters comes along.
Well, how polar?
Like,
can we
could
go?
be. I mean, maybe some like mid-equity bluffs, like a Jack-8 suited. Maybe some trashy offsuit, like an ace-deuce.
Jack-7-5 rainbow. 3-bet pot with 3 players to the flop. 178K in the middle. Got a mystery hand developing here.
Doesn't look to me like the greatest of flops for the pre-flop squeezer. Would anticipate a good bit of checking. Ace-King has whiffed. Ace-Queen has missed. Davies and Peters both very pocket pair heavy all over this flop for that reason. Of course, Wakil will have some of the strongest hands. Ace-Jack suited, queens, kings, aces. So maybe we attack with a low-ish frequency of larger bets. And it does just come with a small one. This is 25% or so.
I want to change my guess, Kevin.
Go ahead.
Pocket jacks.
It's a good hand.
See how Seth proceeds here. Does have deep heats behind.
Yeah, I think with Peters behind, we just continue through calls. Only 190 back. No need to fast play in order to cooler.
Sorry.
Another strong hand. Now does seem like the point for clear escape. Peters not interacting well with this board. The Davies call continuing to show strength.
Peters does get out of there.
Wakil sizing up. What Seth has behind, it's about 60% pot.
Okay.
You still betting on pocket jacks?
I am. What odds will you lay me?
Hold on, let me reverse the stream for a second and see if any jacks were folded.
Yeah, you're too sharp.
If I was really sharp, I would have done that already and not told you.
Yeah.
Just trying to help you out.
Jack of hearts, jack of diamonds, Kev. How much will you give me? I mean, you stuck 200.
If you want, we can just do 100 straight, and I'll pick 2 exact cards as well.
100 straight, so my pocket jacks versus your exact combo as well.
Yeah, like I'll just go, I'll take ace of diamonds, ace of hearts. So that way we've each got an exact combo.
Okay, book it. It's booked.
I don't think they do that.
I do feel like aces is a little more likely than jacks, just because we've continued to barrel now.
Wait, and you just got me for even money, and now you're telling me this?
Yeah, obviously.
Now you're telling me you're a favorite.
I mean, I believe I'm a favorite, but I picked an exact hand versus an exact hand.
Imagine if one of our cards rolls off on the river.
That would have been... Queens wouldn't have been a bad guess either. Like, I could have just been dead by picking Queen of Spades, Queen of Hearts or something.
SPR's 0.33.
It's starting to feel like Jamil's bluffing.
What makes you say that?
Just the extent, like, extending the betting to the point where we get to keep the lead. I think this is... Maybe it's obvious to say, but like if we have a bluff, we have incentive to keep the betting lead across 3 streets, whereas if we have aces, maybe we're comfortable to check it over, allow Davies to take the lead from us. Jamil goes 3 streets here. Let's put Seth all in. Like I mean, the kings are a bluff catcher against this line. Davies, of course, was trapping pre-flop, but given the action, there's a small chance that Jamil has river to queen with a bluff and is just like, well, I guess I'll put it in for value now that SPR is so low. So maybe not a pure bluff catcher for Davies. And I think Jamil could also have the other 2 kings.
Well, Davies lets it go to see what he had.
Wow.
What?
Big bluff from Jamil. Seth was confident in that fold. Huge play. Ace of spades, king. No hesitation.
That is a huge fold. And a huge bluff.
Yep.
Overachiever.
Weird hand.
So big
That was a fun one.
I don't know what he had.
You hear Chrissy say how strange of a hand it was.
Малиновского, точно, да.
Для одного турнира слишком много, да?
I'll get the chuckle out of this.
Преимущество домашнего поля.
Tito saying Henry's the type of guy that would say, let's see what's on the menu today, brother, before cracking open his Hulk Hogan lunchbox in elementary school. Wow. Thanks, guys. That's made my day. That was a funny one.
It's actually really good.
That was strong. Wow, what a What a fold there.
Nice.
What a
Now
bluff.
We're at war. Wow. 4-way war, bro. At war.
Oh my.
Somebody fun on the table like Santos.
Jamil Wakil is on an absolute tear. And given the history and the way that these two like to play, I think all the money's going in. I mean, I say that SPR at the start of the hand,
But we've
10.
It just feels like, you know, barring some very unusual run out, Robles already introduced the big bets
At war with you
to,
two,
let's say,
by
like
the way.
the table meta. Right, already 2x potted it.
Yeah.
And shown a bluff.
Undefeated against me.
Wow.
So why would we not?
Oh my word.
What is that turn?
Daily quads. Roble was giving it the speech as well. It's like, you're undefeated against me, pal.
On other turns, I would have expected Roble to just blast over bets. Now it's like, well, how does my opponent have a good hand? I've got all of it. So he checks it back. Small bet may be an option as well, but this looking quite reasonable. I just don't see a way that Wakil doesn't go for all the chips here. Maybe bet and then when raised, go all in. Maybe check and check raise. And when you get jammed on, call it off.
Welcome to the Triton main event, everyone. 100K buy-in. Just when we thought Wakil was going to be crossing the million chip mark, he's checked it on over with the third nuts.
Hoping that Roble has an ace, which he often would. Allow him to bet, check, bet. Oh.
Well, there's a little B 250%.
I mean, now it's just a game of, do I think you have pocket fives often enough to make me want to go all in? Roble, this was a flat pre-flop, right, from Roble?
It was.
When he's flatted pre-flop on the button, you can rule out pocket aces. So it's just quads that we lose to.
And does he ever have fives?
I think he does. Stab flop, speech play, check back turn. It really adds up. I mean, Jamil has to Hollywood a bit, piece together the way he could bluff here, right? Ace-5 suited maybe, use some blockers. But I think he just has to go all in and try to stack pocket fives.
Ace-3 suited as well.
Quads. Call.
You have quads? Holy shit.
Wow.
975,000 chip pot at big blind 5K.
Lucky, they love me here.
That's why you come out every year for 10 years, buddy. I'd come too.
Wow. That's cool.
That
Can I
stings.
keep a time bank at least?
That really does sting.
Wow.
What is going on today?
Yeah, for sure. That'll get the
Quads
views.
against
Yeah.
Full House
The only time he didn't have it was versus me.
in the 100K main.
I'm so happy. It's all worth it then.
Cool.
How much?
448.
Okay.
Wow.
He joined us about an hour ago.
Tournaments.
The starting stack of 250. He's now one of the tournament chip leaders. Third in chips. It stings even more, Kevin, when been kind of, you know, sat next to each other, chatting about life and how we got up to this point. We had Robel sharing some stories with Jamil.
Won a huge pot in cash game this week with a river straight flush against nut flush 2 card.
Is yours next?
No. I'm good.
Jill, after such Jill, you need to drink some water. Yeah. Maybe something stronger, no? Yeah. Just water? Yeah.
Well, Jamil needs to just shake it off, as he will. 28 big blinds still. Decent stack. Fight his way back into this one. The man that won the main here last year, Nikolai Vaskovoynikov, joining us here on this feature table.
You're showing the card? Oh, thank you. Thank you. I don't want to see, but feel, you know. Thank you.
Queen 8-3. Middle pair for Nikolai, bottom pair, impact all diamonds for Chrissy. Jamil, some interaction with that 3 of clubs. Gonna start betting here.
Board is generally his to represent. Note the pre-flop limp, playing relatively short. Chippy V spot for under 30 bigs. Plenty of limping.
Yeah, all the
Chrissy gets out of there, club. Presenting itself on the turn. Nikolai picks up a gut shot to go along with his pair of 8s.
I haven't decided if I'm going to go to JG yet. Probably, yeah.
If you haven't decided.
Yeah, after this, I don't think we'll skip.
Unless you like have a
Yeah, maybe. I do
It's a
really
pretty
like
good
those
turn
big
card
stops, though.
for Jamil's perceived range.
Which one? There's a Barcelona one.
Vaskovoynikov just completing the small blind pre-flop. Could easily be disconnected in some way. Think fortunate not to bluff into the 10-8 though.
In Malta? Yeah, I've never been there. I heard it's a nice place.
Yeah. You don't want to just hit the 2-month world tour?
Dude. Doing all that? You'll probably do that.
Maybe.
Nikolai comes out firing.
Take a kayak from Barcelona to Jeju. Dude. This guy's travel schedule's insane.
Playing online.
Yeah. little trolling motor, fucking Starlink.
Takes one down.
You guys missed the,
You'll do all?
the prime DP.
Not sure exactly, but I'll probably do a bunch.
Like, most legendary grinder of all time in his prime.
It wouldn't matter where I went. Like, he's there. Yeah.
Everywhere.
I remember I was in Malta, and I had my appendix taken out. And there was like a series in London going on, like right after. Like I was supposed to leave like a couple days later, and the doctor said I can't go anywhere for 10 days. I can't fly. So I was with my girlfriend at the time. I'm looking up ferries to like how to get there.
Wow.
She was just like, come on, you can't be serious. I can barely even walk.
You can play on stars in international waters. That's amazing. I could take a bike. Legendary grinder. We're not that young anymore, are we, Pete? We're old dads.
Yeah, deep Pete's.
Oh, there. Yeah.
True grinder.
There. I didn't know where it went. Thank you.
Sorry, I actually moved.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
When he came. Sorry, you were in the
No, it's fine. I just.
Man, cue the Roble highlight reel. By the way, I mean, how many hands like that has he played on TV over the years?
Nikolai. Little out there with Jack-6 of clubs on the button.
Fan of broccoli? That is a very polite way to put it, Kevin.
What?
A little out there.
It was just a little.
I mean, it felt...
Jack-8 suited.
Yeah.
Playable at the price. Deep on the button. 2 pips.
But I want to be in August.
King-6 suited as well, so 2 pips in either direction.
Actually, I'll be in Ibiza, so it's like a 40-minute.
Yeah, you're right there.
I might apply for the big stuff.
If you can manage to not get robbed in Barcelona, you have a great time.
That's true. Shout out Barcelona.
You've been to Barcelona one time. I got robbed.
You got robbed?
Robo got robbed.
I've got a perfect record so far.
Just pickpocketed, not really, not like.
Oh, that's not true. I did. I did get robbed.
Only place in the world except. Yeah.
I did get robbed there actually. Got my phone stolen.
Yeah, if you can go Barcelona and not get robbed, Kev, you've had a good time.
That's the most annoying way of being robbed. Like,
Dude.
If it's small, not like a big thing.
Yeah.
Oh, so annoying.
Like, I'd way rather just have someone steal my wallet.
Yeah, it's just a huge inconvenience.
And they steal it for they apparently just steal it for the screen. Because like when if you have like a phone, you just say this got stolen, they turn it into a brick. Like it's completely useless as a phone. But like they just like take the screen and get fucking $20.
I think I almost got by you know the women like selling flowers.
That's exactly who got me.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, she wasn't selling flowers, but she was like, she had this like piece of paper. We were sitting at a cafe.
Yeah.
Like had my phone with her, so I had a piece of paper and put it over my phone, and it says like I am deaf or something. But she like puts it over my phone and then like grabs my phone.
Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, it was weird because I was like,
she asked, you probably just get 100 euros.
Yeah, I would have gave her more money than like she got for the phone.
Right?
Just have that sign that says, "I will steal your phone."
Yes.
Give me 50 euros.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Here's 100.
Yeah.
At least
Don't take my phone,
fair business.
Just be honest with me.
Yes.
I just don't like being lied.
4-bet pot developing here. As everyone shares stories of
No, it's very annoying.
getting phones stolen in
Have
Barcelona.
No phone in another country. Oh, sick.
987.
Oh, wow.
Rainbow board.
Crazy.
Turn card.
Wow. I forget the river, but it's obviously a diamond.
As we continuing for 1/3. 4-bet pot as expected. Sounds like we are coming up to the last break of the evening shortly in about 5 minutes time. What a day of poker it's been here. Oscar Buenacao making the call.
Everybody called him when he had it, and I folded. He didn't.
Oh!
Good fold then.
Wow.
What a find for Punsri.
I have to admit, I was somewhat surprised that Punsri bet this flop. Such a tough texture for Ace-King to navigate, but now made quite easy.
Oh, yeah.
That's all I see when I have a
0.6 pot behind. Spades a small threat.
Rounded. I thought I heard that they were supposed to.
Quite tempting to just be all in. I think it's hard to come up with bluffs that Nikolai can find when we check to him. Maybe Queen Jack suited.
He's been old for like 50 years. That guy's a hell of an actor.
Mandatory all in here, Kev?
When Shawshank Redemption would just be
Certainly not mandatory, but it feels like the most attractive option.
You're Canadian, so it probably wasn't a Canadian thing. Do you remember this?
But that's going to extend the hand.
There was some channel. I don't know if it was always movies, but it was some channel, and like half of the time, it would just be Shawshank Redemption, just 24 hours a day.
Wants to rep a low equity bluff.
You'd always get stuck watching it. Like if you ever saw it, you're like, ah, shit.
Ace jack of clubs, perhaps.
Turn the TV on, see what's on TV.
Maybe could have queen jack suited.
Christmas story, yep.
There's a few of these.
Christmas, 24/7.
The entire channel dedicated to that.
TV was great. Turn it on, see what we see.
Wow. Just going to run it with the 2 10s.
I just watch YouTube all the time, and it's like 15 minutes.
667,000 chip pot, more than 130 bigs in the middle. The 3-time champ Punat Punsri squaring off against last year's main event champion Nikolai Vaskovoynikau. The ace king holds.
But he's just like the most savage outdoorsman of all. Like he just does like winter camping in like Alaska by himself.
Some signs of frustration there from Nikolai. Perhaps feels like he allowed Punat to kind of win that one by seeing the turn.
Yeah, I think that's a reaction to not jamming the flop.
Right.
Some regret around not moving in when you felt the most confident that you had the best of it.
Getting too big. Over it? Yeah. He said it was affecting, his channel was becoming so popular, it was affecting his like family life. And he was just like, I'm not doing this anymore. Yeah. It's like the most wholesome.
They always, the graphics team, they always show the guy that got showered.
Has he ever gone on Joe Rogan?
In the hand, you know? They're like Nikolai Vaskovoynikau, 12 bigs. Show Punat Punsri's name with 134 big blinds. Production crew's like, get wrecked, mate. You just lost a massive pot. Now we're gonna show you a bowl stack to everyone. It's brutal. I love it. I just love this game, man. It's so sick. It really is. We're just here every day, man, flipping coins for hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're calling the action from the booth like it's nothing as well.
We're spoiled, Henry. We're spoiled.
No, I mean, like, it's nothing in the sense that, like, you know that hand 3-handed today in the 200K?
Yeah.
Aces against kings.
Yeah.
It's like 2.8 million for third, 6.2 for first. 2 out or on the turn. Like, it's just, okay, king of hearts, right?
Is that what you said?
I mean, we're numb to it.
King of hearts.
I'm struggling to think, by the way, of a hand that comes to mind in recent memory. I'm talking like last 10 years that has been worth that much money. 3 left, 90% of the chips in play.
Yep.
Seth Davies is sat there on like 13 bigs as well.
Yep.
And then a near $4 million difference between third and first. Can you think of any? I saw someone reply to me saying there was an aces against kings on the WSOP main event final table bubble. But I don't know if the person with aces went on to actually win the tournament.
Right.
Oh, look at this. Nikolai's just, he's in.
Yeah. Feeling pretty over it.
Barking shark.
Seth gonna take his chances. Oh.
Okay, well.
Punat just getting all the spots. Doing what you have to do.
I'm going with the 7-3 suited.
Oh, you're free. You're for sure winning.
Yeah, you're for sure winning.
No, I think I'm gonna make a royal flush. Watch this. Jack 10 of hearts.
Gamble, gamble, gamble. Gamble, gamble. I like it.
I'm leaving.
Robles like Mikolai, mate. You're welcome to my game anytime, pal. So we will be going on a short break after this hand.
Yeah.
Let's see.
What happened here?
Let's see if Davies and Mascabonic are going to be heading to the re-entry desk.
Смотри, 4, 7, 3.
10-6-5 gut shot for Mikolai.
What do I
He
need?
unmics himself.
A queen.
7 or 3,
I need
also
a lot of
working
help.
for him.
You need a queen.
I need a jack of diamonds.
Okay, how about the Queen of Spades? Davies
Now I don't want the jack of diamonds.
No, you don't want jack
with
back?
the
Forget I said
pre-river
that.
fist bump. Needs to be careful.
Only
Still
these are
has
jack.
11 outs to dodge, which he does.
All skill.
Seth Davies nearly trebling up
All skill, baby. I think this
just before break on the run of his career, cashing for nearly $6 million here in the last week, picking up a title and a career best score of 4.2 million. Mascabonica's out there, out of here rather.
Seth was halfway to the rebuy desk.
We're going to move to another table? Sweet.
We are going to move to another table. We're going to be bringing back a fresh feature table, table 11 in fact. We can find the likes of Alex Foxen, Chris Brewer, Kat Lee, Mikolaitis, JNT, and Waikin Young. They're going to be taking center stage. These guys are going to leave us kind of, I don't know. You know, I understand that we've got to be fair. You don't want to keep players on the feature table for too long as we welcome you back to the break desk. Kevin Rabichow alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. I kind of want to keep that feature table we just had. That was a fun one.
It was a good one. I mean, Roble brought a lot of personality, and he brought a lot of big hands to that frame.
He did indeed. We're going to head into our last break of the day, about 10 minutes, but you know, when we come back, we've got a couple of Germans at the top of the chip count. Leon Sturm currently chip leading the field. Fedor Holtz in second, Alex Ponakov's in third, and you can see Roble there went on an absolute spin. He sat in fourth overall. We've got some fresh faces, as mentioned, Fox and JNT, Waikin Young, all going to be jumping into their seats on center stage. We'll see you in about 10 minutes time for continuing coverage of this 100K main.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
do you mean it was we lived in a
A
house in
content-
London, bro.
A content crew.
We had a grind house. We were traveling around together. Then Espen went and spoiled it all by winning the main event.
What a shame. Never hoped to win the main event.
So selfish.
Yeah.
There we go. First time as well. First time any of us had even thought about playing that tournament. Seth Davies opening from +1 here. DP's just respectful of that range. Flatting on the button with 10s. Jamil's in the big blind with a mystery hand, so here we go. 3-bet squeeze to 57,000.
Pretty sizable, but less than 25% of effective stacks. Is Davies going to continue with a trap? Does feel unnatural to be all in with 2 kings, but this call is looking quite strong. From +1 for 25% of your chips. Not many marginal hands that can do this. See if Peters likes his price here. This is a strong hand to flat on the button in the first place, but at this price, big blind range so strong, Davies flat so strong, might even be able to get out.
Is this ace-5 of diamonds?
You're just guessing Jamil's hand right now.
Yeah, it's the mystery hand. What else am I supposed to do?
Could be. I'd maybe lean more polar out of the big blind in this spot against +1. Peters comes along.
Well, how polar?
Like, could be, I mean, maybe some like mid-equity bluffs, like a Jack-8 suited. Maybe some trashy offsuit like an ace-deuce.
Jack-7-5 rainbow. 3-bet pot with 3 players to the flop. 178K in the middle. Got a mystery hand developing here.
Doesn't look to me like the greatest of flops for the pre-flop squeezer. Would anticipate a good bit of checking. Ace-King has whiffed, Ace-Queen has missed. Davies and Peters both very pocket pair heavy all over this flop for that reason. Of course, Wakil will have some of the strongest hands. Ace-Jack suited, queens, kings, aces. So maybe we attack with a low-ish frequency of larger bets. It does just come with a small one. This is 25% or so.
I want to change my guess, Kevin.
Go ahead.
Pocket jacks.
It's a good hand.
See how Seth proceeds here. Let's have D Pete's behind.
Yeah, I think with Peters behind, we just continue through calls. Only 190 back. No need to fast play in order to cooler. Another strong hand. Now it does seem like the point for clear escape. Peters not interacting well with this board. The Davies call continuing to show strength.
Peters does get out of there.
Wakil sizing up. What Seth has behind, it's about 60% pot.
Okay.
You still betting on pocket jacks?
I am. What odds will you lay me?
Hold on, let me reverse the stream for a second and see if any jacks were folded.
Yeah, you're too sharp.
If I was really sharp, I would have done that already and
That's
not told
true.
you.
Yeah.
Just trying to help you out.
Jack of hearts, Jack of diamonds, Kev. How much will you give me? I mean, you stuck 200.
If you want, we can just do 100 straight, and I'll pick 2 exact cards as well.
100 straight, so my pocket jacks versus your exact combo as well.
Yeah, like I'll just go, I'll take ace of diamonds, ace of hearts. So that way we've each got an exact combo.
Okay, book it. It's booked.
I don't think they do that.
I do feel like aces is a little more likely than jacks, just because we've continued to barrel now.
Wait, and you just got me for even money, and now you're telling me this?
Yeah, obviously.
Now you're telling me you're a favorite.
I mean, I believe I'm a favorite, but I picked an exact hand versus an exact hand.
Imagine if one of our cards rolls off on the river.
That would have been... Queens wouldn't have been a bad guess either. Like, I could have just been dead by picking Queen of Spades, Queen of Hearts or something.
SPR's 0.33.
It's starting to feel like Jamil's bluffing.
What makes you say that?
Just the extending the betting to the point where we get to keep the lead. I think this is, maybe it's obvious to say, but like if we have a bluff, we have incentive to keep the betting lead across 3 streets, whereas if we have aces, maybe we're comfortable to check it over, allow Davies to take the lead from us. Jamil goes 3 streets here. Let's put Seth all in. Like I mean, the kings are a bluff catcher against this line. Davies, of course, was trapping pre-flop, but given the action, there's a small chance that Jamil has river to queen with a bluff and is just like, well, I guess I'll put it in for value now that SPR is so low. So maybe not a pure bluff catcher for Davies, and I think Jamil could also have the other 2 kings.
Well, Davies lets it go to see what he had.
Wow.
What?
Big bluff from Jamil. Seth was confident in that fold. Huge play. Ace of spades.
Well, the final frame of play after what has been an incredible day of poker here in Montenegro. 2 champions crowned, one in that 200K Invitational, another in the 50K 7 Max. And we've got, what, 2 50-minute levels left on the clock here in this 100K main. Kicking things off for day 1 coverage. We've got Leon Sturm and Fedor Holtz currently at top of the chip counts. And I did mention, Kevin, just before we went on break there, that we had the likes of Foxen and J&T joining us. I do hate to break the news to the viewers. I'm going to open up a hand that was just played out before break. No J&T on the feature table because he got stacked by none other than Foxen. You can see how this one played out. I mean, you know, J&T just bluff jamming from the small with the Queen 10.
Turn a big draw there.
Yeah, turn a big draw, and Foxen obviously snapping him off with the aces. Ace of clubs in hand, and yeah, Foxen is up to 1.1 million. He's 3rd in chips overall, and no surprises. I mean, Foxen, he either has a big stack or he's at the re-entry desk rebuying.
And oftentimes he's at the final table, or Kristen is. We had a Foxen heater at the start of this series. They've been a little quiet for, I don't know, 2 tournaments or so, so maybe about time to see a main event run.
Well, talking of heaters, I mean, we've got 3 champions from this series. We've got Mikolaitis fresh off his maiden victory in that 50K just a couple of hours ago. And let's not sleep on Malaysia's Kiat Lee. Took down that turbo event, picking up his 2nd trophy here in Montenegro. And of course, got the likes of Waikin Yong, 4-time champion, and Tom Axel Badel, who took down a trophy in Jeju, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and the PLO maybe showing up a bit early before the 4-card portion of the series.
100K 2-card main event. He knows there's going to be millions of dollars up top. Why not come down, flick in the 100K, and yeah, try and kick things off with a bit of a bang. So we have to throw it down to the floor once more for the final frame of play here on day 1 of this 100K Triton main event. 137 runners in this one so far. 86 players remain. We're getting plenty more jumping in. What do we think the line is? I'm going to set the line at 165, I think. Might be a bit on the low side, actually. I mean, what, 2 more levels, late reg open to the start of day 2. But I'm going to say 165. What do you think? Too low?
No, I think it's pretty close. You are getting to the time of the night where if you're on 20 bigs and you bust, and it's like, well, I can either play another 40 minutes tonight, or I can get some rest right now, jump in at the start of day 2, maybe feel a little bit fresher. We'll see if that's going to apply to the likes of Kiatley or Chris Brewer, who come in 20 big blinds and under to this feature.
Kevin, I see I called over to you and asked you to grab a water for me as well as you were over there, picking up some refreshments. And
I didn't hear it.
Ah, you hard of hearing, selective hearing. Wow.
I mean, it doesn't matter, but there was no one there. Yeah, it's not dead.
You can get your own. It's fine.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just planning my revenge. Don't know how yet, but
I know it's a long trek.
Just know, Kev, that when it comes, when you get got, know where it came from. Okay. Thank you, producer James Dempsey.
Oh.
Wow, the slow roll.
That was good. You deserve that.
I do. I was busy texting on the entire break. 3-way affair here. I mean, this table has potential to be a fun one as well. Perhaps not as chatty as the last one. Checks through.
Not a lot
in this tournament last year.
of interaction for these hands.
Oh, I think I remember that.
That was not fun.
Mikulaitis perhaps the most likely party to take a stab at this one. Look at the Triton get up for Bedell.
I mean, can you blame him? Won a trophy in Jeju, picked up some swag.
I only have to get. The pot was 11 or 12 million chips. So.
100x.
Yeah, something like that.
Just checking players now. Got to feel like ace high can show down.
The guy that lost aces both kings today, though, I think is.
Bedell not interested in bluffing the king high.
It's a pretty wild. The aces both kings to lose in that spot is pretty wild. It's like basically just a $3 million pot. You have 92% of the chips in play.
How close were they in chips? I didn't remember.
They had like 70 bigs, 71 bigs, and Seth had 12 king.
It was like one apart.
They were like, yeah, they were like identical.
Oh my
They were just flipping the tone, not flipping.
Sounds like Brewer and Foxen are trying to piece together if there's any hands in history. Bigger than that one you mentioned earlier, Henry, from the Invitational.
I can see that.
It's tough to beat Biggle. Yeah.
Chris can probably come up with a few that he's been on the wrong side of that feel just as big.
Yeah. I think more than 75%.
Ace-7 in the hijack, 12 bigs effective.
72.
Just all of it. He's going to have a caller.
I'm glad that hand got brought up because again, I think it has to just be top 3 of all time.
Pretty crazy equity spot.
Well, nice equity spot here for Wai Kin Yong. Black nines.
Same deal. Close.
12 big blinds apiece. See if Brewer can bounce back into this one. Looking for an ace. There it is. Right on cue. Ooh, the four-sider.
They're really
Close,
good
but
at the
no.
quarter starting stack on this, from what I've seen.
It's an alright skill.
Yeah. There are worse skills.
72.
It's quite the needle from Foxen.
Really is like a win all the small ones, lose all the big ones kind of persona.
But Sean manages
on
to
Brewer.
do it like at like level 28 of the tournament.
Yeah.
It's really told to even be that troll, but he finds a way.
Foxen's got the stash growing out as well.
Is it November already?
He's like poker's Jack Reacher.
How many of us do you think he could save if there was a natural disaster? Building falling apart.
Come hang out.
Because, like, the rest of us are hopeless. I know I'm hopeless. If there was, like, an earthquake and this building split in half, I would need Foxen to just, like, grab me out of the ditch, lift me up, then probably also carry me to safety, because I'd have, like, rolled an ankle or something.
Excuse me? Can I get the
Good luck, chaps. Both players picked up a title here in Montenegro. Let's see who's going to really bring the heat to this main. Lee looking for an ace. Can he do what Brewer just did? Spike a 3 outer. Case King finds its way to the flop. Top set for Foxen. Runner required for Lee.
He's dead on that one.
He's dead on that one indeed. As Foxen boats up.
Yeah. It's so much nicer playing in this room than that room. That room is
Lee out of here.
warm.
He's gonna have to re-enter. Sure he will.
I like the lighting in here a lot.
Is it one big one?
That too. Just everything about this room is a lot better.
That's how you do it.
That's the easiest way, yeah.
With that pot, Foxen is the tournament chip leader. Aces
time I've
against
had that
J&T earlier, just before we came over here, and now Kings against Ace King.
Fold. 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 Fold.
150.
Raise to 12,000.
Welcome to the table. Phil Ivey, the lone big there, folding to Michaelitis on the button.
Everyone at this table has won a Triton event before.
All-star lineup.
Wykin's done it on 4 occasions, over 13 million in Triton earnings. Phil Ivey He's done it on 5 occasions. 15 million in Triton earnings.
31,000. Fold. Fold, fold. Thank you.
Look at this from Bedell. Cut off 3-bet with the Jack 10-0.
It's a light one. Little splashy.
I'm a fan. Day one. Want to see splashiness. Up to 142 runners. Might have been way off with that line of 165 runners, you know.
Fold. Fold.
Let's set the line at 175.
Raise to 13,000.
Too much?
Fold.
Just stick with the line and call the over, you know.
Fold.
It's okay to set a bad line. Sharp action's coming in.
Anyone wagering over on the YouTube chat? Fox is going to defend. Oh, okay. I see how it is.
It's this all over again, Henry.
It really is, man. I mean, this guy is something else.
Check.
Nicolaitis with the check back. Well timed.
Well timed, but Fox and one to utilize big sizes with hands like this. Queen Jack maybe going to feel obligated to call down, keep him honest. See if he has the same idea on his mind. Very hard for Nicolaitis to have any fours. Goes cheap this time. Representing thin. Plenty of worse hands than Queen Jack that'll bet this size for value. Thinking 5x. Weaker queens. At least for one street. Nicolaitis just calls. Wouldn't have faulted him for raising.
63,000 in the middle going to the river. A lot of those straights that Foxen could have. Obviously bricking on this run out.
Yeah, and the weaker queens or the 5x not wanting to value bet anymore, this feels like the time to bring an overbet.
It'll be 150.
94.
Thank you very much.
Nailed it.
Tag me in, coach. I'm ready, Kev. I'm ready for the 100K.
Because you guessed a bet size.
Clearly, I understand these spots the same way Foxen does.
You're right.
Nicolaitis.
It's a tough spot for Nicolaitis. You don't often check back better than this. Once in a while, pocket aces. Once in a while, you have ace king. Can't just count on easy decisions, though. Foxen's dialed in.
When is he not? Let's be honest. It's been a long day for Nicolaitis as well. Came back early, of course, for that day 2 of the 50K. Profitable one for him. Won it outright. 1.2 million and change. When you're 12 hours into a poker day, facing a Foxen overbet on the river, it can be tough to still make the right decision, but he does correctly fold.
That's a tough fold to make.
Alright then, you have a new bidder.
After you check back the flop that strong, severely under-repping your hand.
Foxen extending his lead. I mean, this is ridiculous. The early chip leader of the tournament, just 4 big blinds behind Leon Sturm. Look how many chips he has at this table compared to everyone else.
Foxen with 40% of the table's chips, give or take. Not bad.
Oh, Dejan Karađorđević joining here. Great to see him.
13.
Came second in this main event last year for 3.2 million and came 11th earlier today in the 200K Invitational for $519,000. Seems to really only show up and do well in the big stuff. 3.7 million in Triton earnings across 2 cashes.
Ivy flatting off 25 big blinds here in the cutoff. Gonna have some 10s in range. Although a good chunk of the pocket pairs that Michaelitis is worried about, we would have heard from pre-flop. Short enough to 3-bet all in with some of those mid pocket pairs. Dejan checks. Michaelitis has to feel pretty confident that he has the best hand. But Karađorđević looks to be preparing something here. This is light. We've got nothing. No draw. Badoogie board.
He's got nothing, Kevin, but he's got that Montenegrin blood running through his veins on home soil. It's just like, you've both got high cards.
Gets the ace-queen to fold. That's a big part of the challenge here.
What are you saying, boys? I've got all the 10s. You don't.
Yeah.
Takes it down. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
Hard to argue with the results of that one. Got some pretty big hands for the spot to fold. Is Ivy frozen? There he goes. I thought maybe all of his muscles cramped at the same time.
I hate it when that happens.
He was just stuck in that posture.
Really do hate it when that happens. Have you ever had that happen when you sleep? And like you wake up and like one of your arms is just like completely dead or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that feeling.
That can be kind of scary as well.
It's not a pleasant way to wake up. Your brain for a second is like, hold on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
How many limbs do I have?
Yeah, I once had it where I fell asleep with like my arm through like the head of the bed, and my arm's gone numb as I'm like sleeping, and I've woken up and I just got this hand hovering over my face. I just wake up in complete panic. I slap it with my right hand, and obviously I don't feel anything because my hand's completely dead. So I think I'm just like slapping someone else's hand. It takes me a few swings to realize that like I've just got my left arm hooped through like the rail of the bed and I'm like swiping at my own hand. Yeah, that wasn't a fun way to wake up. That was pretty stressful.
Thank you for painting that picture for us. This one, by the way, raised to 21,000 from Kaladjurdjevic. Small blind versus big blind. Got called. Ace-9, a pretty big hand for Wai-Kin Young after flop check check. No surprise to see him continue.
Looking for an ace-9 or an 8. Doesn't find it. It's Kaladjurdjevic. Rivers the flush. He's going to go value hunting. One would have to assume.
Yeah, seems like a fine time to continue small betting. Have some other weak pairs in our range. We're targeting ace high mostly. We don't expect Wai-Kin Young to have a lot of hands that are paired. Mostly ace high, king high, and then some 5-card hands, some flushes, some straights.
It's come with like, what is this, 20% pot?
Yeah, I do like this find. It's hard to fold ace high, especially with a heart. Do we think about raising, perhaps?
Young has taken the bait.
Yeah. I mean, this well designed by Kaladjurdjevic. If he's got Jack-3 of spades or clubs, he's thinking I would make the same value bet. A little bit of card matching effect here. We take the 3x with hearts and make the same play. Now, Kaladjurdjevic not time banking here to fold, but maybe thinking about if there's additional value to seek at this SPR. 168 back, 190 in the pot. Got to figure out if the jack-high flush is good enough to jam. From my vantage point, I think no. Just too many queen and king-high flushes. He goes for yes. Trying to get a 5 to pay it off. Ace-4, 6-4.
Explain it to me like I'm 5, Kev, the card matching concept. Why we match the hearts with the clubs.
Well, not necessarily the hearts with the clubs, but just thinking if I had a pair of 3s, I would go for value. I would use this size. Right now I happen to have a pair of 3s and a flush. Why not balance, right? Bring a little bit of strength to our marginal range by using the same-ish cards. Card matching.
You get bonus points for having a flush with a pair.
Well,
Sorry, wait, hang on. Flush with 2 pair.
True.
13.
2 5s on board.
Has to be some bonus points for that.
Like a multiplier.
Yeah.
That might be a better game. You think we should start a new poker tour?
Just start adding in some
Roughly how much do you have?
500.
some new card rankings. Like bonus double full houses.
Hear me out.
Bonus triple full house.
7 card straights.
Massive.
48.
I think the triple full house though, that's got to be up there. It's got to be rarer than a royal. No?
I'm just trying to figure out what it is.
Well, you've got pocket jacks in your hand, and it comes 4-4, 5-5 jack. Wait, no, that's not a triple full house. Hang on a minute.
I'm adding it up. I'm like, jacks full of 4s.
Hang
Jacks
on.
full of fives.
Kevin, I had this all figured out. I thought I had this all figured out.
I think a triple full house is just quads.
Chat, help me out here. There has to be a way to have 3 full houses. Maybe there isn't. There's 5 cards on board, 2 in your hand. I think I botched this.
I'm not coming up with it.
The commentary level.
I don't think it exists.
How elite is the commentary right now? Like, honestly. People are just blown away by this. The triple full house.
And you're saying that would be better than a royal? I mean, by the sound of it, it is more rare than a royal. Maybe undiscovered.
Wimmeros is correctly pointing out that I've been playing way too much PLO.
Somehow
I have.
didn't.
I have been playing too much PLO.
I heard some big swaps with the pairs.
Some people did, for sure. Yeah. Not uncommon.
I tried, chat. I did try. Ace King up front for the Fox Dog. Tom Axel Bedell, the Queen Jacko. Comes with a flat. Ivy out the big, suited Barking Shark.
Well, that's likely to be Phil Ivey and Alex Foxen squaring off for a big pot. Although Alex has checked it over to Bedell with the worst of it. No interest in betting at this one.
Spades on the turn. Ivy picking up a pair to go along with his straight flush draw. $45K in the middle. So with the delayed C-bet. That's going to get rid of Tom. What about Ivy? 36% of the equity.
So hard not to check jam here. Ivy does just call, though.
Good that he did, Kevin, because he's bricked. He's going to save himself 12 big blinds.
That increased turn size from Foxen might have raised an eyebrow from Ivy. Let him decide to not semi-bluff at it. And with spades completing, you'd expect just a straightforward check fold on the end. I think Foxen has to go for value.
Feels like a tough value bet to me, but incredible to see him find it time and time again. Just knows exactly where he's at. Someone's figured it out, Kevin. I don't know whether I can trust this, but hear me out. Always Rise and saying flop comes 5-5, 3, deuce on the turn, 3 on the river. And you have pocket 2s in your hand. You have 5 full of 2s, 3s full of 2s, and deuces full of 5s, and deuces full of 3s, so 4 full houses. Is that right?
No.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. It looked right for just a second, but there's only 2 5s and 2 3s. You've only got deuces full of 5s and deuces full of 3s. But you have got the double full house with 3 pair.
Guys, get good at this. Come on. What is wrong with you? You had me hyped up there for a second. I'll tell you who's going to be hyped right now. Phil Ivey. Although perhaps not thrilled about the fact that he's only got 12 bigs. We're going to keep trying at this. We're going to solve this impossible mathematical equation at some point. Dejan with the prepay. Understandably so. Dead on the turn. Ivy's going to double. Trending in the right direction. After losing that pot against Foxen. Back up to 160k.
I do think there's just not enough cards, Henry. I believe we've reached the point of a mathematical proof. 7 cards. Full house requires 5. Swap out 2. To make another full house, you got 7. That's it. That's the max.
Listen. If we found a way to split the atom, we're going to find a way to make 3 full houses in No Limit Hold'em, okay?
I think if we count quads, if we just go permutations of, you know, board is ace, 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 deuce, deuce. You've got ace, deuce.
Where's Will Hunting when you need him?
You've got deuces full of aces 2 different ways.
We need to put this problem up on a blackboard within the halls of MIT, and we need to hope that some janitor cleaning the floor on the night shift just strolls on by and says, hang on guys, I've got this.
Yeah.
This is how you get 3 full houses.
Perhaps that's Dave Lappin entering the chat, suggesting a similar version of this. Quad 5s on board.
How about a full house?
Brewer might make 3 full houses this hand. He's still live to get the running ace jack.
Well played, mate. Well played. He might go runner, 3 falls. Get the bonus points. Foxen's got an interesting hand as well. I mean, King High going to be good a lot of the time. Checks it back. Queen would be fireworks.
I'm so disappointed by that 5. I thought we were going to see the triple full house develop within seconds of it being discovered for the first time. Brewer's continuing to trap. Limp check pre, 20 bigs deep.
Oh, baby.
I mean, if he holds...
Baby, let's go.
If he holds strong on the trap, honestly, no matter what he does, I think he's just going to get the full double, or at least it's going to go bet raise.
I mean, SPR is pretty high.
Yeah. Checks a 3rd time. straight has to bet something, might bet more than the pot. Or we just represent a rivered queen. Foxton's going to have a lot of queens in the check down line.
So Foxton's going to bet 200% is what you're saying. And then Brewer's going to jam. And then Foxton's going to have a tough time finding a fold.
It's a very possible outcome. Indeed. Well, you've called the first part almost exactly.
Are you ready to stake me for this 100K yet, Kev? I'm basically Foxton in the making.
Why do you think I have 100K to stake you with?
That's true. That is true. I've seen you rationing at home. Brewer's trap has worked to perfection here. Only has one full house though, but we'll let him off. It's enough to beat it straight.
Brewer the type of player who everyone, I believe, will give credit to finding a way to bluff in almost any weird spot you find yourself in. So like when you overbet here as Foxton and get jammed on inevitably, you can't just make that kind of dead read like, oh, nobody bluffs here. I've overbet. This is too strong.
Brewer leaves himself 1K back.
Just puts it
Foxton
in.
Jams. He's going to get shown the full house, and Brewer earns himself the full double.
God, I played that one good.
Well-timed needle.
Tricked you.
Mike was saying this duo comedy is the best thing I've heard all year. I mean, I feel really sorry for you, if that's the case.
The bar is low.
The bar really is low. Brewer did cook that one up nicely. See some updates from the outer field. Number one on the all-time money list in the history of tournament poker, Bryn Kenny, the most winningest player at Triton, is currently chip leader. Would you believe?
Did I not? I thought I threw you. I thought I threw you one.
Djurjevic.
If I didn't, I would give you one. I just thought I threw you one. Does anyone else remember? Okay. Yeah.
I mean, we are on camera. Let me have a look.
Can we send that to the replay booth? Are we the replay booth?
We're the replay booth. Brewer did. Yeah, he did.
Confirmed.
Sorry, confirmed. He threw out the time bank. It's okay, dealers are humans. Don't do it, Mikolaitis. Could be tempting.
Big size here, though, from Djurjevic. We're playing deep enough that Mikolaitis might be tempted to click 4-bet, but King-Queen offsuit just weak enough to get away at this price. Sixes as well, kind of feeling that way. Yeah.
What about this one, Chris?
What?
What about this one? Did you believe this one?
I had no opinion. My hand didn't really have a chance to have an opinion either. Didn't really matter if you were blocking or not. I guess I could have put you on ace-5. Then I guess it would matter. Ace-7's too good though.
Podumali.
Did I end up giving you one? Did we find out? Okay, awesome.
Fidel with a rare raise and take there.